Hey, you guys. I need to apologize. I got out here and totally forgot I set up a live. But first of all, let me make sure that the sound is good. So let me check on that. And I will apologize. I'm not prepared, but I know what I want to talk about. So, of course, I will have no problems talking, but let me make sure that the sound is working, you guys, and then we, of course, will go from there. I just left Sheree B. Chicago's platform. Beautiful, beautiful, creative young lady. I encourage you please to go over there and see her channel. I cannot talk and do what I'm trying to do at the same time because I don't know this part of it so good. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let's go here. All right, let's turn it up. Hello. Kaya's in the house. Hello. Okay, I hear myself. Okay, so the volume is good. So let's start again. Okay, you guys. Hi, it's me, Just Kaya. Real Talk Daily. Okay, you guys. It's Friday. Ooh, okay. It's Friday, and yeah, I rushed on here, so I would like to apologize. I'm not as organized as I would like to attempt to be, but we can still sit on here and have some fun. I was really want to talk about a couple of different things. And the main thing I want to talk about, as you guys can see, in the on the thumbnail is this matrix wonderful concept. I watched Matrix years and years ago before, and I didn't get into like the concept of it, or I'm sorry, I didn't do my lighting. I don't know what's going on. I think I got on too much lights because I am blind, you guys. I can't see that well. So I turn on lights so I can see, but then it's like it doesn't look that great. But since no one's here, we can do all of this. I can adjust these lights. Oh, see, then now. Oh, Lordy, have mercy, these lights. I just want to be black and pretty. You know, people, when you that beautiful chocolate skinned, okay, and then try to figure out these lightings. I hate this. I don't even know. I got all these different lights, and I don't even know what I really supposed to do with them, to be honest. And oh, that's too bright. And I'm blind. So go figure that. So you guys are probably seeing it differently than me. All right, I don't know. Oh Lord, have mercy. Okay, so anyway, what I want to talk about is the Matrix, and the reason why I started thinking about the Matrix is because when I was inquiring uh, about what is this red pill, blue pill, all this. I'm not going to say nonsense. All of this wonderful talk. that's going on. And these men are free to talk all of a sudden. They couldn't talk before. So I guess they have taken the red pill. Ta-da! Now they can talk. Okay, I'm being silly. So, oh, this lighting, I know it still isn't right. And it's going to bother me. This Virgo in me, and with this perfectionist side of me, is just going to kill me. Okay, good. No one's here. They were here, but they left. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, we're going to mute that for now. If someone comes in, I'm still talking. You guys can come in and hang out with us, sister. I'm just trying to figure out this lighting stuff and get it done. And let's see what we're gonna get from this. And I don't know. Okay, let's do that. Let's turn that off. Let's see if that makes a difference to turn that off. Okay, yeah, so I wanted to talk about this matrix stuff. That's a little bit better. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Okay. So, all righty, I want it to look like. All righty, guys. Okay. Let's go, you guys. Okay. So I want to talk about this Matrix. So I was watching the first movie, of course, and on there it mentioned it was this part in it about there is no spoon. When he's seen the young boy who is a monk, I believe, is what you would call him. And he had been the spoon with no effort. I was assuming with his mind. And then when Neo got the spoon and he was struggling, and the young boy told him to realize that there is no spoon. And then I was thinking about that concept, and I was like, before I looked up the quote, I was thinking maybe it's like you bend yourself because you can't bend the spoon. But okay, neither here nor there. I didn't know. I'm not watching the movie with anyone. I'm just kicking it by myself. So of course I looked up the quote. And I can do it over here. Let's share our screen. And then that would be fun to do. And since no one's here, I can figure out how to do this without going offline. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So let's do that. All right. Oh, that's cool. So I'm looking at myself so you guys cannot see that I got this in front of the screen, so you guys can only see from the. Okay, there we go. And then let me do this. And then we can go with the matrix. Okay. So let's go with matrix quotes. Yes. And then let's see about this spoon. This is so great that no one's here. I can get this practice in and trying to do these things while you're live, but I can get better later. Well, I can get better as, look at there. Amen. Okay, so then I'm going to, excuse me. So let me share my screen. Oh, okay. In my share screen. There we go. Excuse me, you guys. Share. Okay. And then I wanted the one where it says, okay, let's go here. Okay. There is no spoon. I don't know why I keep about to say banana. Okay, let's see. What does this say? Oh, no, that's not what I want. No, 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 no. Okay, so it says here, there is no spoon. So with the quote, it says, what truth? And this is the young monk this is the very first Matrix. There is no spoon. When Neo visit the Oracle in the Matrix, he sees a young boy in the Oracle's living room who is bending a spoon in midair. The boy dressed as a Buddhist monks bend the spoon just by looking at it. So I wanted to see what it says about that. Okay, so here it goes. It says in the Matrix, when Neo says this, the monk that there is no spoon, it signifies his evolution to a consciousness beyond logic, where everything is possible. To me, that is an amazing quote, to where you go to a point to where you realize that everything is possible. You're not living in your logic. You're stepping outside of that. That is very hard to do, like to live outside your logic, because we focus and we try to rationalize everything, try to get definition and figure out what it is and why this is. And to step outside of your logic into this consciousness is crazy. Bonjour. Um, Thank you for the support. I really, really appreciate it. I know the 7 continents, I hope. Let's go ahead and do a refresher, please, guys. Just hang in there with me for a minute. So it's Asia, Australia, North, South America, Africa, and then there is Antarctica and Arctic, I believe. I hope I got them all right. Those are the 7 continents, you guys. Oh, I hope I got it right. I feel like, and then for Alaska, not for Australia and New Zealand, that is Oceania. So I just wanted to make sure I make that clear as well. That's Oceania. Okay, so let's get back to this. So, isn't that amazing? And I just really would love to know what you guys think about this consciousness beyond logic, where I did. Okay, awesome. Where everything is possible. Thank you so much. She Stole My Thunder. I hung out with you a little bit with the book Rich Man, Poor Man, I believe you were discussing. And it was intriguing. I wish I could have stayed around longer, but that whole concept is something that I am going to look into. I like learning new things about that, as far as the pyramid and how people mind work and what we do to get what we want and all these different things. I didn't hang around that long, but I was there to the point where it seemed like he was passing it along, I think to his son or something like that. But thank you. I did come over earlier, and I appreciate you coming over here, checking in on me and supporting, of course. So with the Matrix, so like I was saying, what initially took me back over to the movie was when I found out what this red pill, blue pill community was about. So I have sat and watched the trilogy, of course, and then I think it's the Resurrection, the one that just came out. I started watching that one today, but got busy and I didn't finish it. But I did want to come on and talk about the trilogy, especially the first one, when I realized what the movie was about. It was like I was thinking, like, is this at first I was thinking they were outer space, and it took me a minute to realize they were in a computer. It did, sad to say. She stole my thunder, said, yes, rich dad, poor dad. I will be continue to talk in 2 weeks. I will be there. I have notifications on, so I will most definitely be there. It from what I did here, it did seem very, very intriguing. And it seemed like it was based off of pyramids, and I was curious, aren't pyramids, are they illegal? Because I understand how it works, but I really don't know why it's illegal and people put their money in it and how it works and all that stuff. So very intriguing. So I will follow up with that with you in a couple of weeks. Thank you so much. Okay. Don't forget to hit the like button, please, before you go. I appreciate it. Okay, so getting back to the Matrix. Okay, so then they go into this world of consciousness. My question is, I want to put my question there. So my question is, does it make it real when they're in the Matrix? I guess my first question is, and this is going to be sad for me to admit, I haven't really realized which one is the real world. Is it the Matrix is the real world, and then they're feeding off the energy of the other world are the people, but who are they? That's what I'm trying to figure out. The people on the other side, like, who are they? Yes, in Canada, pyramid schemes are illegal because there is a proprietor need. A predatorial. I was like, proprietor. I've been looking at that word. Predatorial need to rescue. Wait. It would help if I put on my glass. That don't sound right what I'm saying. Okay, yes, in Canada, pyramid schemes are illegal because there's a predatorial need to recruit that can never be fulfilled. Oh, predatorial. Predatorial, is that like a seeking or a predatorial? That's like taking advantage of maybe someone that's weaker or taking advantage of. Oh, Miss, you be having me look these words up. I think it's taking advantage of predatorial. I hope I'm saying that word right, guys. I'm not the best reader. I didn't have phonics. Okay, let's see. See if that's how you say it. Petrol. Oh, petrol. I was saying it way wrong. Petrol. Never ending or changing. Amen. Petrol. Okay, never ending or changing. It's illegal because there is a petrol need to recruit that can never be fulfilled. Oh, okay. Never ending or changing, occurring repeatedly. Some frequent as to seem endless and uninterrupted. Oh, well, yeah. So there's no end to it. Petrol. Wait, how do you? Petrol. Oh, learned a new word. Learned it. Petrol. I got it. I looked it up, girl. I looked these words up. Predatorial. Predator. Oh, okay. See, that's where I be getting mixed up with my vowels and stuff. I go by memory. Thank you, girl. I learned so much with you. We should have a educational live stream on my thing. Teaching Jess Kaya. I would love that because I think so many people will learn so many things. I love to learn. So perpetual. Perpetual is seeming to not end. Wait, I gotta look it up. Perpetual, never ending or changing. Perpetual. Perpetual. Okay, I like that. Thank you. Did I say bonjour right? Hello, coming in. Bonjour is hello. Okay, Matrix is the fake work. The real world is the destroyed world. So who's getting the energy? So I was under the assumption that the Matrix was getting their energy from people. And if you have time, I wasn't sure if you were going to stay with me. I like having these conversations because I go into my own little world to try to figure these things out. Okay, so my understanding, so from what I can glean from it is that they're using the people to get their energy to power the Matrix, or the other way around. I'm not sure. So the Matrix is not the real world. Matrix is the fake world that uses humans as batteries. Oh, so did you see the new one? The new one is out, and I guess I only saw the beginning of it where it starts out that he created this game or app or something that they're calling it. So that is the fake world. I'm gonna have to watch it again. I wish you would, if you wanted to come and have a conversation, because I have more questions about the Matrix. Okay, no, you haven't yet. Yeah, I only seen the first maybe 20 minutes of it, and it seemed like it's going to be really good. And so I had other things to do, so I'm going to finish watching it tonight. And I was late coming to this live. I just really came on here very unprepared. But I came on because I put up that I was coming on. I wanted to absolutely keep my word, even though I was late. So I'm kind of winging this, which was good for me too, because I figure out how to put this up here while I'm on here. Oh, I totally understand. While I'm on here, and just kind of been playing around with things on here. I unfortunately can't come up tonight. I appreciate you though for showing up. I really do. Oh, my girl came over though. But yes, thank you. So don't forget to hit the like button. She stole my thunder because I know you like the show. I just absolutely know it. So, you might as well go ahead and hit the button before you forget, of course. I appreciate that. Okay, let's bring up. Yay, hi. I want to, which I don't want to pronounce your name wrong.
You did it right the last time.
So, because someone said it before me. 84 had said it right before I said it. Cheryl. No, wait.
That's real. No, I'm not Cheryl. Everybody call me Cheryl.
Wait, it's I'm looking at it. Okay, so it's Sharp. I don't know how to say it.
It's Sheree.
Oh, now I see the Ray at the end. Okay,
Yeah.
R. Oh, okay. Sheree, hi, girl. Thank you for coming over. I appreciate it because I wasn't prepared. I just been rambling.
Girl, listen. You doing the same thing I did earlier, girl. I was not necessarily prepared. My homeboy came in and said, we gonna go live and we gonna paint. And I said, okay.
Yeah. Did he come back up? Is that the one who was on there with the jacket on the canvas at first?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you came over here. I was just and then she stole my thunder, was helping the sister out. So
listen,
she was reading Rich Dad Poor Dad, and I was over there listening to her earlier.
Okay. Have you gotten a chance to read that yet?
No, it seems so intriguing. I was just telling her that And we were talking about the pyramid thing because I didn't get to stay over there and listen long. And I was stating to her that it seems very interesting. Um, and she said she's going to be continue talking about it in 2 weeks.
Okay.
So for sure, I'm going to go back over. Yeah, I think she was reading it. And also she was saying she was using Audible as well. So I didn't stay over there that long, but it seems interesting. Did you read it?
No, not yet. I have it in Audible. And I haven't gotten the chance because I'm listening to something else right now.
May I ask, what are you listening to?
I'm listening to Jordan Peterson, 12 Rules of Life.
Okay, look. Okay, so I saw you on E Black on that episode.
Uh-huh.
And I was very intrigued by that, right?
Shout
And
out to E Black.
Shout out to E Black. Love me some E Black for sure. And so I didn't get the book yet, but I ordered it. And I was looking up because tonight I was like, because I couldn't figure out what to do. And I was like, well, it's Christmas Eve. I'm just put the 12 the questions up there like you guys did and give, E Black the credit and stuff. But I so didn't get prepared for it. So I don't even have them written up there. I have them on a piece of paper though. But I was going to do that tonight. And I'm waiting for the book to come as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at it. And that's, I think, what's I gonna say? So every book that I listen to, because I used to get books, I had a Kindle. But I started going Audible because I have a slight lazy eye, so paying attention to the words and all the other stuff, that I said no. So I said, okay, but we still want to read,
Right.
so I'm gonna get the Audible. And then
Right.
but it's I like that a lot, probably even more than the reading part, just for the simple fact that no matter what I'm doing, if I'm driving, I'm on my way somewhere, I could pop it in and listen. So I love it. I love it.
I've been having Audible for a very long time. I don't have a lazy eye, girl. I'm just blind. I can't see. And then I don't know if it that I can't see or if I'm dyslexic, but I think they say with dyslexic the words or letters turn or reverse on you. So that's not my issue. I was just never taught phonics. And then my eyes, I can't see,
Yeah.
So cuz yeah, I learned a new word tonight from She Stole My Thunder, petual. Do you know what petual means?
No.
Wait, let me put her comment up there. And I would you know who She Stole My Thunder is, right?
I've seen the name before, but I'm not too familiar.
Yeah, she's teaching French too.
Oh.
Right. Okay. So this was her. This is how I read the question first. Okay. So I read it. Yes. In Canada, pyramid schemes are illegal because there are predator need to recruit that can never fulfill. And I kept saying, I don't think I'm saying that word right. And I was like, well, what do you mean by predator? So I looked it up and then I got to this. And you know how it says the word for you?
Yeah.
Perpetual.
Yeah. Okay.
I told you I can't, girl.
That looks like a word I've seen before.
Yeah. Yep. That's me.
Yeah.
So do you know what perpetual means?
Let me read it again. Yes, in Canada, pyramid schemes are illegal because there's a perpetual need to recreate that can never be fulfilled. I feel like I know it, but I can't describe it right now.
Yeah. So, okay, well, help see glasses. So it's never ending or never changing.
Okay.
So she was saying that's why it's illegal because she put another comment up after that saying you can't reach it. It's a goal you cannot reach.
Okay.
It's impossible. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I said, okay. So
that is what a pyramid scheme is.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you know what? At first, because at work, I didn't realize what it was. I was a new nurse, and they were having it. It was these a lot of Filipinos. So they had this thing every month. You will give this money, and at the end of the month, a person, whatever your number is, you get the whole pot of money. And they did this, and you had to be committed to it for a year or whatever. And then they asked me that I wanted to. I said no, because 1 month I might not have that money. It's like $300, and I'm like, what if I don't have $300 and I already got my money? Y'all gonna come get me? I said no, I can't.
Okay.
But they said because at one time I think they say you get like $20,000 or $30,000 or something, but you only get it once a year. So, and they do that. Do you see? Yes. What you spell? You see the comment?
Yeah, I did. I saw that comment. Let me put these comments away so I won't get distracted because y'all killing me.
No. Okay, wait, she got some more, so let's keep going. Okay, so Stole My Thunder said, if we can't help each other, where will we go? And then I know I see the bot. I'm gonna get it out of here. And she said, oh wow, a painter, excellent. I know, and she's a rapper. A writer, I think, becoming or is a writer, an activist for her city of Chicago, and she gives back. So a humanitarian, I think it is called.
Possibly. Thank you for giving me these titles.
Girl, yes. I see it. I think it's amazing. Like I really meant when I was leaving your platform, an artist's mind to me is unbelievable. I would love to just like have a moment in there. Like I was saying, I know if you were like my best friend or something, I would drive you crazy with questions. I really would. Like, why did you do that? Okay, so what was you thinking when that came to you? You know, and things like that.
Yeah, it is a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I think that I think when you have an artist's mind, there's so many things that go through your mind because everything that you receive, you express with your talent. And that's what we do. So if I take in negativity, then I'm going to express negativity. If I take in positivity, I'm going to express positivity. Whatever I take in, wherever my perception of what I receive, I'm going to put out. So it's a lot. And if you notice, a lot of people who are artists are extremely sensitive and are extremely we're like empaths.
You're like what?
Empaths.
Empath. Yes. I don't know what that means.
We take in whatever you give us. We can feel it. Some people, like, you know how you have a conversation with somebody and they'll say some things, and then when you say those particular things, they don't take it a certain way, they don't care, it doesn't really phase them. Depending on the topic, an artist cares.
Everything, huh?
Oh, yes.
Wow, don't make it personal. I'm gonna watch what. Get out the comments. I'm gonna bring them up. I see you looking. Okay, so we got Salute, and then you know who WP Funk is?
Yeah.
I know, right? He is so amazing.
He
came up and shared a video from what is it? I know it's hip hop cartoons. But it was Fuller Jr. Have you seen that? I was going to ask him if I could play it again tonight. It's about like reparations and different things. It's very, you would appreciate it. It's very artistic, but with a deep message.
Okay.
Hell yeah, keep rocking, Miss Chi-Town. Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
I love Chicago. It's cold there, but I used to live there when I was 5 to 7, I think.
Okay.
My mom, she was a teacher there.
Okay.
Okay, so Funk said, no, she stole my thunder, says at Funk. Is that Funk?
Yeah.
Is this funk? Hello, how are you? It's Funk?
Yeah, what the funk is this?
Funk. Yeah, okay. And then we got Trash Can Waves. Yes, I seen this one earlier in a chat room. He was like, or she, I'm not sure if it's, I would assume it's a guy. Said, you think it's a guy?
Yeah.
He's like, I didn't know that was you. You know, I was like, yep, this is me. I think for my name or something. You can stream and paint at the same time. Come on now. Don't tell a woman what she can't do. I thought you learned in these YouTube streets. Don't tell no black woman, especially what she can and cannot do. Amen. No, I'm kidding. She's doing a great job.
Thank you. And listen, that the artistic side of you, if this is the thing, I'm painting because somebody like got me to paint. And a painter, shout out to Master. That's my guy, the one that had the shirt.
Mm.
I'm about to go get me some tea. My voice is starting to change again. But look,
Oh,
he's because I'm sick. Everybody is getting sick right now. But
wow.
he
Is it
he
virtually sickness going around?
you funny as hell.
I'm just saying, because I'm not getting sick. I'm like, I might have to shut this down for a minute.
Listen, it's that weather change. When weather changes, and then it's also like the what is it? It's the this is flu season anyway. And so we got COVID going around. What it's gonna do? It's just gonna get worse. So but I'll say this. It's um I'm painting because a great artist, Master, like sparked it in me to paint again. So I'm doing this because I love art.
Well, we're thankful for our master because I didn't know. I love painting. I took I think her name is Art Shepherd on YouTube, and me and my daughter would buy the stuff and just follow her along and paint and stuff. I got some couple of things that we painted, but I wish I was artsy like that. I wish I had like a creative imagination. I don't know, and I'm an only child. You would think I would have an imagination, but I'm born that way. I
So are
know.
you more of a like? Would you consider yourself more of a thinker and intellect?
100%. I
Okay.
overthink sometimes. Like when I was in college,
Hmm.
I promise you, I tell people this, I was straight A's, but I never studied because I was always trying to figure out how to organize my notes better, how to get more productive. And I promise you, and that's how I learned everything because I kept reorganizing things to get it where it's supposed to be. And I would just ace everything because I guess I just kept going over and over and not realizing it. But
Yeah. And
I had to stop that.
shout out to
Mhm.
WP because I saw his comment. Shout out to him because he started it from the beginning. Because me, him, and the artist I just shouted out,
Mhm.
we're gonna do a live together with all of us painting.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's coming, you guys. So I can't
He
wait.
paints too. As well. You
Yes,
did mention that on your channel. I do
yes.
remember you. And he's the one who sent over the hip hop cartoon. He said he's going to get me to help me get to 100 subscribers before the end of the year.
Nice. Well, you just got to
Okay,
subscribe
so
today. I just subscribed when I came before I came in.
yay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
No problem.
She did one dab on that canvas so she did more than one. She did like three.
That's funny.
We're prolonging the live stream to entertain you, okay? But we're doing we're women. We can do multiple things at one time. Is this the? Do you want me to take the internet out in the back alley and have a talk with it?
You're silly.
I don't get it. Okay, wait. I
This
gotta
internet
read
is
it
always
again.
messing up on him. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's always
Okay, because I'm
messing up
like,
on
I don't
him.
get it. And I'm slow with jokes anyway. I will admit that.
It's okay. That's because you're intellect.
I'm telling you,
You're
I
thinking about the joke to a whole
too
nother level.
much, and I'm dissecting. That's what I started with this matrix stuff.
Uh-huh.
Before you came on here, you should have seen me talking to myself, trying to figure out and explain to myself that there is no spoon, and
Lord.
that how he got to the consciousness outside of his logic. And
Lord.
okay. Oh, so we got 84 is in the house. He said he's coming through. And then
Shout
we
out
got
to
Funk
him.
Master still here. He said, "You are starting something special, and this is the beginning of a different 2022." Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I only come with who and what I am. I'm just And then I was hearing consistently, you're weird, you're different. I was like, thank you. That is such a compliment because I don't want to be like you. Okay, let me stop. Not you, but the person who
I
was
know
saying
what you
it.
meant. I know exactly what you meant.
Shout out to Kendrick Lamar in the house in Chicago. Oh, I thought he was
Kendrick is from he's from Cali, but his parents are from his father is from Chicago.
Okay, T, there you go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is he the one that danced? No, that's someone else. Who was y'all talking about on your channel about the artist and the rapper? Bambino? No.
Yeah. Danny Glover.
Yes. Okay, that's what.
So you're talking about it's the same person, Childish Gambino. Oh. That's his rap name.
Oh, this is him too?
No. Kendrick Lamar is somebody else. He's a rapper.
Okay.
Yeah. It's all right. I got you. I got you. What you sipping on?
Water.
I got mine too.
See? Great minds think alike.
You got to keep these fluids right now.
What you say?
You got to keep these fluids going right now with all this sickness out here.
For sure. I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my ish. Well, I hope so. Catch trash can waves, especially if it's trash can waves. Can everybody relate to that? Gotta figure it out, huh?
I said, heck yeah.
Right. That's true, especially from the hood, right? We was talking about that yesterday. I know OG Patrice. Mm-hmm. And we was talking, I was doing a live yesterday about whose job is it to rescue the hood. It was great conversation. Great conversation. Okay, so Funk says he is fine with anyone showing his work to plant seeds. Okay. But we can't. He should put some up here. Oh, are you talking about the cartoon guy? If I can play it. I seen another video I wanted to play. I think that's what you're talking about. As far as showing his work. I hope so. Because I did want to. I don't know if you see Funky. I have them featured like on my page. I figured out a couple of things on my page today. How you can feature certain people you subscribe to. So he is on there. Yeah, I really like him. I'm gonna show it. Support Black artists. Only us will save us. Only we. Okay. Yes. Amen. So true.
Sorry, it was a typo.
Oh, only art will save us. There we go. You know what? I saw a show about when they were saying art. Oh, nothing. It was on Anton's show. He was like, that's ridiculous. We don't need the arts in the school. We need the other stuff. Okay, so anyway, I'm not going to be quoting nobody because I'm bad at quoting. I don't remember stuff. And I twisted the way I heard it and received it, and I could be totally wrong. So
okay,
we're going to erase that part. Don't assume my gender. But yeah. Oh man, okay. You started out girly.
Listen. I've seen him in the comment section, and some of the comments he said, I felt it was safe for me to assume he was a man.
For a man. All right, trash can. Yes, because no woman is going to refer to herself as a trash can. Waves.
It's not even just that.
The comments.
It's the comment. He may know what I'm talking about. I saw a comment he made, and I was like, oh, that gotta be a man.
Hot mess too, huh? Hot mess, yeah. Probably was sexual comment or something, the way she's saying it, I would think. Okay. See, yeah. I know how to read certain things between the line. Look at him looking with the eyes. He got some eyes going on right now. All right, trash can. Laugh out loud. I ain't claiming no sickness. I agree with you. No viral sickness, no nothing.
I have a question.
Here. Yes, I'm listening.
So what made you start this YouTube channel? Because I know you've been in the YouTube space a little bit, and I see you starting a channel and you're doing your thing. I'm subscribed, so I'm gonna get hip to it. So what made you start it?
Thank
And
you.
what made you
So
start it?
initially it wasn't my dream to even be over here. I've been over here, what now, 2.5 months.
Okay.
And desiring to live my purpose. I don't know if you know, I was a trauma ER nurse for over 20 years,
Wow.
and desiring to live my purpose, like it was just eating away at me for years and years. I thought I was going to write books about my life
Yeah.
experiences and what I've been through. And, I attempted it a couple of times, but I'm such a terrible speller. I don't use words very well. So it was a daunting process. And I was like, okay, Lord, but I know it's meant for me to do it. I'm going to do it. So then I was like, you know us, you got to find an easier way. So then I started a podcast, and really, I really wanted to do the books, but then with this new age, how many people really read books nowadays and stuff. So I venture over into podcast the first of this year, and I was only over there 5 weeks, and it just, I don't want to say it blew up, but it blew up for me. Like
Okay.
I had like 500 downloads within the first 3 weeks
Oh,
of
that's a big deal.
yeah, that's what they was, I referred to someone, it's like, oh yeah, that's good. And then so I
That
end
is.
up uploading 16 episodes. Then you see my personality, right? So I'm
Mhm.
like, I'm out here by myself. I need some interaction,
I love
because
it.
they would leave comments, but it was like 4 days later, I would get the comment. They were coming in sporadically and stuff. And then I just started thinking about YouTube, and I said, I was nervous. I said, I'm just going to come over here and give it a try. And it was really like that. So my
Okay.
purpose is to share, like I was saying, like my life experience. Only child. My mom put me out at 18, and I went into the world just learning from life experience. So I've never had a mentor, never had anyone. People, like, they'll call me naive and stuff, which, okay, I'll take that, because I only know what I've been exposed to. I've
Right.
never been around someone who taught me things and stuff like that. So I do this because I'm open enough to share my experience, to hopefully encourage, inspire another woman. You're not the
Yeah.
only one. I
Yeah.
didn't been through some things, and I
Mhm.
got tough skin. They be talking about me in those chats. I'd be like, I don't know you. I really don't. You say what you want. I don't even know you. So
Wow.
yeah, so that's why, and mainly my faith in Christ
Okay.
is really the foundation of it.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So as somebody who is more on the intellect, do you think using your channel is um you think that you could possibly, with your experience, bring in a perspective of connecting dots with younger women and being someone of an older age?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is one of the things, because I'm not ashamed. Like, if I don't
Mhm.
know
That's something
something,
I noticed.
bam, come on, teach me. I'm not even close to putting out there that I know everything, or even close to it. Like, I was talking to Stole My Thunder,
Mhm.
and I'm like, I don't know what the continents are. She told me the continents. When she came on first thing tonight, I said, next time I see you, I'm going to recite the 7 continents to you. And I did. I said it right on here. I was talking to OG Patrice,
Mhm.
and she was discussing different things politically. And I admitted to her, I'm like, I have never, I don't know too much about the political scene. I never even voted into Barack Obama. I never even thought
Mhm.
about it in any sense of the word. So I'm that type of person, to where I'll put it out there. Let's learn. I love learning, and there's no shame, type of thing. So going back to what you said, I am that type of person, like, when that manosphere, and I think that's why it was kind of driving me crazy, because
Mhm.
it wasn't making sense. The talk just wasn't making sense, and it seemed like everybody was regurgitating the same thing, and I
Okay.
was trying to understand. this individual's opinion and why you think the way you think.
Okay.
But then the response I would hear is what everybody else is saying. I'm like, y'all all think exactly alike, So that was, and then of course they attacked me. Oh, well, I don't care. You probably didn't hear this part. My first time ever camming up, KS came for me, and that's what really I went viral. Yes,
I saw it.
Yes, wasn't that a hot mess?
He did what he usually do, and I think that conversation, I don't know how you necessarily took it, but I think that conversation really did show me how transparent you are, and it did show that you're interesting. that it showed that a lot, that you are definitely interesting. And then when I started to see that she was popping up even more, I was just like, okay, so she has a lot to say, and she has a personality. So I'm like, okay, personality, a lot to say. Let's see what's to it. You know what I mean? Let's see what it is that she can bring when it comes to these certain conversations. Now, well, one thing I did want to ask you, do you regret, or are you more interested in politics when it came to, you said you never voted until you were 50. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know your age.
That's okay. I was a little bit younger than 50 when Barack Obama. It was the first time.
Right. Okay. Barack Obama. That's what I was trying to say. But Barack Obama, I'm so sorry. But Barack Obama was your first time, right? And
yes.
So did you feel did you feel some kind of embarrassment? How did you feel about that being your first time really getting into politics?
I truly felt like I thank the Lord for that opportunity to even get me interested in it. Okay. Because prior I had no interest, because I truly, for one, it was never taught or promoted in my home, but I truly thought they're going to put whatever next white man they want in there anyway. My one little vote is not going to make a difference, because at that point it was like I was thinking, bless you, they'll get whoever.
You can hear me? Lord.
I saw the action in my peripheral. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was thinking. But then when I see this elegant Black man come up here and talk so well, I did take more of an interest to learn a little bit. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't digging all into it, but I wanted to be a part of that.
Okay.
I really wanted to be a part of that. And I did try to understand. But the way my mind worked, I need an origin. I need a genesis to start. And I can't, like, I will never, I don't come in the middle of a movie. That would drive me crazy. And everyone knows that. Don't even tell me about a movie and I won't come in the middle. I need a genesis, because I need to understand. I need to have that foundation to build upon this knowledge. So that was my struggle with politics, but that was my introduction. And then after that, I was very much into it when it came to Hillary Clinton and Trump. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, "Ooh, this stuff is crazy," and I kind of got turned off. And it just seemed like a circus. It just seemed, is this what it really is? So, but no, I did not feel embarrassed. And no, I just shared it. And my cousin was very disappointed. She's a pharmacist. And how can you be a professional? She gave me the riot act. And I just looked at her. I'm like, I'm sure there's some things you haven't done. So,
right. Listen. Okay.
right.
People will try to, Lord. Anyway, right. I think one of the things I think is interesting is hey Queen. I think one of the things that is interesting is that I think a lot of people, their first time voting was Barack Obama. And I gotta ask, do you vote during your local elections?
Okay, so I'm glad you asked that. I didn't know about those things per se
Okay.
until I talked to Patrice the other day, because she was talking about ADOS, and we was really getting involved in that conversation. And then my question for her was, what could people, that don't have that education or that knowledge, what can we do on a more personal level to see some tangible results, to keep us excited, to keep us motivated? And then she started recommending those local efforts, and going to like the town hall meetings, and going to the things that right in your community.
Mm-hmm.
And I must say, even though I've seen it on movies,
Mm-hmm.
I want to say I didn't think it was true, like it happened like that, because on movies they always show it like it's in the 70s or the 80s in our old movies. To me, they don't show it nowadays. Nowadays, you go on to court because you're going to jail for something, and things like that. And that's where the congressman is, and different things like that. Not that it's an excuse, but that was, I never even thought about that until she just mentioned it to me the other day. 2 nights ago, actually, she was on my live.
Okay, I'm glad she mentioned it to you, because I think one of the biggest mistakes that people in general make is that they make a big hoopla out of the presidential election, not realizing the local election is what really gets the presidential election, is what really affects the presidential election, because the president ultimately vetoes and passes the laws and the bills and things of that sort. Everyone else, I forgot which legislative, because I'm not that well versed, but I do know the locals is important.
Yeah.
They make we as the people can ask for certain things. The next level, and this is where a little bit of my lack of knowledge is going to come in, but the next level comes in and writes the bills, which I think is the Congress. I don't know. Somebody in the comment probably gonna tell me.
But look, we're having the conversation,
right,
which is
so important. So what I'm saying is, like,
absolutely,
you do the local, because the people that does the local brings in the people that make the laws to go for the president to pass a veto. And then on top of that, if the law isn't federal, there's certain laws. Cheers, Tracy. But it's certain laws that only are specific to your state or your and things of that sort. So to pay attention to something that affects America may be important, but certain things don't affect you that may not affect me. Me being a Chicagoan is different than you see California on my chest. What California has to go through, I don't have to go through. They have the 3-strike law. We don't have that in Illinois, so that's not something we worried about. Right? Exactly. So that's not something we worry about. So it's that's why it's important to pay attention to your locals, because your local
office
laws and office, because what affects you don't affect me on some cases. Now, some things are federal law, like they made it federal that everybody can smoke, right? Not every state has legalized it. You can go to, we just got ours last year. Illinois just got ours. We just got ours in the beginning of 2020 or the end of 2020. So
yeah,
it doesn't affect everybody when they make those certain federal laws. Your state has to make a certain law, in order for it to happen. So your local law it matters. It matters.
That's what she was saying too about reparations. She was saying specifically in California that is on the table. That is something that's already being discussed here. So that is one of the things that she was saying, and she was breaking it down like you are now. So it does matter that you get involved in your community.
Yeah.
When we was talking about is it our responsibility to rescue our hood, and that was one of the part of the conversation that we was having. And and then that's like me. You know how people will say I have it's some word they use, like I have no humility or no shame or whatever. That's
Yeah.
me. I'm the one in that classroom where I don't care if y'all think I'm dumb or not. I'm about to ask these questions because I need to understand.
Yeah.
And that's always been me. And then sometimes they be thinking, like, when I go up here and I say certain things, a lot of people be thinking I'm lying. Like, it was a conversation that I didn't know who the girl, the hoe was in high school. I'm like, I didn't have no clue who the hoe was.
You did?
I really didn't. Not look, see, look. No, I didn't.
Girl, I knew who my school hoe was.
That's what they kept saying.
Everybody knew who the school hoe
was
was.
saying he couldn't believe it. I said, I have no clue. I said, well, maybe it was me since I didn't know.
Oh my God.
I did, but I had no clue who the hoe was, and things like that. So I was just like, okay. But I'm sorry, Miss Queen Forever 2K21. Thank you so much for coming over here, having the discussion with me and Sheree. No, wait. I know it's Ray at the end. Sheree. Me and Sheree. I appreciate it. See, I got to remember. You see how I went to the Ray at the end? I said Sheree. B Chicago. So what's going on, Queen? And thank you. This is your second time coming up on my platform. I
no
really
problem.
appreciate
we said we was about to roll over because we was on Sheree, and she said, let's go. I said, I'm waiting. I'm ready to go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
Not much. Just trying to get through the night. I work a lot of double. So I work Sunday to Thursday, so I try to meal prep for the week. So I got to think about it. And I meal prep breakfast, lunch, and dinner for a few days. So like almost the whole week for me and my husband. So I'm cooking tonight because I ain't cooking tomorrow.
Yeah, I remember you was talking about that.
Yeah, so I'm really excited. I made some, I forgot the lady's name, but my husband sends me recipes, that he wants me to try. And I made some Alfredo sauce with cauliflower, onions, and mushrooms. So it's like no Alfredo sauce. It's so good. And Parmesan
It sounds
cheese.
good.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I put it in the blender. I was like, okay, I'm doing my
thing. Wait. What you put in the blender?
Cauliflower. I did cauliflower instead of the Alfredo sauce.
Oh, I take that back. That don't sound too good. I thought you were saying you took the Alfredo and you put it over the cauliflower.
No, but it is. It is good. It's not as salty or sugary as the other one, but I'm telling you, if I cook something and you try, you be like, you won't even know you're missing it. But we're just trying to be healthier. I gotta be healthy in these streets because these streets, they'll run you over.
Well,
You must have flavored that thing for real. Because cauliflower does not have flavor.
It's also the Parmesan cheese and garlic.
Okay.
So it is I have fresh Parmesan cheese in there, and you put it in the blender, and then you use a little bit of gotta try. I see your face, but you gotta try. No, it's all good. I understand.
It does.
I understand, but you have to try. You have to be open to try. Like even when I make lasagna, I don't use ricotta cheese. I use cottage cheese. And I put spinach in there. I roll Parmesan cheese and I make rolls. And you would not be able to, my father is totally from Mississippi, New Orleans. He was like, yo, baby, I love your lasagna. So, you just got to try stuff. You got to.
And you use cottage cheese.
Yeah, instead of ricotta cheese to cut out the fat.
Huh.
Yeah.
Amen.
You gotta just try different things. You just, gotta.
I agree with that, but I need a cook to do that.
Yeah.
And then to present it to me, and then I will try it. But for me to go to the store and say, okay, I'm putting some cottage cheese in here, you know what I mean? Because my mind is already thinking this cottage cheese is going to be watery. My mind is already going to other places.
And I add spinach to it. So it's a spinach cottage cheese lasagna roll. Because, when you eat lasagna, you normally don't eat your vegetables, right? So you just add it all in there. Yeah. Just add it all in there.
Okay.
I've made sweet potato and broccoli, not in the same, but brownies. Like,
wait, brownies?
Yeah, you make it brownies and you add sauteed sweet potatoes or broccoli, like to kids. I don't know if you know Jerry Seinfeld, his wife made a cookbook, and I forgot what it's called, but it's basically she made things that her kids would eat, but getting them to eat more vegetables. And so what she did was she took the cookbook to and she made it for, like, I don't want to say preschoolers. And these kids they were like, what's your worst vegetable? And this one kid's like, I hate broccoli. Broccoli's disgusting. And he was eating a cookie made with broccoli. And he could not tell. He was like, this is broccoli. He said, well, this is delicious. So you just got to think about it, You just got to add your little twist. And then
I'm like that little kid. If you give it to me without telling me.
That's right. So, you got to be secret gadget with you, huh? And And I made I'm making banana cinnamon pancakes.
Now
that sounds good.
Yeah.
But I said I will fly for.
And you don't need no sugar, no syrup, because I add a little bit of honey in it. Sometimes I add vanilla extract, and you don't need nothing else with it. So I'm just trying to do one meal at a time. I call it.
That's I'm impressed. I really am. I started doing that. See, I admit I'm that type of person where I like it a little bit easier. It can't be too much, that I gotta do and change. So I did try that intermittent fasting.
Okay.
And that was really easy. And actually, it is really true about you feel better, more active. The weight was just melting off. Mm-hmm. But it's hard when I got my 17-year-old son who eats all day long and I got to cook. And I don't believe in wasting food. So
right.
I don't know what that means. But no, I really do like that. And I truly believe here soon the Lord is going to bless me with a nutritionist, a cook in my house. So y'all just believe that with me, and I will post it with the day that it happens. Because I'm proud of you. That's discipline.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
So
I love it too.
On the weekends, I don't cook for us. We eat out on the weekends because I meal prep for the week.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
So that's my incentive. And I actually enjoy making the recipes, he finds. Because I know he's going to eat it if he looked it up, right?
True.
And the worst feeling is to cook something and he don't like it. So I know if he picked it out, and I feel good when I come home and it's like gone. Like by Thursday, there's no food in his house. Because he ate everything, like scraping the containers. He even eats my food that I'm supposed to take to work. He's like, well, I saw another serving, so it was good. I'm like, hey, eat it up, baby. Eat it up.
Oh, that is so good. That is
that's what I'm doing.
My thing is, and I was just thinking about this. My son wanted me to make chicken parmesan, right? Yeah. So, and I'm not really a person that cooks from a recipe, and I'm sure Sheree would know what I'm about to say. I overthought every step. with the measuring and how to prepare it. But to me, it came out pretty good. So then I was comfortable. I tried to do it again, which, it came out so good. I enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
My son, though, for whatever reason, I think he tastes the difference in the way that our animals are grown and however it's processed. Because I'll tell you for sure, the last 2 years, he's become very sensitive to the taste of it. And he's like, it just doesn't taste right. And he'll eat everything around except for the meat. And I just been thinking about that because it was like an abrupt change, because he used to be a total just meat and potatoes guy. That's it. Yeah. But he said, I don't like the taste of it. It tastes weird. And, I think that really has something to do with it. But, maybe it's just hormones. I don't know. But I think it is. And we're not even going to get on that subject because I can really get started about things. And we're having too much fun.
We only shop at certain grocery stores now.
Yeah, that too.
And it's crazy because one day my husband was doing something, so he's like, "Oh, you can just run to the store. I'll be here by the time you're done." I was like, "Okay." So I went in one store near where he was at, and he was like, he called me. He said, "You ready?" And I was like, "Well, I'm at so and so." He was like, "What are you doing there?" And I said, "Well, I was picking up some." He said, "We don't shop there no more." I was like, "You are bougie." I was like, "Okay, let me." He was like, "No, please don't buy anything from that store." I was like, "All right, well, okay, well, it's cheaper." But he was like, "I don't care." I was like, "All right."
So true.
So anyway,
I'm gonna be real. There's certain things that I do not buy. That I do not like. I don't care how much. I don't care. My circumstances does not dictate what kind of certain things I purchase. Toilet tissue is one of them. I'm forever going to spend money on toilet tissue. I don't care. I could be eating ramen noodles because of how bad it is.
Yes.
But I'm still spending that extra dollar on the more expensive toilet tissue. I don't care.
Cotton is good. You don't want to have the crumbs all up in your booty. You can't do that.
You have paper cuts from some of this toilet tissue.
Man, I do not care. We are spending the money.
Can you drop the link in the chat again so I can come up? Because I can't come up with my phone, but I can from my computer.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I can. Did I miss that in one of the comments? Y'all was coming with the comments so quick, and I'm trying to attend to my guest here. The sister, I can multitask, but I got to learn and get a little bit better at it.
It's okay. It's a process, girl. You got to, what do you know? Once you learn your process of how you want to run your show, then you will understand it. Because it also takes a little second. So I already have some type of experience with it, with being a host. So I was able to come in with the mentality already. So it's going to be a process. It's okay. When you listen, take the punches, and the hell, even sometimes the more punches you take, it just makes it better, because what you start to learn even more what not to do. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And how to run your show. So girl, listen. Just keep it going. You got plenty of personality. You are hella interesting. And
thank you.
And I think you're gonna be great. So
thank you. I appreciate that so much. I see you were a broadcaster, huh?
Yes, I used to work for a major radio station here in Chicago. So wow. I chose to leave. That was my choice. Because I felt that traditional radio was not me. That's probably the artist side of me that just couldn't get with it, because artists got to be able to create, and you really can't create too much in traditional radio. Radio is just selling. That's what radio is. It's a seller. So yeah.
Hey, Funk in the house. What's going on, my brother?
How you guys doing?
That's my
I'm
guy.
doing all right. I wanted to kind of get back onto the topic and plant the seed for the what is real life?
Appreciate it.
No, not a problem. You guys are rocking. My children will be here in about an hour, and I wanted to create something different than Christmas. So I just finished it. I've taken about 80 different art pieces, and I put them in the woods for us to go walk and see. It's very important to speak to your elders in the native culture. And I feel that if you are having journeys in the woods, it plants that seed. I had that growing up in Oklahoma, exploring just for exploring. And I think that a lot of us are forgetting that that's truly important for the youth to do, to get out the matrix, to go out in nature and to see beauty in it, whether it's rain, whether it's sleet, whether it's mist, whether it's fog. That's where the magic is. That's where the real world is. And a lot of our youth are picking up that the real world is what you show on this metaverse, in this society that has been created online, that is not ever tapping into your soul. It taps into your facade. It taps into your ego. It's important to have a balance. And that's why I'm trying to create something that's counter for every holiday that's celebrated on this side from the oppressors. I have to create something that's more fun, more entertaining, and something that will, as they get older, give them an option to not partake in what the most of society will be partaking in. So I just wanted to plant that seed because, again, if you change the youth, the elders will follow in shame. And I just don't feel that the elders will lead this. We must get the youth and reach them through creativity and reach them through their passion and then uplift them to the front. And then we just support and hold them up because we can't do it. We're too toxic. Stay amazing.
Thank you. Appreciate that so much. You know, since he said that, was, excuse me, guys. It was so, I was thinking back, and my mom, like, I don't celebrate holidays, and it's not because of, people will ask me, is it that I'm Jehovah's Witness, but nothing like that. I just, truly my thinking, this is really my thinking. I'm like, why am I allowing some calendar to tell me when, who, how to celebrate or appreciate or do anything? So I've been that way for a long time. But I can remember growing up, and my mom told me I couldn't have been no more than 10, maybe 8. I don't know. And she said I ruined Christmas for her because I was asking her questions about Christmas and, you know, supposedly, how did this get here? And she was trying to explain the best way she could. And I said, that just doesn't make any sense to me. And I said, so I don't believe it. I don't believe someone is, you know, she's like, you're just ruining Christmas for me. And I was like, how am I ruining it for you? She's like, because I set all of this up and you're telling me, I think this was the night before, and you're telling me you don't believe it. I said, I don't. That doesn't make any sense. And then I know, right? And then so the tooth, everything went out the window for me because I'm like, it just wasn't logic. It didn't make any sense to me. And so she's like, the next year, she said, just pretend with me because I'm an only child, you know. And I said, okay. And I couldn't. I'm like, no, Ma, you put this is from Santa Claus. I'm like, where he at? I want to see him. You know, how did he get this here and stuff? And then even now with my kids, I never taught them to believe in any Santa Claus. And I told my son, he was the first one, they're 3 years apart. And I did, don't get me wrong. So my son is 17. I've maybe done 3 traditional type Christmas because I wanted, you know, to have some pictures of the tree and do the gifts and this, that, and that. But when my daughter and my son was younger, I told them, I said, there is no such thing as a Santa Claus. I am not going to lie to you. You can't never say your mama lied to you. And then I forgot to tell them, don't go to school and say nothing. My son was fine, but it was my daughter. So some girl came and told her Santa Claus brought her something. She said, no, Santa Claus ain't real. And so I had to tell my daughter, I said, this between us. Some people believe in it, you know, and different things like that. But even Thanksgiving, none of these holidays that I've never brought my kids up in that tradition of things. And then my daughter, especially Halloween. And then my daughter said to me last year, she asked could she get dressed up. I would never would. And then last year I let her get dressed up because she had to tell me why she was going to wear what she was going to wear and why is she doing this? Is it, you know, for whatever reason, which it made sense to me and I agree. Then after the thing, she said, well, when I become a mother, if I become a mother, my kids are celebrating Halloween. And I said, you have that right. But I said, you my child, and you ain't gonna celebrate, this in my house, and things like this. And we joke about it and stuff. But I just can't get with that, and then it's so sad that Christmas time, it's so salacious, it's just so over the top with selling. It's like, okay, wait, what's the meaning of Christmas? And it just pisses me off to where I can't with nothing. But I just wanted to go off on that little tangent. That is I don't celebrate no holidays in the tradition. Now, don't get me wrong, everybody. If you invite me over your house for Thanksgiving, I'm coming over and I'm going to eat. I'm going to be respectful. So don't get me wrong. I'm not going to be, what is that miser or that guy at Christmas time? He's all mean. I'm not going to be the Grinch. I'm not going to be that way.
Yeah.
I will be joyous and I will come, but I'm just not going to cook. I'm not going to celebrate it. So that's just my views. Hi, Miss OG Patrice. How are you, my love? I feel so honored now. You said for 100% you wasn't going to cam up today. I appreciate you and I thank you for coming on this platform once again. How are you?
I'm good. How you beautiful ladies doing?
Good.
Thank you.
Good. Shout out to my homegirl, Sheree V. Chicago up in the building.
Right.
Hey, lady, how you doing?
I'm good. What's up, Queen?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I was just listening to your story, Kaya. It's so funny because I think I stopped celebrating holidays probably about 6-7 years ago. And when you raised under a tradition, right, with family like your whole life, it's like breaking up with your family, right? So I had to literally sit down and have a conversation with my family, and it's like, yo, I'm not going to no longer celebrate holidays. I feel exactly like you, Kaya. I was like, I am tired of society. I'm tired of the system telling me and dictating to me when I should celebrate, when I should spend my money, how I should spend it, on who I should spend it, and all of that. And just the whole commercialism of it, right? Like how literally we can get caught up in the commercialism and having a stress on us of spending money that we really know we don't have or shouldn't be spending. Like real talk, you know what I mean? Because you like trying to go bend over backwards to please people, like go out your way. And I got grandkids, you know what I mean? And it was like some grandkids wanted something that cost a lot more expensive than the other. And it was like, well, you bought them this, Nana, and that cost, and I was like, you know what? I set my son down. I set the mothers down. I was like, how about I'm not buying no grandkids, nothing for Christmas. I said, now I will do something on my own recognizant, and I will do birthdays. Let me spend my money when I want to spend it, how I want to spend it, and on who I want to spend it. Nobody gets to dictate to Nana when she want to spend her money. When it's one of my particular grandkids' birthday, it is about them. Period. It's about them. But other than that, I'll send them something just because. But I will no longer fall under to that dictatorship. Because listen, it was breaking me, it was stressing me, and I was just done. And of course, it took my family a minute to get over it, but they cool with it now. And I tell them, not only that, I don't even want to accept gifts. Don't give me any. I don't want none. Birthday, cool. I'll do for that. But that's none of the rest of the stuff. So
I did the same thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sheree.
I was gonna say, I think that's something that I kind of lean on too. I lean more on birthdays and New Year's. Those are the two holidays that I kind of lean on to, because it just means, to me, it means a new. So if it means that's a fresh. So New Year's is a new year for the world, and then birthdays is a new for personal to you personally, right? So that's why I celebrate those, and I tend to agree when it comes to like the holidays, because I was like, it can't be by chance that all these holidays are back to back towards the end of the year like that. Like the bigger ones. I mean, as soon as Halloween come, it's always like money, 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 money. And it's like crazy. And then people will go broke just to celebrate these holidays. And it's like, and then I think that's another reason why I think it may be a strategic thing too, because if you think about it, right after that, it's tax season. And you got to get that money you lost right back. So you better do your taxes. Otherwise, you take that L. You get what I'm saying? If you're the average person, the everyday person, because certain people don't do taxes because there's a certain way to do taxes, not the way that everybody the vast majority of people do taxes wrong. However, it exists and we have to deal with it. I think we just need to educate ourselves on how to really do it. But yeah, so I think, hey, I will say this. What I do enjoy out of all these holidays, to be honest with you guys, what I take from them is time to be able to sit at a table with family that you typically don't see and be able to enjoy each other's company. So that's what I do look forward to. I do look forward to the family that you don't typically see. Now, a lot of the family that I typically eat with, I see anyway. But when you do see those pop-ups that you don't see all the time, I take that with it. I love it.
Yeah, and I even got pushed back at first. I don't know if you guys experienced this, Kaya, maybe you, and maybe Sheree, if you all no longer celebrate them. But I got a little pushback even from my job. Like they literally was having an attitude because I wasn't like celebrating, how they want to have a Christmas party and the Secret Santas and stuff like that. And I was like, I don't get down like that. And then, legally, they don't have a right to ask you why, because it could be your religion. It could be whatever reason, but how a certain sector of people are. They like, why you don't celebrate a holiday? Why you da-da-da-da-da? And I'm like, because it's my personal choice. It has nothing to do with no religion, no spirituality, or it's my personal choice. I just choose to not fall into the commercialism of it and the capitalism of it anymore. I say, because at the end of the day, who ends up in a lot of debt, in the hole, in the red is me. I said it, I'm no longer going to let this be dictated to me as to when I should spend my money. And that's my personal choice. And all of it, baby, listen, you get pushback from certain realm of people in the workplace because you don't fall under that tradition, So I said, look, I'm not going to do the Secret Santa. Look, I'm not going to do the Christmas party. Look, I'm not going to do the grab bag. Look, I'm not going to do it, So you kind of be that person that's like, sort of like the black sheep of the families, you the black sheep in the workplace type of scenario. So that's been my experience. What about you ladies?
Well, I'll tell you, the last Christmas that I celebrate, we did it big because I knew it was going to kind of be the last one. The kids are older. My daughter was 12 or 13 or something like that. My son was 15. However, that wasn't the problem. So, your kids develop these best friends. So it's 3 of them, 3 girls. My daughter, 2 white girls. So, and they've been friends all for years. So one of the mothers contacted me and said, oh, the girls are going to exchange no more than $25, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, no problem. Because sometimes they might give her a little trinket. I don't do those things. But anyway, so they came over my house for Christmas because I did it big. The tree to the ceiling, everything. So the girls went, and me, you know how I am, Sheree. I went, I thought about each of these 2 little girls' personality. I took my time. Me and my daughter picked out what I thought that they would like. I got as close to 25 as I could purposely, So we get to the point we opening up gifts and they open up theirs. It's all, blah, blah, blah. And then my daughter opened up hers. I was like, I know y'all lying. I said out loud, I sure did. I said, I know y'all lying. And then I was like, see, this is why I don't do this. I kind of felt I was being taken advantage of anyway, but I didn't want to be that way. So, of course, my aunt was there, Kaya, so I let it go. So what they did is, and I kid you not, I got them something according to what I think they were like. My daughter, she is very shy, quiet, introvert. You kind of will know her personality. If I tell you, and they were bold enough to leave the price on $4.99, and it's not about the price. It is not. My aunt kept saying, I can't believe you're worried about the price. It's not the price, but it is the price. You didn't even take the time. And this was your idea. I was hot. I was so hot. I was like, okay, Lord, you got to work with me on this, but this isn't right. Because I really felt I was being taken advantage of at that moment. I said, see, that's why I don't do this little bull crap stuff and all of this. And I said, that's exactly why. Because people want to use you. And this was the second time. So this I really felt stupid because it was a birthday thing and it kind of went the same way. So I'm like, nope, never again. I'm done. And that's not the reason why I don't want if someone's coming in late now. That's not the reason why I don't celebrate these things. I never really have since before I had kids. But I was hot. I just wanted to share that.
And Kaya, can we just admit that, our people have fallen into a lot of the foolery when it comes to the after sales, after Christmas sales, the Black Fridays, the Cyber Mondays, like and all the craziness that goes on when you standing outside at early in the morning and you rushing in these doors and y'all literally knocking each other over and fighting over items and like can we just be real about that part of it though?
Oh Lord, that's the most dumb thing in the world. And I'm like, y'all don't even just think they raised the price before we even got here. You're not watching it every day. And now they're telling you they bringing it down. Yeah, they bringing it down from them raising it up. I ain't even watched it. That's just common sense to me. So I can't.
Sheree, I left my email in the back chat. Make sure you get it and email me. I got something I want to talk to you about a show.
You see it, Sheree?
Yeah. I hit my mute. I forgot. But anyway, I see it. I'm about to write it down. I got you. All right. I do want to share one story real quick. It's more of my mom's story, but when she told me, I was like, Lord have mercy when she told me the story. But it's what happened with. I used to live in Kentucky on a military base when my father was in the military. He was in the Army, and we was in Kentucky. So what they did, so we lived on a what they call Jesus, I don't want to say the wrong word. It's not what the hell? I know this word, but I don't know why it's like not hitting my head right now. But anyway, so where it's the end of the block. It hits a U corner and it's in the block. We had at the end. So what is that called?
Cul-de-sac. Cul-de-sac. You don't hear me? Oh, she froze. Okay.
I think she's freezing. Yeah, it's cul-de-sac.
Cul-de-sac. Okay, she'll come back around.
Yeah.
And then Queen, I know you were trying to say something. And please feel free after Sheree finished. Cul-de-sac, Sheree.
What happened to Jess? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Oh, am I not there?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear both of you all. I can hear you both.
Okay, all right. I don't know what happened to Jess.
I'm right here.
Okay. So what happened was my mom, right? Living in, okay, we can hear you. Good. As long as we can hear you. So so I was talking, so my mom, it was during a Halloween time, right? And then this military base, it was majority white folks in this military base. And when everybody was talking about Halloween and getting costumes and all this other stuff, she said the white people got so distraught at the fact that she was not going to dress me up in any Halloween costume. Like she said the way they came off is that she was a bad mother just because she's not going to dress me up in any Halloween costume, to the point she just did it just so she won't get the,
Yep, that's what they
the
do though.
backlash or whatever living in particular areas. So I was like, what? Just because she won't put me in a costume? Like that's weird to me. I think to dictate what somebody does with their kid that doesn't on who they're gonna be as a person, like that's not mandatory. Halloween is not mandatory. Like now, if she was talking about she was gonna snatch me out of school because she just don't think education is important, then okay, we talking. But it's just a Halloween costume. It is not serious at all. That's
That's their
crazy.
number one holiday. Absolutely, the number one holiday and the most profitable one. Queen, did you have something you were trying to say earlier? I believe.
I was gonna say I love the holidays.
Amen.
I mean, I knew who bought my gifts. You know, I know who did it. You know, I know when I got that, that backpack, my mama talked to the teachers at the school and I ain't getting nothing else, you know, but I love holidays. I love them. And it was 6 of us. But the one thing my mother taught me, I watched her silently, is that we were like the family on the block that everyone came to the house, like literally from like 8 o'clock in the morning. There was a group of somebody coming by to say hi, doing something. And my mom thoughtfully had something under the tree for everyone who walked in my door. And she knew what to get these people. Like she didn't just have like throwaway gifts, like alcohol or something else. It was thoughtful to everyone, even the kids. And that's I would always say, why you got all these toys for them? Where all my toys? But it was funny. But I love the holidays. My family would get together and it'd be like 20 adults upstairs, and it was, all my cousins who were the same age, and we would always perform. So we would, because I grew up going to dancing school, and we always had all these costumes, me and my sisters, and so we would do routines and then charge them to come downstairs and watch us perform, and then we would go to the movies and the movies and everything the rest of the week with the money we earned. So I enjoyed the holidays. But yeah.
That is so good. My mom was totally a holiday person. So for my kids, she would do Easter and all these things. So they did get, the experience from her perspective and things, which was really good for them. But they knew I didn't. And my mom, one year I can remember her asking me, I think I did my first Christmas with the kids, and she's like, no, you got to put from Santa. I said, Ma, there is one thing that I will never have my kids think, that some white man then bought them something that I worked my hard butt for 13 hours. They're not going to think. And I said, the thing of it is, Ma, you don't even have a black Santa. You got a white Santa.
Exactly.
I said, I can't. I will not. And I told my kids, so she gave them a gift that said from Santa. I looked at them. I said, ain't no white man bought you nothing. I said, don't even think. They were too young to know what I was talking about. My mom, she hates. She just looked at me. She's like, oh, I can't, but you not know. I worked. I did this. I went to work and I bought it. I would tell my kids. But yeah.
My mom had all our gifts, like, I want to say like in July. Like, I don't know where she hid them, because I was inch eye private eye. I could find anything anywhere. But when Christmas came, it was like, where all this stuff come from? She was like, don't worry about all that. So it was like, she didn't do the Black Friday. She didn't do the after Christmas sale. We got everything beforehand. But yeah.
I
like more so the hand gifts from my dad. I liked when he made me something versus buying me something.
Yeah.
He made me Well, he messed up one year,
Oh,
and I
Sheree,
had to
you're
talk.
freezing, love.
Oh yeah.
I had to talk to him about
There you go.
his mess up. So he bought me a Barbie home and office, and I told him, Barbie, she don't work, and I got 6 Barbie dolls, so that means you made 5 of my Barbie dolls homeless, and that ain't gonna work out for me. So I don't think that's right that you made my dolls homeless. So I went to my cousin's house, and when I came home, he he built a 3-story dollhouse with an elevator for me. And he was like, he put it in like our playroom, and he was like, hey, Queen, there's something downstairs for you. And I went downstairs, and I said, I hope you and Santa had a talk about that home and office. And so when I went there, I was like, my Barbie doll's got a place to live. Oh, that was the
That's
best
true.
gift ever, man.
See, at least you had their shelter in mind, their income. You was thinking ahead. That's good. Protecting them.
Yeah,
I know that was so
my,
cute.
my Barbie. I told him, I was like, we need to talk. And it was always like a bunch of people at the house. And my mother I think they just kind of was like, I don't know what's wrong with this little girl, but let's just entertain her. And I was like, Daddy, I know you're an intelligent man, but I think you misread something on my list. You and Santa need to talk, because I've been a good girl. I haven't done anything in school. I got good grades. And I said, nowhere on this list does it say home and office. I said I wanted a Barbie dream house because I knew she was going to have roommates and they needed a place to live. So, yeah. But anyway, I think they were like, whatever. So.
That's funny. That's funny. To be like, you was their mama before you was like.
Exactly.
Like, Mama Queen got some things to say, okay? And Mama Queen needs to make sure her babies is good. Uh-huh.
That's right. You ain't going to put my babies in the shelter.
I know that's right, Lord. No. I was gonna say though, I think a lot of times when like I understand the imagination when it comes to some of these holidays, when it comes to kids, because I think kids need to keep their imagination as long as possible. And I think in a more realistic way, because when they start hitting certain ages. So I think when your kids start asking you questions about the holidays, it's time to be real. They start asking questions. No longer can Santa be fake. Santa is real now because they're asking questions. So answer truthfully, because
that part.
Nobody wants for that.
So how do you come back and tell the truth after you didn't lie to your kids and you didn't raise your kids to tell the truth all the time? Those kids got something to stand on now and be like, wait, hold up. All these years.
No, but it's never a conversation though. I don't think.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking.
One moment I believed in Santa, but then one minute I knew he wasn't real. So it was kind of like no one ever had a conversation with me and said, oh, the Tooth Fairy fake, or I know the Tooth Fairy wasn't real, because there's no way in hell somebody with wings is going to fly in my room and steal anything from underneath my pillow without me waking up. So that's first.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I think I just knew, like, it wasn't a conversation.
Yeah,
I had questions.
I think, but see, that's why I said that, because it's like some kids really do be having questions. I think at one point I asked my mom, I said, Mama, because I think I had caught her, like, she plugged up the PlayStation and stuff. She had bought us a PlayStation one time for Christmas. And this is when me and my mama had our conversation about Santa. And I was like, Ma, what's up with the PlayStation being all plugged up and stuff like this? Ain't that supposed to be ours? And she was like, yeah, me and Santa was playing. I looked at her, I said,
No, she did not. No, she did not.
I like that.
Damn.
That's something I would say.
I said, Mom, I was up. I didn't hear nobody come in and out the house. So what you mean, Santa? And so she was like, yeah. I said, because we had a chimney, but our chimney it's a
I was
blocked
ready to
off.
say, did she tell you Santa came down the chimney?
I was like, Ma, I said, I know he ain't come down the chimney because we had a blocked off chimney because he can't come through. She was like, yeah, he comes through the front door of homes without chimneys. So I was like, Ma, I was like, Ma, you do realize I'm old enough to know that Santa Claus is not real. So I know that you and Santa didn't come around and do this, right? So she's going along with it for a little bit. And then she goes and looked at me. She said, I know you don't know Santa's real. I just had to keep messing with you. She did this whole
you already know black mamas and black families know how to be very creative with them stories.
Exactly. Listen, Santa Claus, and thank you for having me on, Just Kaya. What's going on, Sheree? Hey, OG Patrice. Hey, Queen. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I'm gonna tell you the truth about Santa.
Hey,
okay?
What's going on? Knowledge and relationships. What's good, brother? What's good?
How you doing, sister? What's going on? Listen, I'm gonna tell you the truth about Santa Claus. Santa Claus is really a black man, okay? He's black. Okay, his uniform is red, black, and green. Okay, it's not red and white, it's red, black, and green. Okay, he likes soft baked cookies and chocolate milk. All right, when he was younger, he used to like, Black and Miles and Hennessy, but he's too old for that now. So, now he's settled just for the soft baked cookies and the chocolate milk, organic cookies and almond chocolate milk. All right, he likes to be healthy.
So do he live? Do he live the South Pole instead of the North Pole?
No, he actually lives in South Africa.
Oh, South Africa.
Right.
And sometimes his sleigh and all that, when he needs to get it, he has to travel to Egypt through the pyramids to get his sleigh. You know what I mean? And he don't use reindeers. He uses lions. He don't use no reindeers.
That's dope. What was your experience growing up? Knowledge of relationship with the whole Santa Claus thing. What was your experience?
Oh, I thought that's what he was saying. I thought that was his father he was describing. Go for it.
No, wait.
Maybe it was the father.
That's what I thought.
Maybe it's the Holy Father, but nah. I mean, no. My experience with Thanksgiving was this. I was predominantly raised by my mom and my grandparents. My mom would do a lot of creative stuff because she had to work a lot because, it was me and her along with my grandparents, but she had to work a lot. So there was some Christmases, she would always be there in the morning time, but at night she would, Christmas Eve night she'd be working. So around the time she would have to go to work or whatever. So she would always do like 4 to 12, 4 to midnight. That was her shift. I remember it to this day, almost, 25 years later. So she knew that I would wake up, throughout the night as always. She knew my sleep patterns because, of course, she's my mom. So I woke up at 4 in the morning, right? I'll never forget this. This had to be like around 90, 91, around that time. Woke up, and I had given her this list of things I wanted for Christmas. And, I always been on the honor roll most of the time in my life in school, so I knew that at Christmas time I knew what was going on. I was never afraid as a kid that I was going to get what I wanted. My classmates would be afraid. some of my relative kids, they'd be afraid because they knew it was being bad. But me, I knew every Christmas I was going to get what I want. I knew that for sure. But so I wake up and in our home in Brooklyn, you had to, in order to get downstairs, you have to go down a set of stairs, of course. So I use the restroom. I'll never forget this. I use the restroom, and there's a hall light that you hit to go down the stairs. So I hit the hall light, and as I hit the hall light, my mom had lined up all the gifts on the stairs. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I was just so ecstatic. I was so excited. I wasn't too loud because I didn't want to wake up my grandfather in particular because he would get mad. So I had to keep it cool. So, I was expressive. I was super excited. But I opened up my gifts. She had got me a Super Nintendo and she got me the Game Boy. And I was like, I was on top of the world. I was a kid on the block at that point. Could nobody tell me that I was the best kid on that block. Man, I took that Game Boy out, and I mean, ladies, I took the Game Boy out, and whoo, oh my gosh, I played until I fell asleep. Like, and I remember she had
I
got
love hearing stories like this. I love hearing childhood stories of experiences of growing up. That was dope. That's beautiful because whether it was a single mom or a two-parent family home, either some kind of way your parents made it possible, to
yes,
get you for the most part to get you the things that you wanted, you know.
yes, yes. I mean, she always. That's why she worked so hard because she would
Except,
always.
except for my dream house.
We're gonna get to that story in a minute. I don't know if you told that already, but yeah. So yeah, I mean, and I remember she had got me Tetris, and she had got me, I think Super Mario 1 or 2, one of those things. And I'll never forget it. I will never forget that Christmas. I mean, there's other Christmases that were bomb, but I'll never forget that Christmas as a kid. I would say as an adult, my best Christmas would be when I had moved. I was recently, with the person that I've been with for over a decade now. We had just moved into our apartment, and it was my first Christmas just really being like a grown man, being on my own, no roommates, none of that. It was just me, you know what I mean, literally like as a man. And I was able to basically go the Black Friday and buy gifts for like my house. Like I was really an adult at this point. So I bought me a PlayStation 3. I bought me a big screen TV. It was just great to just have that feeling to finally be an adult. Now, I mean, I don't do Black Friday no more because I mean, that's when I was first, as a man. I feel like my first certified Christmas as a man, but that to me was like the best Christmas ever because I felt like as a man, I finally was able to do for myself, like finally. And I think that was like a big deal. So, that was my kid
Yeah,
Christmas.
those are always big accomplishments when you come into adulthood and you get your first place, whether you moving away from out your parents' house or from like sharing a room or apartment with somebody. Like having your first apartment is like the best experience ever because that's your formal stamp of independence, right? And buying your own stuff and paying for your own things. So I remember everybody probably can remember the first time they moved into their first apartment like that. That is like, okay, I'm grown now, I'm doing it, it's all on me. It's scary at the same time, but it's like really, really cool because you coming into your adulthood. I love those stories.
OG Patrice,
I
let me
hated
ask
it.
you this. Let me hold on quick. Hold on. I gotta ask Patrice one question. And now we want to get to your dollhouse story. I definitely do. And I want
No,
to ask
I
the ladies a
already
question.
told
Hold
it.
on. Okay, I want to ask all y'all a question. Okay. Number one, how did it feel when y'all first got your first place as an adult, right? And then two, like, did y'all know that was the place? Because, like, when I picked my places, like, I knew, like, I don't know if it was just God speaking to me. I don't know what it was. But because you would see different places, right? Of course, when you're trying to find a place, you're looking at different apartments and, you're trying to figure it out. But did y'all know that was the place you're going to move into? And how was that feeling? That's my question.
Yeah, like for me, it was bittersweet. Like I said, I was branching out from my mom's nest because with me being a teen mother and branching out on my own to get my first place for me and my son, and I was so young, uh, right out of high school. And I remember just being really scared, having the butterflies in my stomach. But at the same time, I was getting help, from my family. So they gave me, a housewarming. So I didn't have to like buy a lot of stuff. Like stuff like that helped you, back in the day when how I was raised, like we would have that community of family and friends. If you need what you need, blankets, you need pots and pans, what you need, linen, like, so we made a list of stuff that, to get that you need for your apartment. And then you have a housewarming. So it was a community of people that helped me when I got my first place. Because as a single mom, my son's father was in the service. So as a single mom, he way over there in Germany could do bare minimum. It's people, friends, family came to the rescue, and they came in there and I had everything I needed. So I'm grateful. I don't know if that still goes on now. Maybe Sheree or some of the younger generation can tell me, like, do you guys still have like housewarming parties for when you have a first apartment, when you first go to college? You know, you have those, what do you call those parties, where they give you stuff that you need for your dorm rooms, and you know, if you have a baby shower, like, you know, like that. That was my first experience, and it was scary, but it was like really cool at the same time.
Yeah,
Cool,
Well,
trunk
cool.
with
Thank
parties. A
you.
lot of we still have them. Trunk parties and housewarmings. Yeah, we still have them, of course.
Oh,
Yeah, we
that's
still do.
dope. Okay. Yeah, yeah. But
Mhm.
that's and for me, my first place, I know that I wanted to be near a school because my son was going to kindergarten, and I knew that I wanted to be close so I can be within walking distance to pick him up. You know, back then kindergarten was like half a day, so you know I would be able to pick my son up, things like that. So I looked for convenience. You know, in the neighborhood in which I grew up, I always made sure that I was in a neighborhood where I knew somebody, or a friend of for somebody where you could feel safe. It was a sense of community when I came up. And Sheree, Sheree B, you may know, I mean, being from Chicago too, and growing up in that way, I just grew up with that village, with that sense of community. So
Yeah, for sure.
Mhm. You know, with you asking that question, 84, I never even really thought about it since going to my own place, but for the first time. But I can remember, like, my mom put me out at 18 and I had nowhere to go. So I ended over a friend's mom house. And I can vividly remember whatever little space I had, to me, that was my home. I don't know why my thinking was that way, but that was my little space, my little stuff. And then as time went on, of course, and I officially, at the age of 19, 20, I got married and we moved to Vegas. And I did get the opportunity to go, and just it was new developments, and I got to pick out my apartment. I got to pick out exactly what I wanted, the location, and everything that was needed for that place. And it was a sense of like my own, even though we weren't buying it, but it was my own home. And I have a husband that I need to take care of, and I need to figure this out. Believe it or not, I didn't even really know what to do next. I'm like, okay, you know, and I
mm,
didn't, and I can remember this story. My ex-husband was LAPD, so he had great credit. He just had a bill full of credit cards, and so of course I need to, you know, get the essentials, the necessary stuff. I had no clue where to go buy mixing bowls. So I don't know if you guys remember, it was called Broadway. I don't know if I think I'm sure it changes names over. Patrice, do you
Nothing
remember
about
that
that. I'm
name?
sorry.
Broadway? It's a department store. No? Okay, maybe it's only in California. It was Sears Broadway or something like that. But anyway, so I go there because I couldn't find any mixing bowls. So I found these black ceramic mixing bowls. They cost about like $85. I had no clue. Right. And so I was like, oh, I found mixing bowls, and I take them home. And then finally me and my mother are back in touch with each other. And I told her, I said, Ma, you know, it was a big accomplishment for me because I didn't know where to go shop. I'd never been a shopper. And I told her what I did. And she said, girl, if you don't go somewhere and find a corner thrift store and get you some dollar bowls, it don't cost no damn $85. I have those bowls to this very day. That was like, what, 30 years ago.
Wow.
And I have them to this day, but I had no clue where to go, but I did figure it out. And I say all of that to say, even to this day, it's like my sense of the way I think, my sense of home is actually wherever I'm at, no matter how big or how small. And I relate, my passion is the homeless, because I truly believe everyone in this wealthy world that we live in, our United States, I don't see why anybody is homeless. It baffles me. And that is a passion with me, is the homeless community. I go out and feed and do things, just, it gratifies me and make me feel good. But I just have an act for wherever you're at is home. And I didn't mean to get so sentimental, but that is truly how I feel.
Oh, that's
About
good.
it.
That's a really nice story. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
nice
Yeah.
story, Kai. And I agree with you. There's no earthly reason why anybody should be homeless in the United States of America. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You so I did a video but based off a woman here in Chicago named Inglewood Barbie. She feeds the homeless, and what she's doing is absolutely amazing. I think you could go check. I think you should check out Inglewood Barbie, because she may be able to like, or try to reach out. So maybe you could get some ideas from the city and the area that you're from. And
Yeah.
because she just got another I think she got like 6 homes for the homeless, and she just recently got another one. So I think you should check her out. She had the help of Virgil. If you know who Virgil is, that just passed, the artist who just passed.
Yes, I know him.
Yeah, so Virgil was one of her biggest supporters. He helped her. There's a few other people from Chicago who helped her. Virgil was from a city outside of Chicago, but he came and he helped her.
Rockford. Wasn't it Rockford?
Yeah, he's from Rockford. Yep. So he helped her a lot. So I think that I think anybody should be familiar with her story, because what she is Inglewood Barbie, yes. What she's doing, a lot of people I cannot see doing. So I definitely had to highlight her. So I'm definitely, because I found out about her too, I'm going over there to help as well. Me and my painter friend already agreed we're gonna go out there a couple of days and help doing what she's doing. So
Amen. That's good. That's amazing.
my story about getting out of the house is a little different than you guys. I left the house. I don't have any children, so I left the house a little later. And when I left, the motivation was to just get out of my mama's house. So I think it's because I was older. I was 25 when I left. I think I was like 25. So I left late because I went to college. No, I take that back. Actually, I moved in with my grandmother. I forgot. I moved in with my grandmother around 19 because I knew it was a personal decision that I had to make. And I moved in with my grandmother. And then I ended up in under my mother's roof again. And I was like, okay, I gotta get my own space, because I think around that time is when I really was making a decision on what I wanted to do with my life. And as a person who's a creator, I needed space to be able to create. And it's kind of difficult to be under, I guess the saying is, it can't be 2 queens in a home, you know. So I had to go, you know, I had to go. So yeah. And then the place that I chose it because of the neighborhood. I used to stay in, I'm pretty sure OG Patrice knows, I chose Washington Park for a reason, because Washington Park is right next to Hyde Park, and Hyde Park is one of the most vibrant neighborhoods in the Chicago South Side.
I'm definitely familiar with it.
Yep. So I went to Hyde Park I went to Washington Park instead of Hyde Park, because Hyde Park costs too much. So I went to Washington Park, and because it's cheaper to live. And I was glad that I was there, because I was low-key kind of walking distance from Hyde Park. It's a nice walk, but it was a nice little area. What was it? I was on I can say it now because I don't live there no more. But I was on 60th in Indiana. So that was just enough for me to be where I needed to be.
Oh, I know exactly where you was. That's right off King Drive.
Yep.
I know.
It's right by the park and everything. You know, you got the Washington Park over there, and then you just after you walk down past the park, you get into the Hyde Park area, and you are in heaven. It's fun.
Yeah, you know that, and that's where the Obamas used to stay in Hyde Park. Muhammad Ali, his home, Farrakhan, all of them lived in Hyde Park. So yeah, it's very high end area.
Very high end.
Yep.
It's expensive. You don't live. It's yeah. It's a little expensive. You can't get anything, I think, lower than I don't know what it is now, but I can imagine. So I'm gonna go based off what I think at the time when I lived there. You couldn't get anything lower than 1,200, I think. Now I can imagine it's probably about 15 because they done raised the prices.
Oh yeah,
That's
I'm
cheap.
sure Sheree is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's cheap.
Yeah, it is. It is, Bon. It is cheap.
Oh,
It's still
Lord.
cheaper than California. That's
No,
true.
Lord.
Here's the
Yes,
thing.
it
California
is.
ain't no joke.
Ooh, Lord.
But if they for
Yeah, I
shoe
know.
boxes though. So
Yeah, I
these
know.
were you paying for a shoe box for $1,200. That's not necessarily. I don't want to pay for that. I just.
I paid
Oh,
for
and I
a
wanted to
shoebox.
share. I'm done with my painting. If y'all want to see it.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. California is ridiculous. They
Yes,
way
it's
overpriced
nice.
for very little to no space. I cannot with California.
Nice.
Ooh.
It seemed like
Nice.
it's all about direction.
Oh,
What
Sheree, that's pretty.
direction are you going
Thank
to
you.
choose, or what path are you going to choose?
Yeah.
That's pretty. I like the colors. Very
Mhm.
abstract.
Yeah, I said that earlier. Yeah, and it's very earthy and like harvest. Yes, love
Nice.
it.
Queen, what's your story, Queen?
Appreciate it.
Well, my experience being kicked out the house was I was put in a box and shipped to California. My mother made me move to California because she was like, you need to get out of the New York streets. You got to go to school, do something. So I got forced, I felt like California was prison. I couldn't stand it. I hated it. I begged my mother every day to let me come home. I told her, free me, please. When's my jail sentence being suspended? But then I started liking it. Oh man, I hate it. California is a culture shock. I don't mean to offend nobody that live over here,
Yeah.
but I am so
Yes.
not used to the passive aggressive, weak will, like, I don't know, Molly in the middle. Like, you got to make up your mind.
She said Molly in the middle.
You got to tell me what you want. I don't do this. I can't. You giving me too many options, man. So, I remember being in school because I came out here to go to school. So, I'm a social worker now. And I remember just sitting in the class. We had to do this presentation, and I was like, man, I'm tired of talking in front of these people because they always talking about my accent and, the way my eyes and my attitude. So I get up in front of this class and I'm like, California, I was like, so I looked at the teacher and I said, can I just be real? He was like, oh Lord. He was like, yeah. Then he kind of looked
Here
like,
it comes. Here it comes.
what's she about to say? And I said, look, California may be a melting pot. I said, y'all a bunch of bodies in a pot bumping into each other and boiling and you mad. Ain't nobody melting. Ain't nobody, blending. I said, y'all just bumping into each other mad because you in a hot pot with me. And it was like, okay. Ooh. I said, so that's how I feel about California. So anyway.
Tell us how you really feel.
Exactly.
So,
well, you know what? California is a culture shock, though. If you come from a big city with culture like New York and Chicago has. So I definitely understand what she's talking about.
I don't get it. I don't understand. And I'm like, what is wrong? And then I went to a school that every week somebody happened something. And I said, and he was like, are you gonna come? You know, because I'm a social worker, so I'm supposed to be. I said, look, I ain't participating in none of your whack activismness. I said, because you protesting me chewing gum. I'm protesting you got blue shoestrings. You protesting, I got Afro puff. I said, so we all protesting each other's individuality. Go get a life. I said, because at the end of the day, you ain't doing nothing about it anyway.
That's California.
It's protesting on this campus because you ain't got no real life. I'm going home. I ain't got time for this. So yeah, they didn't really, you know, I didn't, you know, people, I was a hard drink to swallow at times. But I've calmed down. I've calmed down a lot. So anyway.
But that is so true. The first time I went to New York, I fell in love with New York. I've been back to New York 4 times. That's just how much I loved it. And it is total opposite of California. It is. If I didn't have kids, I would have been moved to New York.
But New York,
where you from, Jess?
I'm from California. What's she talking about?
But what I want to say is that I know New Yorkers get a bad rap
Right?
about being aggressive and all this other stuff. I'm not saying all California.
Chicago do too, don't we, Sheree? Chicago get a bad rap for being aggressive, loud, flamboyant.
Exactly.
I mean, we just spicy. You know, New Yorkers and Chicagoers are spicy girls. You know, that grew up. You know, we just expressive and passionate, and you know, but we get labeled wrong. But it's all good.
But the one thing I always get is that all my friends who know me, because I've been out here for a while, they always told me you was a hard cookie to crack. But once you cracked, you have been the most loyal person I have ever met in my life. Like, I'm not going to just let you in because you think you ride the same bus or you look like me. We ain't doing that. I ain't letting you in for that. No. We don't do that. You got to earn to be with me, like to experience me and who I am. Because when I give it all. So I'm very selective. And being out here, I was very guarded. And so I have a friend who, you know, over the years she sings whatever else. And, you know, she can sing, but her beats ain't always, you know, rocking. So she would always be in the car. Oh, you know, Queen, you want to hear my new song? Yeah, sure. I said, now, I don't want to hurt your feelings. So, you know, if you don't want me to tell you the truth, don't bump it, because I'm gonna tell it, and I'm gonna tell you real. And so I'd be like, the beat, it's whack. I said, you lost me. I said, I can't even hear your lyrics or hear your voice because you lost me at the beat. Your beat is whack. It's too slow. You need something hidden. You need to grab me from the first beat. 2 seconds of the song, I should be up moving. Or if I should be nodding my head. So, you know, some people say, you know, I'm a little too aggressive. So, you know, I tell them, hey, you know, one thing you can't say is I lied.
They say that about Chicago girls too. I get it. That's why New Yorkers and Chicagoers are very similar because of our culture, our passion, you know, we have a tendency, you know, a lot of people think we're loud, think we're aggressive, but it's just kind of our sway, right? And like the way we are. So I totally get it. Like, I don't get offended when I hear you talk because I can hear the New York in you. I could hear that robustness. I can hear that passion and all. Just like when Sheree was talking and she started laughing and talking about her experience with her mom and her voice went up and down and up. But we get as women, I think Black women especially, we get labeled, you know, loud or like we hollering at somebody. Like, and I'm not subscribing to that no more because we are the way we are. We are passionate, we got a bunch of feelings and emotions going on with us. And I think for the most part, men that know that, Black men that know that have been around Black women enough, know that we are passionate, know that, yeah, they know when we mad because we let them know when we mad, but we let them know when we emotional. We let them know when we are sad. We let them know when we are happy. And all of those emotions come out in the way we speak and in our passion about things. You know what I mean? And I think for the most part, Black men know that, especially Black men that had Black mothers that were that way. They get it.
I tried to date out here and it didn't work. It was epic fail after epic fail after epic fail. So I literally went home on vacation, called a good friend. He hooked me up with his friend. And then a year into meeting him, we started dating. And 6 months after that, he moved out here. And now we married 10, 11, almost 11 years. And now it's time to move back because I am sick of this coast. I'm ready to go home. I'm ready to go home.
That's what's up. Congratulations. That's what's up.
I do miss my first apartment. I know I got way off topic. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
But
That's cool.
I miss having roommates because I miss dividing the money. I miss paying $500
having roommates is fun. I ain't gonna front.
$600 and the PG&E bill is split and the cable bill is split, and
right,
whoever can cook the best cooks. We pitch in for the. I wish I could have a roommate. I wish, because my rent is astronomical.
Yeah, I know people out there, man. It's like 3 and 4 to a place because like it's really expensive, and especially if they want to live decent and comfortable. Like they literally have to be 3 and 4 and then one apartment, like a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment, because if they make decent money, they still all each paying probably about $1,500 a piece just to live in a decent neighborhood in California. It's crazy.
I can't have a roommate. I will kill somebody. So the only roommate I got is I'm married to him, so I know he ain't going nowhere. And he got an understanding. So no, I will work triple time. I don't want no roommate. Tried to help people out. I'm cool. I give you $20, but you ain't coming to stay with me.
I got a question based on that. But shout out to Big Bad Bull, shout out to Vahan Bryan, shout out to them brothers. I got a question on that. Now, okay. Now, as the dating scene starts to change and the dating culture starts to change, and you have monogamous relationship, but now you have relationships where it's extended families, it's blended families. There's people who believe in
alternative lifestyles. I just say alternative lifestyles.
Lifestyles, right? Now, do you think? Because eventually they're gonna pass in a law that people can actually be, actually do this and actually be viewed as them, they, and I think that's already a law with certain places. I'm not really sure, but I know the them, they thing is definitely a big thing, and I know that people trying to have alternative relationships and have extended relationships, as far as having more than one partner, I know that's a big thing. Or that's a big fad now. Do you think that these things are? Do you ladies think that these things are passe? I'll give my view on it first. Do you think these things are passe? Do you think that this is just a fad, or do you think that some people really want to live this lifestyle? And are people prepared to live this lifestyle? Because divorce rate is super high. So now people are thinking about adding an additional spouse or additional partner or whatever, because I believe they also are, I think, what is it, after 5 or 6, however long years you're recognized as legally married. I forget how many years it is that you have to live with the same person, and you're recognized as a legal spouse. I forget. I don't know all the laws.
Yeah, you're talking about common law. I think it's 7 years, depending on your state. I know in Illinois it was 7. I don't know if it's still that way, but yeah.
It doesn't exist in Illinois anymore. Common law just no longer.
It doesn't.
No.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Okay. So I'll give my expertise on it first. I think that through Western culture, we've adopted certain philosophies. And I think with certain philosophies, I don't think that everything that we gather is a bad thing, but I do believe certain things are things that we've held on to, especially in relationships, or especially with us connecting with people. I think that we've held on to certain things, and I think sometimes that has hurt certain relationships. Sometimes it's helped other relationships. Because I think in Western culture, we predominantly do monogamous, right? That's the predominant thing, or that's what predominantly are taught in Western culture, right? That being with one person is the deal. But when we look at other cultures, they have either multiple spouses or concubines, or they also have arranged marriages, right? So they have an
Yeah.
array of different things that we don't do here in America, right? So, and then I see the thing with Will and Jada. So my question is, with all these things going on, what are y'all views on relationships and monogamy and all those things? And I also see how Will and Jada, they have the whole entanglement thing going on, and they have a lot of stuff that they're doing inside and outside their marriage. So what are y'all views on that? What are you ladies' views on that?
Well, first I want to say this real quick. It's not necessarily new of blending homes. I mean, Granddaddy already had Miss Ann pregnant before Cheryl knew. So that's all I want to say first before we get into what you were talking about. I think now what would be more of a thing is the fact that the families more so know about each other, because funeral homes let you know daddy had another home anyway, had a whole nother family anyway. Excuse me. But I will say this. Yeah, I'm under the weather a little bit, but it's all good. I will say this. I do I do think that we're trailing on a certain atmosphere that is very I guess that was so much of a secret that daddy had other families. So now it's up front that daddy gonna have multiple families. And with today's women, I don't know how that would exist. And then also with even though some people are still doing it, but on a majority scale, a lot of women not okay with it. And then I also want to say, like, I think when you start opening up these gates of polygamy and not polygamy, polynumerous, whatever that is, you
Polygamous.
yeah, that right there, that's just weird. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's at least with polygamy or polygamy. For people who may not know, polygamy, it means that a woman can have more than one husband, or a wife can have more than one. A husband can have more than one wife. But polygamy is specific to men having more than one wife. So when you say these certain words, you know what I'm saying, you're saying certain things.
Yeah.
I think I don't know, because that's too many body fluids. This is just, I just can't. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know where it's going to go. I think what's happening, I'll say this. I think what's happening is structure is being broken down. And I think that's what I'm more afraid of. Is that these homes and everybody is not necessarily going to have the necessarily structure that they need, or what's required or necessary. So I think that's more so of what I'm worried about more than anything, because all that extra bodies and then also people being afraid of commitment. I think that's another thing that's why people are doing it. Yeah, to be committed to somebody, I just can't. Do you know? You telling me you're not strong enough to be able to really submit yourself to one person? You're that scared?
Is that a strength or is that a weakness though, Sheree? Is that a strength or a weakness though?
But no, the strength is being able to commit to one person. The weakness is saying I can't do it because I'm afraid of what's going to happen. A lot of that comes out of fear, in my personal opinion. And I think also, and this, some people may not agree with me, but I don't know if men were meant to be with just one woman. That's just my opinion.
Wow.
I believe in polygamy. I believe in polygamy and not polygamy, since I learned the term. So, because I just don't see women just busting it. I'm sorry. That's just the term I use. But women just busting it open for a bunch of dudes. Just ill. I'm sorry. I can't. I just can't.
Oh,
interesting
okay.
perspective. Okay.
It is. It is. I appreciate that perspective. I grew up more traditional. So I grew up more monogamous, male female relationship, married, the nucleus of the family. And that's what I still stand on and believe. I know that we are evolving and changing, and a lot of the younger generation is definitely stepping into that realm of alternative lifestyles. I moved to Vegas. That's a place where pretty much anything is going. It's sort of like what I'm hearing that's going on in the ATL now too. I think a lot of things are hyping these lifestyles up. Social media, reality TV, Hollyweird, and the lifestyle of the rich and infamous, and all of those things are making people or forcing or giving them another opinion because especially our people in our culture, we tend to live our lives through other people vicariously. And that's unfortunate because that's a sense of falsehood. And I think that a lot of we pick it up a lot of other cultures, even our African cultures, because that goes in a lot of the African culture where they have in some spaces. I know Akon, he's over there in, I believe, synagogue, and he has 2 or 3 wives. But that's their culture. Picking up a lot of that, and I know for the people that I've been around in spaces, especially in the entertainment industry and just living in Vegas alone, I know people that live all those lifestyles, and I've seen nothing but disastrous, like drama, toxicity, that has been in that, because I think a lot of them are not ready for what they think that they ready for, what comes with that relationship. Because they say, oh well, we go in with these pretenses and we have these agreements, but in my experience, everyone I've known have broken those promises, those commitments and things of that nature. I'm just gonna give you one example. Like, I know somebody that decided to bring someone into their marriage. A man and a woman was married, they had a kid. And the man wanted another woman into that marriage. The lady agrees. In comes the other lady into the relationship. And then now the 2 ladies are together and they don't even want the man in the picture, and they want to take his son and leave. So it just, because listen, let's be real. Sometimes we think we can control feelings and emotions, but we can't. And so now that is a predicament that is going on in this particular. I listen. I had a really good girlfriend, and she went both ways, and she was decided she wanted to live a heterosexual life. And this is true story. I promise you, this is true story. I'm no longer friends with her because she was toxic. So she decides she wants to live a heterosexual life. She gets in a relationship, gets engaged to a guy. But then what she does is she tells the guy that she used to get down with females. What is every man's fantasy for the most part? To be with 2 females. So then they enters a female into that relationship. So she wants to, quote unquote, please the guy, enters the lady, and guess what? They start screwing behind my girlfriend's back. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times they're not prepared for the lifestyles that they say that they want to lead. And her engagement was broke off. Her and the guy didn't get married, and the girl is nowhere in the picture. Then they whole engagement and relationship got blown out of proportion, and now they're not married, and it's a mess. And I broke off the friendship with her because she was a mess and toxic. And I said, I can't do this. I cannot be in these type of toxic friendships. That's why I say a lot of times, be careful who you're friends with too. Because when you try to be friends to people that are toxic, sometimes you have to leave them alone, because I can't. I know people that are living poly lives and all of that, and they ain't got no codes. They just screwing any and every, but they supposed to be in a poly, not like nah. So I think on a at some form of mental capacity. They think that they are ready for these relationships, but they move into these relationships for selfish reasons or for curiosities or for whatever, but they're not ready to do the commitment. Because if my understanding that it's supposed to be a code when it comes to that lifestyle, and people are just not on code with it. So it's been like a mess, in my opinion. I say to each his own. You know what I'm saying? I'm not judging nobody, but I'm saying know that you have to be mentally, emotionally, and physically, because there's a story. It happened a long time ago with a couple. This was a Caucasian couple, though. Happened in Vegas. Boring housewife, wealthy white man. He wants to introduce them into the swinging life. She fought it as long as she could, but the husband wanted to do it. I'm telling y'all true stories. She finally does it, right? And then it gets real good to her. And now when her husband is at work, she going to swinging club, getting down with this one dude that she done caught feelings for. Guess what the husband did? Found out about that. He goes into the swinging club and shoots up the swinging club. Okay. And a lot of people were deleted. That's all I'm going to say. So I'm telling you all, when you get into these type of spaces and relationships with people, you have to really be emotionally and mentally ready for that.
I think I'm glad you said that, because I think a lot of people.
Sheree, I gotta cut you up, but I got a question for you, and I got a question for OG Patrice. But I'm gonna let you finish. I got a question for y'all, and I gotta get Just Kaya's and Queen's perspective too. But I got a question. Definitely got a question.
Okay, I just want to add to what she's saying, because she's telling the truth that these stories are wild. However, they exist, and it's like, I think some people are not honest with themselves, but I also like when she said that in the beginning, it was somebody who came from a particular culture. So if you're not really bred it like that, don't do it. Like that's what I really believe in, because it's like if because of here in America, the way that things run, monogamy, we already bred it that way. Don't even try to do it if you don't really live that life. If you're not coming here with a culture already built in you, because it's different when you going off of a religion or a culture, then it's because it's higher than you. But if you're going based off of emotion or something like that, emotions flee. So it has no structure. Emotions have no structure. You have to structure it. So it's you got to be smart if you're going to make those type of decisions seriously. So yeah, I had to put that out there.
Queen or Just Kaya, I gotta ask your perspective, and I got a question that's gonna twist this whole narrative.
What's the question about? What? Sorry.
No, I was just saying, now that the dating thing or just relationships are starting to change with the whole having more than one partner thing. That people want to be recognized as them and they, and they want to live these free lifestyles, and they want to have possibly more than one partner. Like, what are y'all views on that? And can it work? Because the divorce rate is sky high, and I'm not giving y'all no pushback, but I do have a interesting question that I'm gonna throw out there as well. But yeah, go ahead. I'm not trying to take over your show, Just Kaya. I'm just trying to.
No. Please, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying your perspective.
Yes,
and what
ma'am.
you're
Yes,
bringing.
ma'am.
So no, it's all good. This is our show.
I think it's, I think what OG Patrice said is true. It's, you got to make sure mentally and emotionally you're prepared for what you're getting yourself into, because as much as we try to say, oh, I'm cool, I would never do that, you don't know until you're in it. You don't know how you're going to respond. You don't know how it's going to affect you. You don't know how you're going to feel, and you damn sure don't know how you're going to respond, because everybody got a fuse in their candle, and everybody wick ain't as long as they think it is, until that wick starts burning, and then you realize, oh, my wick was real short. I call it the snap, crackle, pop mentality. You don't know how it's going to fall out, Rice Krispies can sit long in somebody's milk, but it can't sit long in mine. 'Cause I'm done at this point. So I think people are just not honest, and they want to get caught up in something because it's the new trend. And unfortunately, a lot of people are following trends. Like they're basing their life off of somebody else. Just because that person was able to do that and then come and do this stuff, that don't mean you're going to have that same road. And then they're not being honest with the dark side of that road too. Like, no, who's going to tell you the dark side of stripping? But you want to be like Cardi B, right? You want to be like Meg Thee Stallion, right? But who's going to talk to you about the dark side? Who's going to talk to you about getting beat or getting touched or getting raped or getting gypped or getting slipped drugs? Who's going to tell you that? Nobody. They're going to tell you, oh, come do this. Who's going to tell you about the fans only page? And you know what I mean? Like, stalkers are real, okay? And people get kidnapped every day. So we're not honest about what's really going on.
Just Kaya, your perspective on this.
Let me say something right quick. Let me say something right quick too. And I want y'all to really understand. And that's why I sit on platforms when I see a lot of, content creators talking the celebrity thing. And let me tell you something, for being in the industry for 20 plus years of going to parties and seeing things. There are a lot of couples you guys wouldn't even imagine that are together just for ops. They live in different lives, okay?
Okay.
I believe it. I believe it. I'm gonna say it again.
Here's my opinion. I don't agree with you ladies at all.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't agree. I truly believe that everything you guys said, the reason it's a problem is because we're going too far away from the natural. It's truly, I believe it's going to be problems. It's not natural. It's not meant to happen. That's why when these body fluids are mixed, that's why diseases are created, because it wasn't intended for them to be mixed and exchanged in that way. I truly believe we don't have any standards. We're not holding each other accountable. And yes, I do believe we all have a right. Yep, you sure do. You have a right to make your own decisions. You have a right to do what you're going to do. But then you have to ask yourself, okay, if you have these rights, just like what happened with that lady going to sleep out and all these emotions come in and then some execution is going on. Well, we gave up all, they had a right to do this. So why didn't he have a right to do that? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying the origin of it is wrong. We got away from the basics. It's very simple. Man, woman together, work it out. If you can't go your separate way, go find another man, woman. I don't agree. It's just everything is like pleasing me. I'm not happy. So I'm going to create something else to make me happy. And then I'm going to put out there, yeah, this making me happy. Everybody come join. Be with two women. You're going to be happy now. They try that and then, oh, okay, I'm happy for a little bit. Then they say, okay, I'm not happy anymore. They create something else. We just keep creating new things to make us happy, where they're getting away from the simplicity of happiness. It's so simple.
No, Kai, I agree with you, because I said I'm traditional. That's me, traditional, but I'm talking about what I see in the other spaces. So I agree with you in that aspect. Absolutely, I do. But your perspective, I love it, because you're giving a different perspective of still saying the same thing of what the traditional values mean and stand for, and the nucleus family. So I agree with you on that, and I love it. So bring it, sis, bring it.
Yeah. So I just think it should be called out. I don't truly believe that it should be acceptable. And it's like we pick and choose, like, because it is against the law technically for, what is it? What's the double if you marry more than one person?
Yeah.
whatever that's called. So that's against the law. But okay, like people
Bigamy.
say, well,
You're
what?
a bigamy.
Huh?
You
Bigamy.
are a bigamy.
A
You committed
bigamist.
a bigamist.
Yeah, and then it's like we pick and choose, just like everyone gets on me. Like I say, one sin is not greater than the other for the most part to me. But now we're saying, okay, this is against the law, this bigamy, but we're not gonna really worry about it too much. Because that is still, once again, men deciding what to them is valuable, not to what's valuable as a whole, but who's ever making those rules and those laws at the time. So I don't know. I just think we should get back to simplicity and, man, woman. That's how it's created. That's what it's for. And everyone's living these dreams to find happiness, but you're not going to be happy, and I don't agree with it, and I don't support it, and yeah.
Well, Kaya, we already know who making the laws. Man making the laws, so there you have it.
I know. Well, I was going even further than that. I was going with the color of the man that's making the law. So
that part.
Okay. Because I don't see too many black people. I don't know too many black women be like, yeah, I'm going to share my banana, my Peter, and I'm going to be fine with it. I ain't sharing no Peter. No, hell no. I don't even want another woman looking at my man, but, it's okay as long as you stay over there. But no, we ain't sharing no mans, and we ain't having no conversation. We ain't going to be in the same house. We don't even want our men to have kids with other people. No, there ain't no black woman going. No, I just don't see it. This is just all some white stuff to me. And then we're trying to incorporate it into making it okay. All society is trying to make all of this okay, like pulling out this whole narrative. And I even think that what is that, red pill, blue pill? It's like, where did that really come from? I wonder. But okay, we're gonna leave that there because we're like puppets. That show we seen is like we're puppets. They're putting the narrative there, and black people
we buy into it like we buy into everything else. We buy into it like we buy into everything else.
Yes,
we do.
Yes,
that's what our culture do. We love buying into other people's shit instead of creating our own thing as a culture. We buy into it.
Everything. It's like, think about things, and then it's like, have your own thoughts. Just because Sheree come to me and say, girl, you gotta get this, and this is why, I'm still gonna look into it for myself, even though I love Sheree, even though I trust her. I'm still, is it right for me? Just because something's right for her doesn't mean it's right for me, and it doesn't make it right or wrong. But, people, it just seems like we don't think for ourselves. And that's what the disappointing part is, because I just truly believe us as a people are very smart, very intelligent. And I truly believe it will never happen us coming together, because we will be too great. We will be too massive. And yeah, that ain't gonna happen. But that's just my little spiel. Okay, what's your next question?
I like your perspective. Did the rest of the ladies give theirs?
Yeah, I was the last one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, my next question is this. My next question is for Sheree. Okay, so Sheree, now, no, I'm from the camera.
Real quick, Vaughn, I do know it came from the Matrix, but what I'm saying is, how did it come into this manosphere of the prospect? Well, now man could speak for themselves, a whole different thing. But yes, I do know it came from the Matrix. I just wanted to make that clear real quick. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, 84.
It's all good. Now, Sheree, I have a question. Now, okay. And I also sent you a message on Instagram too. I don't know if you've seen it. It was a message about deep dish pizza. You know what I mean? So let me so we check it out. So it looks slamming though. I don't know if it's Chicago based, but it says the best one ever. So I don't really know. Now, with that being said, you said that you don't believe, right, that a man can just be with one woman. You know what I mean? You don't think it's natural for that. Is that what you said?
No, I said I don't think they're necessary. Okay. Anyway, I think what I was saying was I don't think I don't believe they should be necessarily, what's the word I'm looking for? I think the option should be presented, basically. Because ultimately, if you really give a
Really?
man that option, he may not even take it. So but I do agree that if they want to have more than one woman and coming from some form of structure, if the women are cultured to that type of lifestyle, I think it's possible.
And I like Bad Bull's comment. That is true. That is so true, Big Bad Bull. That is so true. Salute to Big Bad Bull. He be having a perspective. I agree with that completely. Because there's a lot of women out here that be, having them hot girl summers and they be already with somebody. But yeah. With
Of
that
course. But let me ask you this, 84. Let me ask you
yes, ma'am.
this.
Yes, ma'am. I got a
So,
question for you too, OG Patrice, but go ahead, I'm listening.
okay, so because I like Big Bad Bull's question too, and I don't think it was putting promiscuity necessarily on men, but these laws are created by men, and they not even created by black men, but it is a trend now that all men are following. It's a lifestyle that all men are following it, and a lot of them are using this scenario as to want to have multiple women. But I think the perception of just saying you doing it to be promiscuity, no, we're not saying that. We're saying it. I believe that a lot of women, in my humble opinion, are jumping on the bandwagon of that is because I think they're realizing that it's more of them and less of you all. So they rather share a man than to not have a man at all in some cases. Not all, some. But I'm noticing that a lot of it is coming from the younger generation that's more accepting of that. That's just my humble opinion.
No,
And I did say some, not all. So please, I don't want to hear you putting everybody in this category.
No,
but
we don't think that at all. We don't think that at all.
Okay, yeah, but the reason why I wanted to make it clear to Big Bad Bull is we're not saying it for promiscuity reason. We're just saying that we know that this law or this lifestyle was created by our white male counterparts and black men, Asian men, Hispanic men are falling into it. It's not just y'all. So I just want to make that clear.
I'm falling into the mentality of having more than one woman. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah. They are falling into the mentality of the polygamous life. Caucasian men, black men, Hispanic men, I'm even seeing in some spaces have living poly lives now. Not so much as Asian, but definitely Caucasian, black, and Hispanic men are. It's a guy on Facebook. His name is, I want to say his name is Kevin Wesley. Kevin Wesley, look him up. He lives that life. And he's open with it on his Facebook page. He talks about it and he brings his wife on. I know he got 2 wives for sure. But I think his name is Kevin Wesley. Look him up. He's on Facebook.
Okay. I also wanted to ask, are you saying in the sense of having what's new? Are you talking about them sleeping with anybody that they want to, or having more than one wife mentality?
No, I'm saying they're having more than one wife.
So I'm gonna push back on that a little bit because people in other cultures have been doing that for years. People in Eastern cultures have been doing that for years. I think what's being introduced is it for it to be introduced for the American culture. Other cultures have been doing it, like in certain African cultures, they've been doing it, and in Middle Eastern cultures, they've been doing it. So it's not necessarily it's being introduced to us as Americans, because I think what's happening necessarily, in particular with the Black Americans, because we were taken away from our culture, we're trying to find a way to get to that. And so I think some people are trying to adopt these specific ideas because they think that they can fit into it, because they're trying to figure out, okay, if we come from Africa and they doing that, then maybe we were meant to do that. And I think I'm seeing a lot of that. And I'm like, you guys can't live that life, because that life is for those people who grew up in that particular culture and understand what comes with that culture. And a lot of them ties that type of culture to a religion as well. And if we know, if you live by a certain religion, then the way that you live your life is going to be based off that. And a lot in some of the in some religious books, you do there is a conversation of having more than one wife. So I think what's
Right.
really happening, I think what's really happening is that Americans are trying to figure it out, because this is the land of the free and we're a big melting pot. And being a huge melting pot, it's easy for us to try to adopt to ideas, because ideas are being brought here. And unfortunately, if you don't have some type of form or some idea or some structure, or you're just trying to find yourself, you're going to run into some things and not necessarily understand that everything that's introduced to you is not meant for you. So that's why when I said when I said that men may not be necessarily should not, I would say should be able to have the option to have one. I was speaking in the sense of religiously, culturally, and if they understand more so what comes with it, because Americans, we don't know what comes with that. We were not raised to have that lifestyle. We weren't. It's monogamy here in America, period.
Right.
So,
Sheree. I agree with you 100%. I don't know if you heard earlier when I spoke, I said I spoke of Akon in Africa, in that culture over there. And now that I think that our men are kind of mimicking that, saying, well, that's our ancestors, that's our motherland, brothers and sisters culture. I did speak of that earlier. So I agree with what you're saying. I believe that it's something, that we're trying to conform to over here in America now. So I actually agree, because I did mention Akon earlier. So
But
yeah,
are
okay.
we really seeing that here though? Is it really like something that's going on? Because I can say personally I haven't, but of course I don't get around that much as to have an opinion on it. But is it something that's being documented or even looked at that is going on?
yes, let me tell you, Kaya. Let me tell you, Nature Boy. Have you all ever heard of Nature Boy? He's been all over social media. He got multiple wives, and it's just a mess, because it's all over social media of his behavior, the behavior with those women, behavior of him with being messy, spreading STDs. Like, it's just a mess. And then there's another boy, then the Kevin Wesley boy that I told you about. But definitely Nature Boy is one of them that's on YouTube and social media with all of these multiple women that supposed to be living this poly life off on some land somewhere that he bought or whatever. But his life has been an absolute toxic mess out loud, about that lifestyle that he lives. So yeah, it's coming here more and more.
For to get, how people want to get on these platforms. So I'm talking about like everyday Mike and Robert and them. Are we seeing it? Because I don't know these people you're talking about, but it seems like on social media, people do things just to grow. And I'm not saying that this is that case, but do we know any regular folks that's not on those platforms that are, doing this? Because I just don't see it. And I guess I don't see it like being realistic for men for the most part. because it's like they can barely take care of one. And just like Vaughn said, all these personalities, and then women sharing their man and getting along. I would propose we will see more death when the period time comes. I'm just saying. But
can I speak to that?
Yeah, and I agree with Big Bad Bull's. I agree with Big Bad Bull's comment he just made. That has a lot to do with it too. So I agree with you on that, bro, Big Bad Bull.
Can I speak to that as a man? I think as a man, I think it's as a man, yes, because we were put here to mass produce and to create life. You know what I'm saying? In abundance. You know what I mean? We are tools for that. We're implanted to basically make life happen. You know what I'm saying? In abundance. We produce a certain amount of different elements in our body in order to produce children. You know what I'm saying? That's what men are here for. And just in its natural form. I'm not saying it based on religion. I'm not saying anything else. Right?
Right, but 84.
Let me make this point. OG, let me make the point. I got a question.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, you fine.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't hear. I'm getting a lot of feedback and a kind of after thing. So I thought you were done.
Oh no, it's okay. Okay. Much love to you. You already know. The thing is this. Okay. Now, I would say for an American man, for myself, if I was thrust into something like that, of course, that would be hard for me to do because I wasn't raised in that standard. I was raised in Western culture standards. So I'm used to just being with one person. But these men who Sheree's speaking of, they were raised in this culture. They were raised in a culture to have more than one wife. It's just the norm. They're told from a young age, this is the lifestyle you're going to live. You know what I mean? This is acceptable. So it depends on how you were raised and what you believe is true. You know what I mean? It's all about your perception and it's all about different things. We may think that it's different or indifferent, you know what I mean? Because we weren't raised in that. Just like some people, some people think that it's nasty that we eat chicken. Some cultures believe that. You know what I mean?
Or watermelon.
Yeah, some people believe those things are nasty. You know what I mean? We think it's normal because we were raised with these things. You know what I mean? So it's how you were raised. It's what you were brought up. It's what religion you follow. It's what practicals and standards and boundaries that you have. I do believe in American society, our boundaries and standards are a lot different than every other part of society. I mean, that goes without saying, right? My question to OG Patrice is, okay, because we have cases like this, right? We have cases where we look at couples, and I'm gonna give an example of a couple. The couple in Atlanta, I'm not gonna say their names, right? Very successful black couple. They had kids and grandkids. They had their own businesses. They were living the lifestyle. Talking about keeping up with the Joneses. They was the Joneses themselves. They were doing it, right? But then, I think sometime this year, the wife, she killed her husband and herself.
I know what you're talking about.
And the divorce rate is sky high. So he said, "Can anybody in the planet explain to me what adultery is?" Woo, he getting deep. With that being sky high, and cases like that, you know what I mean? Do you think? Because I think there could be good and bad in both. Because there are good marriages, you know what I mean? But then we also see the divorce rate is sky high. So there's also marriages that are not good, or else the divorce rate wouldn't be so sky high, right?
That's true, but would you say that there's something in that marriage that we don't know about that went on? So we can be honest to say that, right? Because what would make someone do that? What would make a woman do that to her spouse and then to herself, right? Like we only got what the media put out there about that couple, right? And things that she said on her social media page made you think that there was definitely something deeply rooted else going on that she didn't elaborate on. But now when we're talking about the other cultures, like Sheree was talking about the other cultures with the multiple wives, let's be real about this too. Those cultures, in those very cultures, those men had to be able to afford the wives that they had. See, you don't just see, but now we want the pleasure over here in Western life to be able to have these wives, and But in those cultures, you had to be able to afford taking care of those wives and their children, and your children that you were with those wives. So if Western America is trying to adapt that culture and get on that bandwagon, it needs to be all the way with the standards of what that culture stands for. Can you afford multiple wives and children?
But okay, so what? Okay, but here's the thing. I'm not even giving pushback. I'm just giving reality, because now it's not. We just going with the basic standard of it's going to be multiple wives, right? But now that all marriages are legal as far as gender, what if it's 3 men? Now what?
Wait, you meaning like just 3 men? No women?
No, three men are legally married. What if it's that then? Because now all genders. No. I'm saying it's legal for multiple genders to be married now, right? You know, because men can be married to men now, right? And women can be married to women now, right?
Right.
Okay,
right.
So now it changes the narrative, right? Because in those other cultures, it's predominantly just a man and his wives, right? But now if you're doing a Western culture, it's not just going to be that. It'll be switched. It'll be different. So some of it will be a man and his wives, but sometimes it could be 2 women and 1 guy, or it could be all men, or it could be all women. As they do it here in America. So is that really the problem? Because now in America we've changed so much that things are just would be out of control? Because, like we said, in those other cultures they have rules and standards, right? You have to be able to afford the wife. You have to be able to do certain things. But would it not work here because it would just be chaotic and it's just too many things going on, and it's basically, it's too many genders involved? Would it just be chaotic because of that? You know what I mean? Is it more of that, or do you just think it's chaotic because you just add in a multiple spouse? It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman.
Well, you have already established that divorce rates are high. So
Yes.
it's like, is that really going to make a difference? It is what it is. You're just bringing more people into the same situation. But I'm sorry, I know you was asking Patrice.
No, I'm asking everybody.
No, she's asking us all. Yes. Yeah, please jump in.
I'm sorry. I thought you two were going back. But yeah, I crazy. That's okay. I'm done.
But could that lower the divorce rate though? Go ahead, Sheree. I'm sorry. But could that lower
I think it would elevate it even more so.
So that's that's why when I said that I was talking of structure, so I was speaking slightly in code, because when it came to certain things that I was saying, because when I was saying when you mix in too much stuff, I was talking about the LGBT community. Because there's it's too much stuff, because it's so much stuff. They're adding more letters every day, so it's like a lot of stuff. And the thing is, that's another reason why I mentioned structure as well, because we do understand a lot of structure is brought by the men. So if you're starting to bring things, so if we're talking about 3 men, that's 3 structures. I don't know how that would go. If we're talking 3 women, that's 3 followers. Listen, my mindset is like this. My mindset is like this. It's a man and a woman and multiple women, if he can afford it and he has the structure and he has the culture and he has the cultural understanding and background to do it. Then that's the reason why I said here in America, men trying to have multiple wives, even though they were not culturally brought to do it, doesn't make sense. So I think it's difficult to tap into that atmosphere of thinking about that, because there's so many labels that people are running from. You heard of the no label people? Don't label me.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying? I
Is
don't
that out of
want to be
control? Is that out of
labeled.
control, Sheree? Or do they have a right to say that?
No, they have a right to say that. Everybody, like I said, this is remember also is what I said. This is America. We are a melting pot. We have no structure. Our structure is we are the land of the free. So when you free to do what you want, right? And what do free people do? Run around freely. So it's I think that's why a lot of times there's so much chaos going on because there's so many rules and this and that and things going on, and America's trying to fit everybody's idea, and there's so many of us here that and so many ideas here in America that it's difficult to just say this is it. And then that's why you got certain states that allow certain things. So if you live this way, maybe this state is better for you. If you live this way, maybe this state is better for you. You get what I'm saying? So it's kind of it's kind of difficult to really even think that far. Because I think most of us here on the panel, we can say we believe in man and woman, and because we believe in man and woman, and you start bringing other ideas, it gets lost, because the only way that you can really tap into that to as a lifestyle is if you embrace it.
Okay, I've got to
But
get
the whole
commercial.
thing of
I'm sorry, Jessica, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say real quickly, the whole thing of it is with all these ever-changing letters, as Sheree was saying, I just think it's people are in search of happiness or completion and are whatever they are lacking. And then they're trying, this is just my opinion, hypothetically, I don't talk to these people, don't know for sure. I just want to put that out there. But it seems as though they're trying to fill a void with something that is not going to fill it. They're trying to figure out what's going to complete them when they, in my opinion, of course, you know where I go back to, they need to get in touch with their creator to know what is going to do this. And then we're manifesting all these other things, all these genders and all these things to make us happy. But evidently we're still not happy. I put us all together. We're still not happy because here we go with another letter. And, and not just to put it on that community. I'm talking about 3 men. I'm talking about a man with 3 women, or what I'm talking about, all of it. That's why it's so simple. Man and woman, that's it, be done. It's so it work. Put all that energy towards that. There's so much energy going out into creating. They're very creative with these names. They're very creative how they get these words and put it together to make it make sense. Use all that energy, that commitment to figuring that out to a relationship, how it's supposed to be, in my opinion, how it's supposed to be. It's just so much. And I remember I was on the Amira show or whatever, and they kept saying to me, you have no standards. You're not setting standards. It seemed like the whole world, like no one has any standards, our structure and how she's saying a melting pot, we're all free. That's the problem. That's what I hear them say in the manosphere. That's what's wrong with women. There's no structure. There's no control. There's no guidance. Everybody's free. Women are free to do whatever they want to do. So going back to this big old free land of the USA, we just have too much freedom to do whatever we want to do. And everybody wants to make everybody happy. Don't nobody want to say no. Don't no one want to say, you can't even say you crazy. Some people are crazy. And it's just that simple. Why can't we say it? Like it is. I just think
this is the thing my mom
that they will never find. Huh?
My mom used to always say, everybody want to go to heaven, but don't nobody want to die. Right? When you keep adding on to stuff we like to live in our own comfort when it's convenient for us, right? For whatever that is. We like to, when it's our narrative or when it's our whatever, it applies in certain ways. I think for me, and I'm just speaking for myself, I am at a place in my life where simplicity means everything to me. I'm not trying to complicate my life. And if I have to answer the question to people about my life, my lifestyle, and say, well, it's complicated. If I have to say that, or, well, I'm into this or that or this or that. And like I said, to each his own, I'm not taking up from nobody, but I'm just speaking for myself. I just think that America and its culture we are so off code on so much stuff. Like we have no code, no standard, no code of conduct, no values anymore, no morals, no scruples. Like all of it is literally basically going out the window because everybody want to be so free and do what they want to do. But just because you free and can do what you want to do don't mean it's right to do it. So let's just be real about that. Sometimes you could bring other people into your complicated world without their permission. And a lot of times what happens when we move in these spaces and we do that, because a lot of times if you don't sit down and have the conversations about exactly what it is you want to do with your life and your lifestyle to that other person, you are leaving them out of the equation. And when you take away a person's choice, and a lot of times this is what happened in these spaces, I'm telling y'all, and it gets messy. Whatever your commitments, you start to break them. Whatever your code of conduct is, you no longer have them. It gets real messy. I tell y'all, that Kevin Wesley guy, I mean, he make it look so good and so real and so like it's easy. We can just do that. And then the wives get on there and they be like, yeah, I get jealous when it ain't my turn, when, or when he buys some flowers or some candy. But then I have to pull myself back and say, well, I really don't like flowers anyway. It's all perception of what people want you to see and make you believe that it is. Don't necessarily mean that that's what it is in real time, in real life. I think we are so good in the funk, even in those type of relationships. That's him, Sheree. That is him with his two wives. Yeah. So listen, yeah. I'm just saying we have to be careful of saying, just because it's a free country and we could do what I want to do does not necessarily mean because it's that you're gonna do the right thing all the time. That's all I'm saying.
Patrice, I have a question for you. And I definitely want to get Queen's perspective. I got a question for you. But can we look at the Big Bad Book comment that he posted, or should I just read it?
Mm-hmm.
It was an old comment. It was like 10 minutes before, where he agreed with Vaughan Bryant.
Which one?
I agree with Vaughan Bryant. I can only do it with one modern woman. That one. It was at 12:34.
Oh, that was a long time ago, huh?
Yeah, it was at 12:34.
Oh,
how do y'all find the time stamps on comments? Because that's
right
what I was
here.
wondering.
It's posted here, thank God.
There you go. Yeah. And so with the comment that he said, right, and just my thinking and just what I'm thinking. Okay, so I get what you're saying, OG Patrice, right? But why does it work? Why does it work for the other cultures? Is it because they have a system and that's why it works, or like why do you think it works for them?
Yeah, absolutely, they do. They have a system, and also they can afford it. See, in those cultures, that was a part of their belief, spirituality, religion, whatever you want to call it, but they could afford it. That is the thing that I think that is missing here. They could afford to take care of multiple wives and children. What's that?
You don't think it's fear? The first thing I would go to is like fear.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you're saying. I'm answering
fear of going against it. Like if the man is the lead, he said we're gonna get another wife, we got another wife. Don't you say nothing. This is how I run my house, and this is how it is, and this is what it's going to be. Like in other cultures, that's the way I see it in my head, like fear.
Oh, you saying fear from the woman?
Yeah, fear of the woman, like not to speak up.
Oh, not to say anything. Oh,
yeah, like
in those cultures. yeah, in those cultures, women are like, you know, they're really in, what do you call it? How do you call it? The man, you know, women are like, what do you call it? The word I'm looking for, where they're more, you know,
Also,
in some of those cultures, you know, they walk behind the man. It's more of a
mhm.
submissive culture in a lot of those cultures, and women are downplayed in those cultures more so over there, that where the men lead those they lead the household, they make the rules, and the women are basic, like you see the women covered up, like it's a sin, and it's a crime for them to unveil themselves, like they can lose their lives for that. So in those spaces and in those cultures overseas, like women have to really move like for real in that way, or they will lose their lives if they break certain thank you, docile, thank you, Miss Carrington. You know, you know, they have to abide by those rules, those laws, and actually walk and deal in those situations and accept those situations as a part of their culture with having multiple wives. The women have to be okay with it. They don't have a choice in the matter.
And I think I think another part of it is also because you're speaking on that, but oh, you're speaking on that, but I think also another part of it is because just how the men are affected to understand that they can have more than one wife. Women are raised to understand that that's how it goes. So I think that's another reason why I was saying, like, speaking on that and today in America makes no sense because we were not raised that way. Women were not raised that way. Men were not raised that way. Where in other cultures, women were raised to understand that your husband, if he can afford it, he would get another wife. So we're not raised to think
Yeah,
like that. We're raised to
right.
think
I
monogamy,
agree, Sheree.
period. You get what I'm saying? So to
That's
even try
true.
to adopt a different idea that we were not raised to adopt makes no sense. You get what I'm saying? But I think somebody else put in the comments where they talked about the Hebrew Israelites have more than one wife. Israelites in America live that way now, and they are able to live that way now because the women understand that is what it is. If you adopt that ideology, you are adopting the
Right.
way that the lifestyle is. So
Okay.
you cannot run around and say, listen, I'm going to do this without any idea. And then also, like OG Patrice said, there's code, so it's structure. That's what it's a idea. It's bigger than just an idea because they go back to their scriptures, and they tell you and show you why and how that this exists. It's bigger than just, oh, I can have more than one woman. And I think that's where a lot of men are not understanding. It's not just, oh, I can have more than one woman because I can have more than one woman because I'm a man. If you adopt that ideology, then you're going to screw yourself up because you're already not coming in with any type of real uh foundation of it all. There's a foundation to the reason why these men have more than one wife, and it's a lot of times it's their culture and their beliefs and their religion. So it's not all willy-nilly like some American men are doing and adopting. That's unnecessary. It's not that. It's bigger than that. So that's the reason why some you said you don't necessarily see it so much, Jess. Well, that's possibly because you're not able to adopt those kind of ideologies. I guess because I was at one point open to the idea, but I understood I wasn't raised that way. So I was just like, okay, that's for them. I understand the kind of woman I am, and it is what it is. However, I do understand that it exists and it can happen and it can work if it comes with the right structure. You cannot going into something without a true understanding of something is one of the first mistakes you could do by adopting another ideology. You have to have it has to fit you. It has to make sense.
And
Now,
let me
let me see.
expand on what Sheree is saying. Let me expand on what Sheree is saying too. There is a young lady I used to follow on YouTube, and even in over here in Western America, where the Hebrew Israelites are following, you know, the religion, the spirituality of the cultures overseas, they are even getting it wrong. There's a young lady on she has her own YouTube channel. She used to be a Hebrew Israelite. She used to be in that space, and she talked about being in that type of culture, and how toxic it was and why she got out. Her channel is Tales from the Cult. She tells her story about even under that religion, how they are not getting it right, and how it's a lot going on that's toxic within that certain spaces, not all of them, but certain spaces, and her experience. And I used to follow her in her story, and it was astronomical, like how, they doxed her. They did a lot of stuff once she, got out of a cult, and she talked about, her journey in that. So that's interesting for somebody that, listen, they not even getting it right all the time. They trying to use their ideology. Yep, that's her. See, I love be finesse. When I come with the receipts, y'all know I'm telling you, Tales from the Cult.
Let me
Listen
see.
to her
Is
story.
it this one? That's a different one, huh? That?
That's it.
Y'all know OG gonna come with the receipts now.
Okay, I got something to say.
Absolutely.
Now y'all saying that somebody adopting ideologies may not be natural for them. But wait, hold on. Let me say this. What if that's them, going to their true self, right? Because what if that really is who they really are, but they just haven't discovered that yet? You know what I'm saying? Maybe that actually, like you said, Sheree, maybe that fits them. Maybe it's for them, right?
Right.
And it said, okay, I see what Miss Carrington said. The men are being haphazard with having many wives, but see, Mrs. Carrington, like that's true for Western culture, but that's not true for all culture, right? We got to understand that's just your philosophy is based on how you're raised. And Miss Carrington, Mrs. Carrington, I'm not coming for you. I got love for you, sis. I'm not coming for you at all. But that's based on just how we were raised here in the States. You know what I mean? That's how we was raised here. I'm loving Big Bad Bull's comments though. So y'all call continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I would say, if that person is really that inquisitive about it and curious about it, take their own journey. Take their own journey and experience their own experience if they feel like that they can adapt to that. I'm not against nobody taking journeys, about their life when they're trying to discover themselves or whatever it is they're searching for, whatever answer it is, whatever lifestyle they want to live. That's their free will to take that journey. But I will definitely say, when you're going into realms that are unfamiliar territory, to make sure that you are mentally and emotionally prepared to do that.
Right.
I definitely want to because you speak on the Hebrew Israelites, and it's true. Here's the thing, the Hebrew Israelites read the Bible, and they base their spirituality off of the Bible. And even they will have conversation amongst themselves, and there will be this one and that one where they say, oh, well, they got it wrong and they got it wrong, and this and the case. And it's interesting to see, because sometimes it does come off very harsh. I dated a Hebrew Israelite, and it was very interesting for me. He understood that I did not take in the ideology, but I was willing to learn in the sense of knowledge. I wasn't ready to adopt, but knowledge. Like, so when he would tell me scriptures and go based off this, I was like, oh, this okay. I'm taking in information. Like, okay, I'm learning something. And I just realized that our beliefs were just not going to mesh well. But I think what is interesting, and this may go off topic just a little bit, but it's difficult, I guess, sometimes to really take on certain cultures, I guess, if you don't really truly understand what it is that's best for you. You get what I'm saying? I think sometimes, like OG Patrice was saying, it traveling within yourself to realize what you like and what you want is one thing. But I think when people really hone in on things, when it's a feeling, I think that's why I don't like people trying to get married based off happiness. I don't like it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like it because
So what should they get married based on, Sheree?
because that's emotional, and you get married based off, to me, standards, morals, and things that you actually believe in, and things of that sort, and structure. I really do, because if you have the same ideas of how a home should be ran, if you have the same ideas necessarily, then I say go ahead and go for it. I think there's I think that a lot of times trying to get, I think that's another part of the reason why the divorce is going so high, because, oh, you make me feel good, let's get married.
But doesn't love and happiness
and
got to be a factor, Sheree?
You say what?
Doesn't love and happiness have to be a factor, sis? Doesn't it have to be a factor as well?
I mean, happiness can be built in it. Now, this is what I will say.
Just kind of got something to say. I see it.
But this is what I'm trying to. This is what I'm really trying to say is like, being necessarily happy or feeling is a feeling, and if you talk to any married couple, there's going to be a day you may not even like the person that you are laying up next to. So to get married based off your feelings is not strong enough for me. It's not strong enough, because feelings come and go. Your emotions go here and go there. You get what I mean? Just how we was talking about evolving as a person and trying to figure out what's going on and what's inside of you. Just imagine having to do that with somebody on a regular basis every single day. And you're taking on your personality and somebody else's personality and having to live with that under one roof. So to say, I'm going to marry you because you make me happy sounds very fluent and very loose. So I think that your ideology and your structures and your morals and your standards should be the same, because then you have something to fall off on. And that's why a lot of couples talk about having that friendship, because think about it. You become friends with somebody because of your similar ideology. So that's what it is. You can't just, my emotions are going to be one thing today and something else tomorrow. You get what I'm saying? So if I marry you because of that, now marriage is too permanent in my mind, because divorce just, yeah. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, I just think that's too permanent. That's too putting two lives together, and putting two lives together, to me, should not be based off your emotions, because that changes way too much.
I'm gonna just say that. I'm gonna just say this real quick. In my expertise, right? My expertise, because I've been dealing with what I've been dealing with for over a decade. Now, in my expertise, you need all of the above. You need moral standards and all that. You need love and happiness too. You need all the above. If you don't have all the above, it's not going to work. That's all I'm going to say. Just Kaya, go ahead.
Well, I have shared my story a few times with my second husband. I did marry a man that I wasn't in love with. I didn't even like him. And we stayed married almost 18 years. Actually, if it wouldn't have came down to what he ended up doing, I would have continued to be married to him. And I did not develop love for him. I got married initially to him in 84. I assume you don't know my story. Initially, I got pregnant with my son. I didn't have any other kids. And me being who I am, I'm not going to be pregnant. No, we got to get married. Even if I wouldn't have got pregnant at the time, I was telling him, if we're together, we have to be married. And that's it. So got pregnant. And then he did go ahead, agree to the marriage. And I told him, I don't love you. I don't even like you, but we enjoyed each other's company. He was the opposite of me. He was totally the opposite of me. More of like, I don't want to say a thug because it really wasn't that. I'm only saying a thug because he didn't work. He didn't work, and but that was the whole thing. But I liked his personality. When we travel, we would, you know, laugh, have fun. But that was basically it. So, like I said, we go on to have 2 kids and married all these years. The only reason why I divorced him is because I felt like the influence on my kids was getting too detriment for their future. Meaning he got to the point progressively to where all he began to do is just sit around, smoke weed all day, and play video games and nothing else. And then when I was off work and things, he would just go hang out in the garage with his friends. Literally, that was his whole life. Absolutely, that was it. And so it got to a point as my kids got older, and I could no longer allow that my daughter could grow up continually thinking that this is how a husband treats you. This is a husband, you know. And I couldn't no longer have my son seeing like this is how a man is, you know, and this is what a man does, a husband does. So I did ultimately make that decision because of my kids. However, the topping was the progression of the lies. Like I was evolving 18 years. I was even wanting what I was in the beginning was already too much, you know, per se for him. But here I am evolving over time and growing and wanting more out of life and wanting to do more where he's digressing. And then so that was another factor. But the thing of it was I even agreed, like, let's go to counseling, let's see if that'll help. But it got to the point to where I just knew my whole marriage, he just lied and told me what I wanted to hear to pacify me for X amount of time just to keep going. And I was seeing that, but it then at the end it just got blatant. Like he didn't even give a F. You know, it was like whatever, you know, and then it was like time to go. But really, I still, if it wasn't for, you know, those few things that I mentioned, without love and even really liking him, I still would have stayed in the marriage because of the commitment, because of my family, what I truly wanted, because it meant more. For whatever reason, because I was married before and absolutely married for love. My first husband, he passed away, but that was great too, but it was more emotional. It really was. And my first husband cheated on me, but I didn't divorce him for that as well. But that was way more emotional. It was a roller coaster. It was things that could have happened that could have been dangerous because all those emotions and everything. So I agree with Sheree, and I'm surprised that I agree. And I don't think you have to be or even need to be in love to get married because it is a commitment. It's something you choose to do. And I truly believe love also is a choice. You choose to love someone. You choose to show this person, hey, I was thinking about you today. I did this. Or, hey, you know, I know you kind of, you know, you're probably tired today. I did this for you. That's the expression of love. You choose to love. You don't fall in love. So
I got to give a little bit of pushback. I got to give a little pushback. Just a little bit.
Amen. Go for it.
Just
I'm
a little
used
bit.
to that.
You know, so I love. You know, I love y'all. You know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Listen. This is the reason why I say you need all the above, right? My mentor, who's been married for over 20 years successfully, right? He's told me this, right?
Oh.
The biggest thing he's told me is this, right? He said, when picking a mate, you have to be the most selfish. You have to pick somebody that fits you completely, and somebody you fully want to be committed to, and somebody you truly love, and that you truly see yourself happy with, right? And then another big thing that he showed me was that you don't put your relationship in a public eye. I'm not saying that you did that. I'm not saying that you did that. But that's what the advice he gave me. The reason why I'm giving a little bit of pushback on that is this, right? You have to, and you said you gave examples of why my point is clear, right? You said that, okay, I was not in love with him. I didn't even like him like that, right? So already the seeds already being sown that this is not going to work, right? Do you understand my perspective? I don't know if you understand. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't really love somebody, you're really not completely in love with them, or you really already have that love for them, then the relationship is already have seeds of it not being what it needs to be. You know what I mean? And this is what I say this. I would say that you choose to do with the love that you have for somebody, you have to make the choices of what you do with that love, right? But love is something that happens naturally based on your interaction with someone. It's a natural feeling. You know what I mean? So you're connecting with somebody, right? You connect with somebody, you're building chemistry, you're getting to know them, they're getting to know you. You know what I mean? You're having good conversations. Let's say you're doing certain events and activities together. You know what I mean? And now through those things, you build a bond. You build a bond, and those feelings of love start to come up. You know what I mean? Now, what you choose to do with those feelings of love is your choice. So I will give you that. That is a choice. You know what I mean? But
I
when you initially love somebody, or those feelings of love come up, that's not something that you can naturally control. It happens, and then once it happens, you got to make a choice of what you're going to do with that, and that's based on whether you feel comfortable enough to express those emotions. Whether you feel that person is trustworthy enough to handle those emotions. You know what I mean? And if one of those two things are, if both of those things are aligned, then by all means, yes, pursue love at all costs. But if one of those things are not aligned, then that means that that the timing for it and what you're trying to do is not what you need to do. That's my perspective on it. You know what I mean?
But we don't naturally love. We don't even naturally know how to love. We are naturally sinners. We are naturally the opposite of love. So that is not natural. I don't believe that is not natural for us at all. And then I will say what I didn't put in there is because of my faith and my belief. And it's gonna sound a little crazy, but just roll on with me and just let it just, yeah, if I know it's gonna sound crazy, so maybe just let it go. But I did truly believe that God would have me fall in love with this man for one. And the way he would do that, yes, I 100% did believe this. And the way he would do that was he would speak to him and make him the man for me, or make him the man he should be for Christ. And then that would make me fall in love with him. Yes, I did truly believe that. And that was the hope originally that I went in there with. Okay, now seeing that, I know it sounds a little bit crazy, but that was my belief. That's how hard that I go for my faith. That's how hard or how much I believe in Christ. But I know it's some elementary thinking there. I know that at this point, that, I would never, instruct someone to do that. You have to have your personal relationship with Christ. But I also think that festered in there to help me to continue to cultivate this relationship with God. Because he told me like, that was a little dumb. But anyway, with that being said, we do not naturally have love in us. I believe that we only know love is through the love of Christ. For what he did for us. And just real quick to answer Big Bull, yes, he was the father of my kids. Those are only kids I have is with him. I didn't have any kids with my first husband at all. And he said, how is he doing at present time? He came over today to give the kids their Christmas gift, hung out with them today. He's involved in their life even today, because regardless, he is still your children. Oh yeah. He still be trying to get this booty, okay? But I tell him no, it's not gonna happen. I'm having a story for it. So I'm just saying, he's still, whatever. He was over here today trying to get me to go out. I was like, no, I'm good. I can't. But anyway, yeah, we good. He good, but I ain't that much of a fool to go back to something that took me this long to get out of. Oh no, I'll be like, Lord, I deserve whatever I get now. I wouldn't even ask for nothing. I'm good. It's all good. That's it. I don't want to say too much. My mouth be telling too much sometimes.
But listen, I do believe we naturally love. I think as a child you naturally love, right? When you're born as a child, you naturally love. But I think through circumstances, through other influences in life, that love becomes jaded and it's changed based on different factors happening in your life. But I do believe people naturally love. I mean, I feel like it's the most natural feeling in the world, you know.
And not to give you pushback, but I'm just curious, how do a child knows to love? I'm just, and not challenging you, but I'm curious, how do a child knows to love, or what love is?
Because children are innocent. Like when you see a child, they're innocent. When you see a child and you embrace a child and you show a child love, and there's also studies that have been done on this too. They show that if there's a child and they're shown love and they're given more attention, how they react to it. And then there's a child that's separate and they're not given as much attention and they act different from the child that does give attention. So I think I'll say this: it's easily both for us to love if we're shown it, and it's easily for us to hate. I would say that if we're shown that as well. So I would say that because as a kid, you are basically, as one great person put it, a child is a blank canvas, and we paint, and the adults are the painters, and then what we paint is what's going to be shown once they're an adult. I got that from somebody. Shout out to JP. All the JP.
Well, my kids don't know my paint stroke because they ain't turned out the way I imagined. They got their own little mind. They doing their own little thing. And I'm like, that ain't what I said to do. My son challenges me every day. I'm like, why are you debating me? He's like, I just like debate. I like to hear your response. You're not supposed to do that. You don't do that to a black mother. I'm supposed to be like getting a switch and whooping your butt for challenging me.
No, wait a minute. I'm gonna have to push back off what you just said.
Yeah, I was ready to say that too.
So let's listen. You said that she was pushing back on some of the things you said, right? Didn't you do your mama like that with Christmas?
Oh, challenge her? No, my mama was scary. I came to her very humbly, mama, with all due respect. I'm just saying this, but I'm just trying to my mama was scary. Everybody's scared of my mama. But I did not challenge my mom. I was a very inquisitive child. But like how I am now, I don't know if it's from her, but I go to every situation like very humbly. I don't want any confrontation. I don't want to be met with what is it? Confrontation. I don't know. It's another word I'm trying to think of, because to me it's a waste of time because it's not productive. It's a waste. I'm very submissive type personality. I'm naturally that way. Even like with my first husband, it was just very natural for me to go into that role. Even with people who don't believe me, with my second husband, they say, "Oh, you was the man." No, I really didn't want to be. I just went to college, had a degree, and I was already established. I really wanted him to be the man, the head of the household. But okay, that turned out the way it turned out because of my decision. I take full accountability, for that. But I didn't challenge my mom. But my son told me the other day, I am my own, and he was serious. He's not saying it funny. He's like, I'm my own person, and I'm grown, and I can take care of myself, and that makes me an adult. So I don't appreciate what you just said to me. I said, okay, Mr. Adult, you need to get out of my house and go find your own thing. And I said, before you do that, please tell me what an adult is. He said, that don't mean you go out and find your own thing, and I'm an adult because I said, let's look up, let's look up the definition of adult. It says independence, able to take care of yourself. I said, so get out of my house, Mr. Adult, because I don't take care of adults in my house. And that's how he was mad at me for something I was trying to get him to do. So he kind of came back, but he still was stubborn enough to let me know he's 17, that he felt he was an adult. But it was more so he was saying he's an individual. He has his own thoughts, and it wasn't right of me to tell him what to do. Like, it's not my position. I said, yes, it is. I said, it's totally my position to tell you what to do. But I'm willing to have the conversation with you. Now, if you're going to take that for granted, I'm going to take that freedom back from you, and you're just going to do what I say. He was really like, and this boy dig. I'm like, okay. I'll trip you first and then I'm gonna hurt you. So, but I never did that to my mother and would never. What you say before?
No, I was just laughing. I was gonna ask the other women as well. Do y'all think love is a natural thing, or do you think it's not? Do you think basically is love and hate a natural thing, or is it a learned thing? Like, do you just love naturally or just hate naturally? Like what do y'all think?
I think it's both, right? Because I think you can naturally fall in love with someone, and then I think you also can grow to love someone. I believe it's two ends of that spectrum for me. I've been in relationships where I fell in love with the person. It was a natural flow of things, and then I've been in a relationship where I grew to love a man. So I believe that both perfect. But I actually, as I've gotten older now, I really actually agree with Sheree and Kaya's. I don't think that someone should be with someone, especially marry someone just for happiness alone. Because if you're not happy with self first, how in the world do you expect someone else to make you happy, especially man or woman? Because man or woman are human, and we are built to let each other down at any given time, and to put that much of a hope in someone else, I think is very dangerous to do. You have to find self-fulfillment and self-happiness first. Someone else can compliment you, with where you are in your life, but like completely make you happy. They can make you happy by things they do and say, but completely make you happy like a whole person, we shouldn't even look for nobody else to fulfill that anyway. Not even our spouses. Like real talk. We should have fulfillment of self first, and then someone comes into our life and enhances that. In my personal opinion. But I ain't heard from Queen. Is she sleep on this panel?
I know. I was just thinking the same thing. Is she sleep? I really
Queen's awake.
I was just thinking that.
I'm right here.
Queen, talk to him, Queen.
Oh.
I'm right here. No, I'm moving around because I'm getting myself together. I don't even know which y'all funny. I do believe that I do believe you can love naturally. I don't believe that I'm in between. I don't believe you can learn to love someone. I think you can learn to like them. But I do believe there has to be a depth, especially in a marriage. I would have never chosen or said yes to my spouse by liking him. There was no way in hell. And there was no way in hell he would have ever chosen me by liking me. So I've seen it where it's like, and I had a friend, I had an older married woman tell me this. I think she's been with her husband since she was 18, and they've been married like over 30 years. And she said, because we were talking about something, she said, I don't think they're in love with each other. I think they've learned to tolerate each other. They learn to tolerate things that each other does, which is going to lead to some serious foundational issues, which then became their issues later on. So yeah, I don't believe in, I feel like that's for dating, for me to like you. And then it has to be deeper for me to say I do, had to be deeper. So, yeah.
So, I know we differentiating between this loving and all this other stuff, but I wanted to say when it comes to love, I really don't see it as an emotional thing at all.
Mm-mm.
I really truly see it as a decision. I think everybody likes somebody or may be in lust with somebody, but until those actions of making certain decisions is when love comes into play. So I think that's probably why you were able to be married to your husband for as long as you were able to, because you made a decision um based off whatever your decision was, and based off your morals and your belief, it lasted as long as it did. um so yeah, I don't necessarily, yeah, you can, I do think you can, I understand what Queen is saying, and I think that was a personal choice for her. I do think you can marry someone and just like them, and the choice of getting married and deciding to build something is how you chose to love. Just my opinion.
Okay, that was
And I
well
think
said. I like
also,
the way
I
you
think,
said that.
yeah, me too. And I also know that it is a difference between loving someone and being in love with someone. Those are two different things as well. Because you could, you know, you can you love your mate, and it's more of a, like Sheree said, a decision. But when you're in love with someone, I think it's a sacrifice. It's more of a sacrifice, and you're more selfless because you think of that person first a lot of times, and you put them in, your thought process is of always that other person. It's a different perspective than when you just
So,
love someone. It's a choice. So you do things deciding by choice. So I think it's a difference for me as to loving someone and being in love with someone.
so Patrice, you said that being in love is like a total sacrifice. And something else you said?
Yeah.
And
So
you do for that other person. So what I did for my ex-husband was a total sacrifice. You know, it was me 100% doing for him, but I still was not in love with him.
but you made the
It was
choice to
still
do
a
it.
choice. It was a
You
choice. That's why
choice
I believe,
yeah.
yeah,
And you chose to stay in that marriage that long, right?
absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So it
But
seems
I
like we're
heard you
agreeing, but saying
say,
it two different ways.
right,
Uh-huh.
right. But I heard you say
Mhm.
that you didn't even like them. So that's why I'm saying the choices that I think you made by staying in that
Mhm.
marriage, and it's just my opinion, that I think you made the choices. You had love for him, but you wasn't in love with him. You made the choices based off of whatever reasoning that you did. You understand what I'm saying? And that's more of
Yeah.
of a choice. But when you in love with somebody, like you sacrifice, like your thought process, your the way you move in that marriage or relationship, and everything is based on the happiness of that person, and you and that person in that relationship. You're thinking other than yourself, which is
And that's a choice.
which is what but it's a sacrifice too, because like how it says that, you know, you become one. It's no longer you anymore. everything everything is us. Like the way you move, the choices you make in that relationship or marry, like that's when you on one accord with that person. I think that's a sacrifice that you make when you in love. Now when you just love the person, you make the choice to do it because it's the right thing to do, it's the moral thing to do, it's, you know what I mean. I think that makes the difference.
But don't you
You
think
understand?
everything you're saying is still is all in one? It's like you're saying the same thing,
No,
because
I'm
it's all
not.
in one.
I'm not,
And
because
then,
like us, you know, uh, um when you in love with somebody, it's other factors that come into play that you're selfless about. It's because it's no longer about you. You know what I mean?
mhm,
It's no
mhm.
longer about you. But
And
then
then
when you go ahead.
I just wanted to put this in there, and please keep saying what you're saying, because you had through in there, you become one. So just we're saying the fact of you getting married and making that commitment makes you one. So whether I loved them, like them, did or didn't, we still became one.
Right, but just because you married and made a commitment don't mean you won. I know people that got married, made a commitment, but they wasn't one. You know what I mean? Because it was.
But I don't.
But
the factor of the faith part of it is that is what the words say. When you marry, you come before the Lord, you become one. So it's just the fact of you doing this act in front of Christ or God, whatever being you do it in front. It says you become one. So that's
right.
just a fact, right?
Right,
you become
right.
one.
But that's
so we were
a
still
fact.
one, even though I didn't love them. We still became one, and I still sacrificed. And I'm just saying this. I'm not challenging you. I'm just trying to.
No. It's fine if you are. I don't mind. No, I get what you're saying, and I think we kind of on the same page, but I think it's a different perspective. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I can. I heard you say you didn't even like him, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were married to a man that you didn't like. So if you didn't like him, you didn't love him either, correct?
Correct.
Were you in love with him?
No, I think it's the same. When we say love and in love, I only differentiate it with, like, I love a dog, or I love maybe another person, or I love, something else. When I'm talking about a relationship, I look at it as the same. Love and in love.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
Okay,
I
got. Okay.
I don't separate it.
Okay. Well, then that's why we having a difference of opinion and view, because you think your belief is loving someone and being in love with someone is the same thing. Okay, I get you.
In a
All right.
relationship or a marriage, yes. But
yes,
I can love something. Okay.
Yeah.
I think I look at in love as an emotional thing. It's kind of like being, I think what, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, OG Patrice, I think a part of that you were trying to express is that synergy, that energy of people knowing how to push and pull each other to the point that the way they communicate, it's like the way they work together, the way they move with each other. It's like, what that person is thinking before they even say it. Yeah, being in sync. So I think that's more of an energy thing, more of a like more of a just those how they say some people they be together so long they start to look alike.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the kind of energy that this this couple gives, that they are so in love that everyone can see it, right? So I think that's what you said that I'm right, so that's what you were saying. So I think that's why I said love is a choice as well, and being in love, I think that you could potentially be in love, and that's why some couples even say they knew they found the right one when they got married before. You could be in love without even knowing you're in love, because that synergy already exists. You just didn't flourish into it yet because you guys haven't necessarily developed that certain friendship or relationship that will really give you guys the mental knowledge to know that's what it is. You just feel something with that person, like, what is this energy? I don't know what's going on, but for some reason I just know I'm going to marry you. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, and I think that's when you start bringing in other terms like soulmates and all the other things, right? And I think that's more of what Patrice was saying, because I was confused too, because they did sound the same, and I think that's the reason why I sound the same, because that's the one thing. I think that's the one thing that that loving and being in love with, you love somebody, you make a choice. Being in love, you still even make a choice, but
Yeah.
that energy between each other, if
Oh,
you
she
feel that
freezing right
energy
on the good
between
stuff.
Oh, she knows
Right,
the
right,
big
freezing
all
right
stuff.
on the
right.
good stuff. I couldn't articulate it, but she is articulating just what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Perfect,
see, I
because
get it now. Yeah, that made a difference for
those
me,
type of
and that
relationships where
was
I've been totally in. Yeah, we got a delay because Sheree had froze, but I'm so glad she explained that perspective. I was trying to get it, but I couldn't get the word. Like, I have been in that type of relationship where I've been so in sync with someone. It was just like we knew what the other one was going to say. We could complete the sentences, the thought process, and all of that. And that to me, that was, like she said, that energy, that being in sync with each other on that level, like that's a higher plane of a level. I don't know if anyone has ever experienced that in a relationship or marriage, but I have. I was that way once upon a time with my husband. So that's why I say it's a difference.
I got
But
you.
thank you, Sheree. You articulated that fine. See, I like the young
Yeah.
mind sometimes, honey, because sometimes this old man, look, she put it perfect in perspective for me. So thank you.
But Sheree took the moment too to get and know how I think. I think too she knows, like, because we were talking about that earlier, and she was like, you're the way I think and logic, and because we were talking about the Matrix stuff before everybody came on, and yeah, but that did differentiate it for me and clarify it for me, and I can see that, and
Sister
yeah,
Sister
I had that with
Jessica.
my first husband.
Sister Jessica,
Huh?
I have a question, right? I'm glad you mentioned the Matrix
Yeah.
thing. I have a question. Now,
Yeah.
do y'all believe, okay, I'm asking everybody here, do y'all believe the whole Matrix, the movie and everything else, do you believe that was made to basically tell us something? Or do you think it was just made to entertain us?
No, so I truly believe it's a message there. Even I think as time goes on, it will even be a new and another message. But when I was talking to Sheree, was saying that I had seen the movie years ago, didn't really get it or even get into it. But just this over the last weekend past, I watched the trilogy, and I started watching the new one before I got on here, The Resurrection. I didn't even know it was that deep at first. And me and Sheree was talking, I was trying to figure out which one was the real world and which one was getting the energy from, and how all of that was working, because I didn't get it. And that was then also all the religion and Christian and Buddhism and all of these undertones, well, not even undertones, they were blatant with it all engulfed in the city of Zion, and just everything about it. I think it's a great message there. I don't think I got it all, of course. And I think once I watch it again and again, I will get other things out of it. But I truly believe that it's saying something, because isn't the original one like 1990 something or 2000, early 2000s?
It was early
I mean,
2000s. The
am I
first one, I
going
believe,
too
came
far
out.
back?
I believe the first one came out in 2002. I think I had just turned either 19 or 20 years old. I mean,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
man, but
just
old
think
enough.
of how long ago that. And then of course I started thinking about all this metaverse stuff when I was
1999.
watching that. 1999, right? Yeah. And I was thinking about all this metaverse stuff, and just think of that mind. Then to me, that's kind of, what it looks like to me. We're in this virtual world and interacting, then you come to the real world and interact, and it blows my mind. All this computer stuff blows my mind, really, though. So even telephone blows my mind. You dial a number and you can talk and hear somebody. Just this blows my mind right here. But anyway, all of this does.
I'm gonna share my Matrix story, the first Matrix. Now, because I remember it vividly. you know, my mom wanted me to go see it with her, and I did not want to see this movie. I did not want to see this movie. My mom was like, "Mom, I don't want to go." Blah 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 blah. She like, "You going?" Right? Because I didn't have the free will at that moment to choose what to do because I was still a minor. I believe I was either 17 or 18. I think it was like 17 or 16. One of those ages. She's like, "You going?" So I'm like, "All right." So she forces me to go. So we're in the movie theater. So I'm watching this movie, and I'm like, "All right, this is cool." I'm seeing little cool scenes, you know. They call the telephone, they disappear. I'm seeing all this cool stuff. I'm like, all right, cool. I mean, and then once the movie ended, I looked at her, she looked at me. I was like, oh my gosh, I was so happy that she wanted me to go with her to the movie. That was like that's one of the like the last few times I actually seen a movie with my mom. She's still alive, but you know, that's one of the last times that I actually like sat and like watched a movie with her. But yeah, like it was a great experience. And the other two times, of course, I was an adult by that time. And I remember like going with my friends and seeing it, and the experiences were great. We would all pack up in the movie theater, be all huddled up, you know, because we were a bunch of broke college students, and you know, all huddled up, and we would go see a movie, and it was fantastic. It was great.
You should take her to see the Resurrection, the one that just came out. That'd be a nice little twist.
She's 2,000 miles away. I can't.
Oh, hey, you can do it virtually now. Look, you can do it right here virtually.
That would be kind of cool. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Good suggestion. I didn't think about that.
Thank you.
And I think on Netflix,
you gotta send her all the treats and stuff. Send her all the popcorn and send to. What do you say, Sheree?
I was gonna say, I think on Netflix as well, they have something where if you watch your movie on a laptop or computer or something like that, you guys can do like a watch party together. So if you both on a computer, you can watch a movie together on Netflix.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, I do.
Thanks, Sheree.
Did all your questions get answered, 84? Because it is something I wanted.
Yes. No, I was asking
I'll just say
Patrice,
I'll just say for me, I will admit I have not watched all of the Matrix. Every time I sit down to watch it, something always happens. So I have not completed watching those movies yet.
It's really good. It was really good. I don't even like sci-fi at all. But it was really good. I want to share some. Well, Sheree kind of know where I'm going with this. I watched Sheree on eBlack's platform maybe a couple of weeks ago, where they were doing the 12 rules for life. Do you guys? Who is that by? It's by Jordan
Peterson.
Yes. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm gonna share this.
Yeah, I subscribe to him. I actually like Jordan Peterson.
Oh, great. So I don't have the book. I did order the book, but so it's these 12 questions, and this just kind of, you know, just to give him his credit where I'm getting these questions from, I'm about to put up. And Sheree, can you tell us, did you read the book, or when you was on eBlack, did y'all discuss what it was entail?
So we did discuss. We didn't necessarily discuss the book. We discussed the 12 rules that he has created. And we broke down the 12 rules. And I didn't finish the book. I got it in audio, and I'm still in the first chapter. So
this is gonna be interesting. Yeah, do tell. Let's break this down. Yes.
Well, I was going to go to the questions only because I wanted to do this when I have the book. So I really truly believe that we could, of course, revisit this, and that would be cool to see what we think and how we answer the questions now versus after we read the book. Look, I'm saying we, so I hint, you know, out there now.
I will definitely read the book. I didn't even know he had a new book out. So it's called the 12 what?
That's
the 12 rules. What's it called?
12 rules for life.
12 rules for life. Okay. All right.
Just
order that on.
Sister, just
okay,
can
so
you
I have
put
a
private chat? Can you put the book in a private chat so I can see it? Can you put the book in a private chat so I can see it?
Yes, yes. I'm gonna put up the
Okay.
first question and then I'll put it in there. Okay, so I just got a couple of the questions that I thought would be interesting for conversation, and one of it is, let's see if I'm. Oh, there you go. Okay, so this is actually the 12th one, and I thought this was very interesting because it's kind of open ended to me. But it says, pet a cat when you encounter one on the street. So, Patrice, I would like for you to go first. What do you think about that statement as far as a rule for life? Without us
Read
knowing
it again.
anything else.
Read it again.
Pet a cat when you encounter one on the street. Pet a cat when you encounter one on the street.
I will have a problem with that because I am deadly allergic to cats, so I won't be doing that one. I'm sorry, I am allergic to cats, so no.
Okay, can I just say this before I go to the next person? Okay, I'm just, because I know we don't have any context on what we're really talking. So just think about the name of the book. These are rules for life, you know. So maybe take it beyond literally. I don't want to. Okay, I'll tell you what I said when they were on the show.
I can
with my thing.
substitute cat. I can substitute cat for something else. But I don't
But the
even
way
know
I
because
took
you have
it
to be
is,
careful, like because I love dogs, like you know, don't get me wrong, but I would be scared to even do that because like if you know you have to be careful with dogs on the street. They carry rabies, they carry different diseases. Like I would have to substitute that with maybe doing something else for someone, some other selfless act.
amen. Okay, see now you're getting there. So what I'll do with each question, since we don't have the context. So what I was thinking with this is when you encounter a stranger on the street, you know, maybe interact with them, ask them how their day is or something like that. To take the time to maybe show that stranger or that homeless person, or maybe that lady's just walking home from work or something, just encounter her, have a little short conversation with her or something. That was the way I kind of
Absolutely, I'm
was
down for
thinking
that.
about
Yep.
it. Okay, so how about oh, I can't see her name up there. Queen B. How about Queen? What do you think about it?
I think I would talk to someone on the street. I don't think I would necessarily touch him. For example, the other night I was coming from a store and this woman, you could tell she had some serious like health challenges with her feet and all kind of stuff. And so, you know, we came out the same store and I just asked her, say, hey, you know, you look like I said, do you need any help to your car? And she was like, yeah. And I said, do you want me to help you carry your bag? And she was like, if you don't mind. So I helped her to her car and, you know, and we just started talking about why we liked that store and what we were going to make when we got home from the store. It was Michael's, actually a craft store. So yeah. So I believe in encountering people and being cordial, but I wouldn't, you know, I tread lightly too because, you know, you never know.
That's true. Amen. Sheree?
I took it in a way of appreciating the little things, because there's like petting a cat. Like they say that animals enhance your lifespan, and and there's a beauty in having a pet, and there's a beauty in embracing animals and things of that sort. So I think that embracing the little things is what I took from it. I think he did have some type of concept. He breaks these down. And I can't remember exactly what he said. And to reference of OG Patrice, he was like, now don't take it literal and say cat. Like you can substitute it for something else. I thought it was funny. But
Okay, right. I don't look, Sheree. I know he usually do, but I was, I was like going a little literally there. I was like, nah, I won't be doing that one.
right. So yeah, that's how I took it. I forgot what his actual meaning was, which I'm glad I did, because I can't even tell you right now. I could just give you what I believe or my perception of it was. But my perception of it is just enjoy the little things, because I think a lot of times we forget to just enjoy the little things in life, because as adults, we all know the older you get, more responsibilities, more things that you need to worry about, and sometimes we forget to smell the roses. So go pet that cat.
Now pet the right cat in public. No, I'm kidding. 84. I'm sorry. It's late.
Wait, was that a
84,
little
what you
late night?
pet the right cat. 84. Sorry, I'm naughty. I love it. In the house. Oh.
Yes, I would definitely pet a cat. Because I love animals. And as far as talking to strange people or strangers, yes. I do like talking to strangers, but I also believe in stranger danger, because some people you gotta watch. So yeah, I ain't talking to everybody. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So yeah. You know what I mean? With that being said, I believe in connecting with strangers, because you can learn something from somebody that you really don't know, and you can impact them, and they can impact you. With that being said, I also believe in watching your back, because you never know this person, what type of energy they on, or as in the streets, sometimes we'll say what type of time they on. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we'll stay with you, 84. Tell the truth, or at least don't lie.
Yeah, I agree with that. Tell the truth, or at least don't lie. Yeah, but I believe you should live in your truth. At times that could be difficult, or sometimes you have to wait to tell your truth. Sometimes it's a waiting period, and that would require you to be very patient. So yeah.
But that's what I was going to ask you. Is the omission of something, is that the same as lying? To omit it?
I don't believe the omission of something is actually a full lie. I believe that sometimes information needs to be given at the proper time. You know what I mean? So if you know you're not ready for the information, then don't ask for it. And if you're not really ready to give that information, then don't give it. You know what I'm saying? Because that person may not be able to handle it. So you have to be very mindful of what you say and what energies you put out there, and be ready for the consequences of whatever decision you make. You know what I'm saying? That's honesty in its true form, of you being willing to accept, the consequences of what you put out there and what you don't put out there. You know what I mean? That to me is what truly being honest is about. Because sometimes there's certain conversations that you just can't have with people. It's not because they're bad people, or that you're a good person and they're bad, but it's just at times it's just not the right time. You know what I mean? It's not the right time, and you have to be sometimes tactful. And also, you want to, I believe the Bible also talks about telling the truth in love. So you got to tell that truth in the most purest form of love at the right time. You know what I mean? And understand that sometimes when you tell that truth, that person, they may be receptive to it, and they may not be. But the biggest thing is that you told them, at the time you felt was right for both you and them, and that you were able to move on from that and be free.
Sure.
I think what 84 was saying is real, but I think that's more of a concept and idea of what when you have a relationship with somebody as well, because there is a such thing as some things better left unsaid. So that can also fall in line and with tell the truth, or at least don't lie. So there's some things I probably should not say. So since or when they always say, if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all. Some of them phrases matter, right? So I think those can fall under what he's talking about, would tell the truth or at least don't lie. Because I do think that sometimes you could be in a predicament, or you can be around someone who may do something or say something that, or bring something to your attention where you could feel a certain way, but sometimes it's unnecessary for you to say anything. So it's just, it's because and then we all know we all know that lying causes bigger holes and more lying and things of that sort. So I think that's why he added the at least don't lie. You know what I mean? Because it's just now we know that people are not perfect, and people tend to or may end up lying. However, just trying your best to not lie and live in a truth, and knowing when to be quiet and when it's a time to speak is just as important as not lying. Or telling the truth in the first place, because some truths need to be said, and then some truths don't. Like I'll give you an example. Like if I'm having a conversation with somebody about a trial or an issue that I'm going through, and somebody comes in and derails the conversation because of something that that they have a personal issue with me, at this time I may need to go ahead and release some emotional stress. It's probably not the good time we have a conversation right now, right? So yeah.
Yeah, with that, I do agree with the don't lie part. Going back to my marriage, it was the lie that tended to hurt more. I would say at least just don't, just tell the truth. What's so hard about it? And the lie does seem to cut deeper versus just not saying anything at all, or just letting it be and to tell the truth. What do you think about that, Queen?
I believe that you're talking about like telling the truth and being honest.
Yeah, so his one of his rules are in the 12 the rule book for life is to tell the truth or at least don't lie. So that's one of his rules.
Um, I, you know,
Oh, she's tickled.
look, hey, hey, look, I don't ask me if you don't want to know. I don't care who you are, you know. So yeah, I'm just, I had a coworker. I'm gonna just tell you, I always got a story attached to why I do what I do and say how and move how I move. So I had a coworker, and you know, it was none but married men, like where I was working. Most of them, let's just say 90% of them were married. There's only like 6 of them. So let's just say four married and one's dating and one's confused. One don't know what he wants, right? So she's talking and she's like, um, doing something, and and she's like, yeah. And I don't know how we got on the topic of piercing, but I used to tell them, all the time, y'all perverts, I don't want to hear this conversation. Take it somewhere else, because this is before I was dating. And so she was like, oh yeah, I got 2 new piercings. Y'all want to see them? And I was just like, this trick, you're about to do something real crazy. So she lifts up her shirt and flashes us. And
Wow.
I said, what the hell is wrong with you? And then one of the guys said, can I see that again? I said, you know what? You got a wife and 3 kids. You want to see that again? Oh, why you gotta hate? Why I'm hating on another woman. I don't want to see that. And then I told her, because she hangs out with one of the wives of one of the guys. And I said, if I was her, I would have punched you in the face. I said, because you use a low down something for doing that. You know? and I mean, we're co-workers. I wasn't her best friend, but what do what do you think about what I did? And I was just like, I said, I wanted to slap you just for the wives that weren't there.
That's sexual
So
harassment.
I told her, I said, I don't want no one, I don't want to get fired. I said, you better be glad I like my money, because if I didn't need this job, I'd have punched you in the face 4 times and walked out. Just off top for doing something like that. And she kind of looked at me like she was shocked. And then later on, she told me, I mean, years later, we kind of resaw each other, and she said, girl, I thought you was crazy. But I said, look, you asked me my opinion, and I told y'all, don't ask me if you don't want to know. Don't ask me. I said, that wasn't cool. So, I say, hey, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you, or I'm gonna tell you, you ain't ready for what I gotta say, so don't ask me. So I'm gonna tell you the truth, or I'm gonna tell you you can't handle like what is that show?
You can't handle the truth.
Yeah, with Jack Nicholson, you can't handle the
Can't
truth.
handle the truth.
That's me, okay?
As
So,
good
yeah.
as it gets.
No, it was Pelican. Well, with Tom Cruise in the
Oh, A Few Good Men.
Yes.
That was a good movie too.
Never seen
So
it.
Oh, it's good. Yeah. Patrice, you're probably too young for it too.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so read me the question again.
Okay. Don't play. Ain't gonna play that card. Ain't gonna do me. Okay.
I gotta hear it again, but I heard half of it. Tell the truth, or at least don't lie.
I'm very outspoken, so I would say tell the truth all day long. But as I've gotten older, I've put myself in positions where sometimes I just don't say anything, depending on the situation and who's involved and all of that. So, but yeah, I'm pretty much straightforward, like Queen. I'm pretty much, if you ask me, I'm gonna tell you my truth or the truth of what I think it is. But I want to say something on what 84 said about his comment. I agree with him totally, because some things just don't deserve your energy. I think that as we mature and we realize that, sometimes we gotta choose our battles wisely. Some things just not even worth even speaking your truth to. You know what I mean? So although I'm an outspoken person and sometimes I'm gonna give it to you straight up, no chaser, the older I'm getting, especially in these spaces, I'm realizing that, what, some things ain't even worth my energy. Some things ain't worth me responding to, especially, because I can give my truth to it, you know what I'm saying? But I think about it and say, well, if I do that, what really good is it gonna do? Or is it gonna be taken in the right content without someone getting offensive? Because we living in a very sensitive society now, and people are offended very easily, and they in their feelings very easily. And I'm really discovering that people in these spaces more than ever. So I'm just choosing wisely now. I'm picking my battles, and I'm not getting into these gender wars and things like that anymore, because because when you give your truth and your opinion, some people can't handle it. And also, certain venom and vitriol that spit back, that comes back at you too. And I just don't afford to entertain that energy anymore. So some people may not want to hear the truth for what it is, and that's just real.
Okay, so I have a follow-up question for you, Patrice. So you said, like, now, given your wisdom and experience, that for the most part you might just decide to just to keep quiet, And so that's just like, so you're not telling the lie. So suppose you keep quiet in a situation and I don't know, say a cousin or a friend, there's something you knew about. And this person found out that you knew about it, but didn't say anything. I don't want, if you don't mind, I'll just rather keep it vague unless I need to give more context to it. But it made this cousin or friend very upset, that more so that you didn't tell her than, keeping it from her. She's more upset that you just didn't tell her, or whatever.
Right.
So what do you think about that?
That's an excellent question. I'm definitely gonna decide based off of the relationship I have with that person, right? Because I've been in a situation where I told somebody the truth a couple times, thinking that I'm really like being that friend or being that person that loves them, looking out for them, and that shit came back to bite me in the ass, right? Because you can tell a person, like, okay, I'll give you insight. I told a girlfriend a situation about her guy, right? It was the truth. And this is how I learned. A lot of times it ain't good to do that. Cause I'm being that girlfriend, right? I'm being that girl, like, look, your dude is doing this, right? That came back to kick me in the ass twice. And at the end of the day, she stayed with that Negro, and then both of them mad at me. You understand what I'm saying? So I pick and choose those battles moving forward, because you can tell somebody something, like you saying, for their own good. But see, nothing beats that pillow talk when it comes to women and men in relationship. I don't care what you say, nothing beat that pillow talk. I've been in those spaces where I did that with 2 girlfriends and have come back to bite me. And I say, never again. I told her the last time she, broke the girl code, and now you got mad at me and you mad at me, but y'all still together. I said, never again. I said, I told her, I said, I can see him. Excuse my French, y'all. I said, I can see him screwing somebody on State and Madison, and I ain't going to tell you jack-ish. Okay? I'm just keeping it real.
I feel you on that. Are you guys okay for another question up here? Everybody okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. I love stuff like
I'm here.
Okay. All right. So let's go with this one. I think this one is intriguing to me. And so it says, do not bother children when they are skateboarding. Let's go with Patrice.
Okay. See, I'm really off on this one, because I don't have any kids. I don't know about how serious skateboarding is to kids.
I do it. That's my favorite.
So I'm trying to think about it. Like, okay, so all right. Repeat it again, because I'm gonna try to put another connotation to it. So read it again.
Okay, yes. Do not bother children when they are skateboarding.
Gosh. Okay, so if I had a kid and they were skateboarding, do I bother them? They're a kid. Heck yeah, I bother them. Yeah. It's time to eat dinner. Come in the house. It's time to eat dinner.
Okay, I love the answer. How about if you take the question not so literally? How about if you take the question and try to apply it to some aspect?
Okay, I got another aspect. If I know that my kid loves skateboarding and they are enjoying themselves and that's their favorite sport or pastime to do, and I don't have a reason to bother them, I'm not going to bother them. I'm gonna let them enjoy, being a kid, enjoy that time. And that's their time. That's what they love to do. I'm gonna let them enjoy their moment.
Okay.
But
Okay.
they still a kid. And if I say it's time to eat, it's time to eat.
Okay. Amen. Amen. How about you, 84? What do you think about that question?
I think it means that you should let kids express themselves and have that freedom of expression, especially when it's something they're doing that's innocent. They can have the freedom of expression and creativity, because if that child is doing that, that will allow them to be be so much greater. I don't think there's a better feeling in the world outside of me giving back to someone than me being able to freely express myself, especially as a child. You know what I mean? When you're playing and you're able to express yourself and you're able to be yourself, you know what I mean? That's the greatest feeling in the world. You feel so free and you feel so happy and overjoyed. So yeah, that's what I believe it means.
Okay. Sheree?
I kind of tie it in with the like growing pains a little bit. When I think I just think about the concept of skateboarding. That is not necessarily something that is easy to come about. It takes a little practice. It takes some time. You're gonna scrape your knees and things of that sort, and that's the reason why you even have safety guards when you are learning in the first place. So I think it's probably just tying it more so into that. The growing pains, like taking in the process of stuff. Oh, where'd she go? But taking in the process of life um as you continue to grow. So I think I think when he says don't bother children when they're skateboarding, I think it's more of like um, allow the process to happen. Um, ultimately, when it comes to people,
Y'all,
does
Mm,
y'all
everybody
giving
understand?
y'all giving really good perspectives. These are really good perspectives. I think she struggled streaming. She got kicked out of her own
Yeah, she just wrote in the chat. Yeah,
queen.
Can you guys
I
hear me though?
yes,
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
I think what it's saying is uh let a child be a child, meaning let them fall, let them get up, and let them kind of give them the space to navigate their own setbacks. Be there to support, but don't overcrowd them. You know.
I like that.
I like that.
I do. I was thinking about this even as I was typing it. I had no like perception of what I thought it meant. I was kind of leaning towards Patrice, like just being literal with it. And I really didn't know what I thought about it. And now listening to you guys, uh,
Yes,
yeah, it's just it's one of those questions.
I
Like
know.
trying to take it literally don't make any sense, you know, like
Exactly, exactly. It's metaphorically.
yes, yeah. So even just thinking about it now, I think I will go to the aspect of sometimes you can let your rules go and maybe let that kid I don't know. I don't. To be honest, I don't. I need to read the book on this one. I really don't know. I'm trying to think of something, but I have no clue. To be honest, I'm not even. I ain't even going to lie. I'm gonna tell the truth. I don't know
That's
what they're
right.
trying to tell me here. Okay, so here's another good. Did anyone have anything else to say about that one? Okay. So this one I really, really like, and let's start with Miss Queen. Queen, did you answer the previous question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just answered it.
Okay. So it says, treat yourself like you are someone you are responsible for helping. treat yourself like you are someone you are responsible for helping. We can make 84 answer it first if you want.
No.
Okay, okay.
I started laughing because I just had a really bad thought.
Oh,
So I'm
share.
just gonna keep it to my.
Oh, I like things like that.
Treat yourself like you need to treat someone that you take care for. I say be gentle and patient with yourself. Because when you're taking care of someone else, you don't go in there and just kind of like move the way you think you need to move. You move the way they need you to move. You work with them. You're working with them and taking care of them. So, I think, and at times we can be real good caregivers of others, but poor caregivers of ourselves. And I think just making sure that the same love, patience, and close attention to detail that we do for others, we need to show to ourselves. Like sometimes you got to show yourself a little grace, Oh, yeah, that's what I think.
Oh, okay. I like that. I didn't want everybody I went to my computer camera. I can't even see what's behind me. But is that clear? Is that okay, guys?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, good. So let's go to you, 84. Let me put the question back up. There you go. Treat yourself like you are someone you are responsible for helping.
I think a lot of times, and I know I struggle with this, knowing that self-love is important, and sometimes, we don't understand the importance of self-love. Sometimes we just think that it's just about money and resources, and it's so much more. There's so much more than just making money. It's so much more than just having your career or just living, I guess a lavish lifestyle. It's about you really having self-care, really having those times where you're able to reflect and read and study and meditate, having those,
Does anyone else? We struggle streaming.
Having those moments where you can, you can just have some rest and relaxation and some reflection. I do that a lot. I do it with whether it's video gaming, whether it's meditating, whether it's reading, whether it's just doing different hobbies. I do kind of like this really kind of like just chill bath time where I take a bath and I'm just like I'm listening to certain music and I just sit there and I just like reflect. Like I reflect. Sometimes I read during these times. And so like my bathroom has kind of become my sense of reflection or my fortress of solitude in a sense, Like I can sit there, I can reflect. It's an intimate time to me. Nobody else is in there, and I can really just, take in thoughts, feelings, emotions, even spirituality, and just really take it all in. And it's a great time. I really enjoy my times, or even if I'm sitting back in the living room and I'm sitting there, and sometimes I may be watching a stream, or sometimes I may be streaming, still taking time to do things that I like to do, whether it's gaming or whatever else. So yeah.
I like that. Sheree?
Yeah, I'm gonna piggyback a little bit off of what he said. I think it is kind of because a lot of times when you are helping somebody, that idea of helping somebody, sometimes it may come as something being patient, or you're uh, uh being a little, when people are helping somebody, they're noticing um where someone is maybe lacking somewhere, or they may need assistance, and that's why you're helping. So you come in and help that person because you notice that they need help, or you feel you're responsible for helping, right? Because you take care of them, or they're your close friend or a friend, or whatever the case is that you feel responsible for taking care of, so, or helping rather. So then to have that same concept with yourself would mean that you have to make sure that even at the times that where you need assistance, um it's important to acknowledge those moments, because I think sometimes a lot of people like to play as if they're strong when they're at their weakest, and they unfortunately do not really take care of um those moments with a clear eye and noticing the real help that they need. So I think you sometimes got to look in the mirror and be like, you know what, right now, this is not a time that I am the strongest in, and I really need some help. So sometimes you have to look on the, because I don't know how many times and you done heard somebody or seen somebody go, I got it, I got it, I got it, and you ain't got it. So
That's, oh, I love that answer. I think that's the
Yeah.
best answer of the evening. I absolutely love that answer. I'm going to steal that answer.
Hey guys, I don't know if you guys know this. I just saw on like my feed that I don't know if you remember Kim Porter, the former police officer that shot the guy and said she was found guilty of 2 counts of manslaughter.
Yes, she was. Both
Yeah.
of them.
Yep.
Mhm.
Just wanted to let you guys know that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right.
Is that 84?
Yeah, the way she
Yeah,
just came out of nowhere with that was so
Kim
funny.
Potter. Yeah, her name is Kim Potter.
Yep, yep. That was getting better have been. So, Queen,
is
did you
that the apartment one when the lady walked into the apartment and she thought it was?
That's when she shot that kid who was on the phone with his mom, and she said she had a taser, but she didn't. She had
Oh,
the officer there she was training.
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Okay, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I answered it.
Patrice, did you answer it, love? Patrice?
I believe she did. I don't know where she went though.
I think she said she was struggle streaming, or was she? I thought she was talking about us or me. Okay, but I would like to say something. Do have something to say on this one. It took me a while. I finally I took a moment and just realized maybe not quite 2 years ago is the first time in my entire life that I have actually took care of myself, has actually even considered myself. And it was a surreal moment once I that came to me, that I have never like taken care of myself. I have never once put myself first, or uh, even it was never even a thought. It was just always in me to take care of someone else. I was always doing for others, even in times where I didn't want to do it. And I have found what really pissed me off one time, I found myself doing something, agreeing to something, even it was my idea to do, and I brought it up first, knowing damn well I didn't want to do it. And at that moment, well, no, not at that moment, but later on when I had this reckoning with myself, I was very I was disappointed in myself. I was disappointed that I went all this time and never took the moment to take care of myself. I wasn't unhappy, but I was like telling myself, how much do you think of yourself? You don't even consider yourself. Do you really love yourself? I was just having this moment, and I never realized how much I was just always giving, never considering myself, always the yes person. I mean, always the yes person. And wasn't even getting mad. Like, how you like, dang, I didn't want to do that. I would tell myself, okay, no, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be happy. I'm not gonna let this negative energy in. And I was lying to myself a lot. And how you see me now, I am more outspoken. It still is my true personality, like how silly I do see the joy in things. But now if someone come to me, I gotta tame. If it's something I don't want to do, and especially don't come to me twice, the way I come back at you, not to ask me that again. So I'm working on that, but I do speak up for myself, and it is freeing, and I do like it. But sometimes I do have to watch my delivery. But that's I'm happy where I'm at. But that is a revelation that I did come to, that I wasn't taking care of myself. But I do that now. And paying attention to, I've never exercised in my life or in no type of self-care. This is the first time in my life that my blood pressure is under control since college. By accident, I found out about my blood pressure. Yes. I found my
girl.
I was even hospitalized for essential emergency hypertension because my body don't even give off no symptoms, and I could have stroked out because my body gives no symptoms. And this is the first time that for about the last year or so it's controlled. And so I just wanted to really just share that
I didn't get to answer. I don't know if I was struggle streaming or y'all was, but anyway, it's a real quick answer. Huh?
Take your time.
No, it's real quick. It's a combination of all four of y'all answers. So that's my answer.
You silly. You silly. But I think this is one of those things where it is very important to do those journeys, to do like 84 say, take that bath, just relax, just get to know you, and yeah, I don't know. I will preach this everywhere. And then I got one more, guys, if you don't mind, then we could be done. I promise. Just one more. I think it was a good one. Oh, no, we don't have to do that one. You want to do it?
All good. Yeah, we can do it right quick.
Okay, right quick. This was mainly to me. It says, be precise in your speech. Okay, so I'm going to answer first because I was thinking about this. I'm very wordy. You might not have noticed. I know you guys think I get right to the point and I don't use a lot of words. Oh, no one laughed. I was being facetious. But anyway, I really want to hone in on this.
Kaya, wait. I'm going to laugh. Ha, ha, ha.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's what I'm talking about. You gave me what I needed.
I love you, girl.
With this, be precise. I talk and express myself really the way I want people to talk to me because I'm very visual. I want details. I need to understand. And I know everybody, I'm finding out very quickly that it doesn't take all of this for other people, but I like to draw this picture and this complete in this wholeness when I share things and talk. So I am actively working on being more precise in my speech because people don't have time. Basically, it's more so considering other people, and when you are so worthy, it speaks of your vocabulary. It speaks of your authorities ability, to hone it in. And I think it brings my educational level down. Not that I really, I think it puts you on that platform where you can get right to the point. And so I am working on building and growing my vocabulary so I can be more precise in my speech. But don't hold me to it, because I do like to talk, you guys. I really do. I enjoy it. So you can hold me to it when I'm getting on your nerves. So that's what I wanted to say about that. So go ahead, Sheree.
Being precise in your speech is extremely important, because I think sometimes in situations, right, let's say in the heat of an argument or a disagreement, sometimes people say things that they really don't mean, or they say things where it comes from a place that they may mean, but they word it in a way that it wasn't meant to come out that way, and it becomes more harmful than it does beneficial. So I think being precise in your speech is extremely important, because it's one of those cases where you would much rather make sure that your point is being is coming across, and also that you're being considerate of how your point is being is coming across, because it's one thing to say that's ugly, than saying that is not, that don't look too good. They come up sometimes a little different, but they mean the same thing. So yeah.
Yeah, even with you saying that though, like you can say it more eloquently with saying the same thing. Yeah, I totally agree with that, and it doesn't take so many words. How about you, 84?
Be precise in your speech. Yes, I believe that's definitely an essential thing. Being precise, because when you're being precise, you're being careful, but you're also being direct. Because precision is something that takes discipline, but it also takes you, and that discipline takes you knowing what you're doing. You know what I mean? So that's what true precision is. It's like, okay, I not only am I an artist, and not only do I know how to say things to you, but I'm allowing my words to be direct, but it's also, motivating you in the right energy. You know what I mean? I'm conveying my message in the right way. So I think that's so important, because you want people to take in your message. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to eat the food, or you're not going to try to have my food if it's nasty, right? So if I'm going to serve you some food, I got to be precise in how I'm cooking it. You know what I mean? I got to make sure the herbs and spices are correct. I got to make sure I'm using the right seasoning, sometimes the right sauce. You know what I mean? Because not all the right seasonings and not all the sauces go together. You know what I mean? So sometimes if you mix something the wrong way, it's going to turn out bad for you. And you can wind up having a stomach virus and all types of stuff. You know what I mean? That's just a food analogy. But with that being said, it's the same thing with your speech. If your message is being conveyed the wrong way, some people may want to take it, and say something back that they believe will hurt you, or they believe that is offensive to you. Or some people, they even want to get physical at times, which I don't condone at all. You should be able to take criticism and not take it there. But some people don't have that self-control and energy. So that's why, it's always good to, like they say, watch what you say. You have to watch what you say, because, you want your communication to be effective, and you want what you're saying to be taken literally and seriously, unless you're joking. If you're joking, it is what it is. It's a point to yourself. But unless you're joking, then that's a big difference. But if you are talking about something that you want to basically, like Vahan Bryan was saying, think before you speak. If you wanted to basically convey a message, then you got to be precise with it. If not, then people are not going to take what you say seriously, and they're not going to take what you're saying literally. And then once you have that reputation, And most people, it's all bad from there. It's really bad.
How about you, Queen?
Well, I was always told, your message get lost with your delivery. So it's not.
Wait, say it again. Say it again.
My message, hold on. My message gets lost in how I deliver it. So I was always told it's not what you're saying, it's how you say it. Because, I have a horrible time delivering what I feel without showing everything I'm feeling. I have a horrible poker face. I am not good in fronting. It's there, it's in your face, whether it's a manager, whether it's a coworker, whether it's a bus driver or someone on the street. So I am always told, you gotta fix your face and take a deep breath. I remember, I think it was my husband. No, I don't know. I think it was a friend or something. And we was at an event and I was good. I was having a great time. And she just walked up to me and she was like across the room and she came over and she leaned in my ear and she said, smile. And I looked at her and I wanted to say, what the hell are you talking about? Right. So I just smiled. She said, smile. And I smiled. And then later on, I said, why you come up? She said, because your face. I said, but I was good. She was like, I don't care how good you was. Your face was saying something completely different. She said, so I was just telling you to walk around with a smile. Because when you smile, you different. You look different. So, yeah. So.
I've been told that.
I gotta work on my poker face. And even when I don't want to say nothing, my body, I have to be aware of my body language because I get to moving and grunting and deep breathing. And it's like, I'm like, and then it's like later on, I have people saying in the staff meetings, I have them saying, you okay? And I was like, what happened? It was like, girl, I don't know what was going on with you over there, but you was looking. So, yeah, so I got to work on that. I really do.
Patrice, did you answer? I don't think you answered yet, did you?
No, I didn't, but it's so funny because I've been told that too, Queen, so I get it. I cannot, like, my face expression, like, yeah, I can't do if I'm feeling away, my face expression gonna let you know I'm feeling away, or yeah. But it's so funny because I was on another platform and I was told that something about my delivery or something, and I took it pretty lightly as trying to understand, because that was the first time I heard one person say it. But it got misinterpreted because of, like, sometimes I have peaks and valleys when I'm speaking. Like sometimes my voice goes up and down, and when I'm excited, I may speak louder. When I'm passionate, I may get louder. And I was told that on another platform, and I was trying to really get some clarity and understanding. It was like, oh, your delivery and this, then the other. And I get it. Sometimes, the delivery may not always be whatever it is in your opinion. And that's cool to tell me that. But I heard this from one person, and it got taken way out of proportion and out of whack. So I totally get what you're saying, Queen, because I've been told many times my facial expressions gives me away. I have been literally, especially when I was younger, I was very outspoken. I was so outspoken. I literally used to, in my face expressions, I literally used to get fired from jobs. Like, for real, because I would say what I wanted to say in that moment. As I got older, I held back a lot because I learned that it's not always politically correct to do that. But hearing it in this space for the first time, I'm I'm meditating on it and letting it sink in. I says, okay, well, if I start to hear this more from more people, then I'm going to address it. I'm going to address it and work on it. But I've heard it only from one person that obviously got offended by my delivery in the way I said something and was very sensitive about it. And I try to be cognitive of how a person say I made them feel, whether it's 1, 5, or 10 people. But it's a lot of things, right, that I'm realizing in this space that people are really triggered by and really sensitive to. So I'm trying to be cognitive of that. And if this was a perfect example, Kaya, your answer is to give, for me to give deeper thought in it, because I'm just not choosing in these spaces to entertain the vitriol and the negativity, because it happened in your chat tonight. And it's so funny that this is the last question you asked me. And I really wanted, it took everything in me. It took everything in me not to say anything back. And I'm glad that I didn't, because I'm literally trying to lead by example in these spaces and not always push back when it's necessary to do that. So this answer is absolutely important for me to realize that I don't have to do that. I don't have to feel like I have to respond to everything. I don't have to feel like I have to win every argument. I don't have to feel, you know what I mean? So God, this question, thank you, because that was my clarity. I'm sorry, y'all. I just needed that moment.
Amen. Amen. I did want to reiterate something you said, or ask a question. When you mentioned what you say, how it makes someone else feel, is that our responsibility if we're speaking our truth? And it's not, and I'm not saying insulting someone or dragging someone, but is it our responsibility how what we're saying makes somebody else feel?
I think it is if you.
Yeah, I don't want to be dismissive. I'm sorry. I don't want to be dismissive of how somebody tell me I made them feel. I don't want to dismiss it, but I want to be able to know the differences if you all in your feelings at the moment and just giving me a bunch of BS. You know what I mean? Because I came on the panel to like literally be positive about everything and I'm still being that way. Absolutely. But it was but they came to your platform to bring the BS about an incident that happened from somebody else's platform. And that's how things get, taken way out of proportion. And because I choose not to buy into it, I think it was a great choice on my part. I am acknowledging it because I saw it, but I'm not gonna buy into it. And this was a perfect segue, this last question, to let me know that to be the person that I don't have to be in every fight. I don't have to respond to everything. Sometimes it's okay. I ain't gotta have the last laugh or last conversation or feel like I gotta one up somebody, because I'm just not going down that rabbit hole. You know what I mean?
Okay, I can totally respect that. And what was you gonna say, Queen?
Oh, did something happen? I missed something?
I'm asking, yeah, I would like to know, but I don't think she wants to.
Okay.
Patrice, if you want to bring it up,
okay?
I would love to know, because it went over my head as well. I would like to be aware of it, but if you do not want to.
I will mention it, but I know I'm not going to entertain it with that person. Something happened on another platform, right? About someone saying that it was the way I deliver my delivery or whatever, and it got taken out of content. And I literally came to your platform with a fresh mind, a different perspective. And literally, when I'm done with something and I don't hold it against the person, I'm done with it. Like, I'm not mad. But for another person to come on your platform to bring that incident that happened up at somebody else's platform, it's like you're perpetuating the problem. And it was in your chat tonight, and I saw it. And it was in regards to me and that person and what happened on somebody else's platform. And your question, I say, is so astronomical, and it just made me realize even more than ever is I'm not buying into the BS, because that literally is perpetuating the problem that we see in these spaces right now between the genders. And I'm not buying into the bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, Queen.
So if I'm into it with Sheree, and I got into it with Sheree tonight on your platform, I'm not gonna go over to Knowledge and Relationships platform and have at it in his chat about Sheree.
I get it. I'm just wanting to figure out what person it is. Yes, I totally get it. But it's just leaving me like, who's the person? But both of those ladies.
I'm not gonna give them that much energy. Honestly. I'm just saying that your question was it just solidified it for me. Like, I'm not gonna, after this, I'm not giving it no more energy. Like,
well, look
it
at
ain't
God.
worth
I tell you, look at God. Every time he right on time, all the time, every time. Miss Queen, yes, what is your perspective on this question?
What is it?
Yeah, did you answer the question already? You didn't, right?
I was gonna say that I think we're talking about, like, we're not responsible. Are you responsible?
Yes.
For...
I totally got lost. I'm still. Yes, you're right. Are we responsible for how someone feel about what we say? Yes, you're exactly right.
I think we have a level of responsibility if we're trying to reach them. Like the young people that I worked with, I can't come at them the same way I talk to the adults I work with. And so how I communicate is very important in how I reach people. Just like working with mental health and drug addicted adults, how I approach them is different. Especially someone with mental health issues, because I can say something a certain way and it triggers their issues, you know? So I think we are responsible to the point where, you know, if what you're saying, you're trying to reach them, to teach them, then yes. But if you don't give a flying fig Newton, then no. Just say what you say, shake the dust, twerk a little bit and walk away. That's it. So, you know, but if you're trying to reach them to, you know.
Wait, did she say twerk a little bit?
Yep. And walk away.
Now I'm not.
Just a little tad, just a little too shake, you know. And just
all right, Queen, away. Relax, Queen. Relax, Queen. Relax.
Twerk a little bit.
It's past my bedtime. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I see I got red lights.
That's what I think.
It's the after hours.
What happened?
I was about to say what was going on there with the lights, the painting, the whole vibe over
there. Christmas move for sure. Okay.
I was just saying that I brought the red lights because it's the after hours.
I know.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I think Jess started it earlier with her previous comment, and then Queen came in with hers. So I just said, you know what? Let's just bring out the red lights. You know what I mean? It's
if I need to go, I'll go. You know what I mean? Because y'all doing a little too much right now.
No. Wait, we was just
screaming.
You can't handle
exactly.
You 84. You can't handle 4 women, or is it you just can't afford 4 women?
He will.
You've been hanging
I'm
all
okay.
night.
I'm good. I'm good to
I
go.
think his significant other will say he will never have that option.
But
He's all right. He's all right. He's all right. He's very healthy. He's fine. He's fine. That's all I'm gonna say. He is okay.
I missed something. See, I'm slow. Who is
Miss
he?
Miss OG, you good?
Is somebody saying something to me? Am I struggle streaming? Can you guys hear me?
Did you
We can hear
did you
you.
hear that you're the fourth wife? Did you get that part? You're the fourth wife.
I
And
heard four something.
yeah, you're the fourth wife.
Of
In
who? Of who? Of who?
of our marriage. And 84 is the leader. He's the husband.
Oh wow, he trying to live that party life with us.
No.
Yeah, and he
I didn't
said
say
he
none
can
of that.
afford us
I
all.
didn't say none of that. I didn't
He
say
said
none of
he
this.
can afford us all.
I
You
didn't
know,
say
he's
none
very
of that at all. I don't know
successful.
where this is coming from. 84
And
did
he
not.
Okay, I'll let you be 84. I'll let you.
Listen, I'm healthy. I don't know if I'm that healthy now. I mean, you think you're saying a little too much right now.
We got some ginger root.
No, he needs sea moss gel.
Sea moss.
He needs
There
some
you
spinach. He needs some spinach.
go.
I already got my
Uh-huh.
spinach. I'm good with spinach. I'm good.
Okay, see, he coming around. Look how quickly he coming around. See?
I mean, no, you're trying to put a brother manhood on the line and all that and challenge me. I mean, come on, don't challenge a brother now.
Oh, you know what? I just thought it's 84. So I was a little confused. I went I first, before I ask you this, I want to say this. I do want to thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and coming over here and having this wonderful conversation. I like the fact that it was nice and flowing. It wasn't living in no same old dialect and blaming. Is it really? Okay, we doing good. We normally, go another couple of hours, huh, Patrice? She's struggling. But anyway, I wanted to really, truly thank you
Kaya,
guys. Yeah.
Kaya, girl, I done pull all nighters with you. Like I'm over you already. Okay.
And I love you, and I thank
I
you.
love you back, sis. I love you back.
Really, really do. I think we're having great conversation, and we're not living in no echo chamber type thing. It's very authentic. We're being very transparent. That is something that I think is worthy to put out there. And what is so great, we don't all, have the same views. I think that is beautiful. We have different perspectives. You have 4 beautiful Black women up here, even though I ain't seen Patrice, I could see Queen, but I know she's beautiful, and she sung for me last time.
You will. You will see me. Trust me, you will.
Yes, Sheree, she sung. BBB told me I was like in the honor in the VIP club because she never sings for anyone. Yes, she did. I'm special. But anyway, so I did. I wanted to say, yeah, go ahead. She's laughing.
Yeah, I was just laughing because you said you special.
I is. I special. I's intelligent. I's pretty. Okay. Y'all do remember that movie, right?
No.
I don't bake
Wait.
pies.
What movie was that? Was what she was saying that eyes this, eyes that?
That's
The
the
help.
help. The help.
Oh,
Okay,
you're talking
okay.
about when she gave the doodle pie?
The doodle pie.
Oh, right.
Yes, that was so funny. I love that. But I really wanted to say that. And then at any time, I know it's getting late. Sheree, girl, I thank you. I thought you was just gonna come and go. I really, really do appreciate you for hanging out with me. I love the conversation. I really do. And I love your perspective and the way you articulate yourself, as well as you, Queen. But you've been here with me before, but I love the way you come and yeah, we can laugh all night long telling our stories. I'm sure we probably can get into some trouble telling some stories and all. And Patrice, of course, always thank you. And 84, my man, you have also been on every one of my streams supporting me. I appreciate you. I thank you. I hope in whatever little way I can also give back to your stream and just give back to you authentically. And I really, truly do appreciate you coming with this male perspective, but not being a regurgitator, not coming over here and just throwing up the same old bullshit on us.
I know that's what I love about knowledge and relationships. I love that about him. Him and 100 Watts. And Darrell. I'm loving them.
I will take that every time. I don't even care if you don't agree with me, but I will take that authenticity every time. Go ahead, 84.
I would say this. I think that with men, sometimes we have to, we have to have understanding that we are men, and I think sometimes men don't understand that. And when they talk to women, they don't understand that there's a way that you're supposed to talk to women. And I was taught that from early on, that when you talk to women, you speak to her in a different light. Now, these new modern women that's under 35, they a little different.
Not you, Sheree, not you.
Not you, Sheree.
Okay.
Let me go a little bit lower. I would say under 30. There you go. When it's under 30, they're a little different. You know what I mean? They talk a little different. Their mind's just a little different. I don't know what's going on.
True that. Miss Carrington, thank you so much. I appreciate what you just said, Miss Carrington. Believe me, I really try to be in these spaces to be an example. And listen, my voice is my voice, and I'm passionate, and I got peaks and valleys to my voice. I'm a girl from the south side of Chicago, so I speak very strong and passionate. And I think Sheree can attest to that. And just listen, when you from big cities like that, New York, Chicago, you just a different breed, and we move differently. And we are strong in our stance as Black women in general. And I think it's just not cool to be generalized as someone that because you speak a certain way, or your voice goes up and down in whatever, like you're hollering at somebody, or you being aggressive or argumentative towards somebody. It's not that, it's definitely not that for women. And I'm tired of the generalization that Black women get, that we are always combative or argumentative, holler at men. No, this is just how I talk, dude. Like, this is how I talk. I don't know how to change that. I got taught off. You too loud. I can't help it. I'm loud. That's just how everybody in my family talk this way. If you met my family, we all talk this way. So it's like, I'm not finna change that for nobody because one person said that to me. Now, I will not dismiss that person's feelings. I want to be an example for the younger generation, but you're not going to put me in a generalization of all Black women in that sense. I'm not buying into that bullshit, period, in these spaces. So Miss Carrington, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. And it's all good. It's all love.
So Miss OG, the next time someone say that to you, say, I'll turn down my volume when you turn down the volume in your ears. So when you're able to do that, then I'll turn down my tone.
Like I said, me and Queen could get in trouble in these streets together. But yes, I love the way you speak. I talk about that last time. I am always loud. Right now, I know my kids hear me way down the hall. They tell me they didn't heard the whole, conversation. And that's me. I used to say, I think I'm hard of hearing, so I talk louder because I can't hear myself. So I got to hear myself to make sure I'm delivering. But I know I talk loud and it's
exactly.
I know. And they tell me in the chat, turn down your microphone. I'm like, I'm just going to turn up my voice more, and stuff. But
I think it's always a cop out because people don't want to hear something. So if in order for me not for it to stick on me, I got to try to bob and weave and deflect it back on you.
That part.
You're not here to control, like never mind, I started to say something crazy, but you're not here to control me or tell me what to say or what to do. Turn down your ears. When you're able to turn down the volume in your ear, then I'll turn down the volume in my voice. Simple. Yeah. Turn down the volume on your camera or your tablet. Then you won't hear me. Mute yourself. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so true. It's one of my cousins, she blatantly told me that she don't invite me to her event because I talk too loud. I told her, I said, well, that's good because your events are quite boring until she's one of they are boring until I get there and I'm me. And then everybody gravitates to me because it's like, they're well off. Okay, she's a pharmacist. He's a captain, whatever, nice, beautiful, but it's boring over here, but I don't know anymore. I haven't been invited in over 5 years, so good. I get to be
That's funny.
But yes,
say something real quick too. Because I think I wanted to say something real quick too, because I think OG Patrice had brought something up a few times when she said how sensitive people are. I think I've noticed how sensitive people are. And I think what I want to say is I think a lot of that goes into everybody trying to make everybody happy and everybody going off of their feelings. So if you hurt my feelings, we can no longer communicate because you are supposed to take care of my feelings before I take care of myself. Unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. That was a gem, Sheree. Oh, I mean, read what Candid Ann say. Hey, Candid Ann. Read what she say right there.
Sheree, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was on mute. I think I missed what you said because I was reading what Candid Ann said and I thought I was reading it wrong. Can you please repeat one more time, Sheree? Because I want to hear what you said first and then I'm going to read what Candid Ann said. If you don't mind, please.
Okay, no, I don't mind. No, I was saying that a lot of people are sensitive and to today because like I was saying, everybody wants to cater to their happiness and they worry about their happiness. So if you say something that doesn't make me happy, now you hurt my feelings. And I think I said something. Sometimes I'll be dropping them things because they come to me and I just say it. But I think I said more in the line of like people wanting you to take care of their happiness before they take care of it themselves.
Oh, yes. Okay. Amen on that. And
I said that was a gem she dropped.
Right. That is so true. That's why, like we were saying earlier, you have to be whole with yourself first. You have to make yourself happy first. I don't truly believe other people can make you happy. Mm-hmm. And I even debate on if they can feed into your happiness, because if you're already truly happy, you're going to be happy regardless. But Candid Ann said, my mom is also very loud. It's part of the reason her and I don't get along. So that just because she's loud, I'm just curious.
I found that to be very interesting. I would like to ask Candid Ann, is it more to that? Because listen, I know I can be loud at times, but I got friends and family members, and I don't mind anybody saying, Patrice, you're a little loud. You know what I mean? I could read it back. I could turn it down. So I had no problem with that. I know that I speak differently in certain spaces I'm in. If I'm in meetings at work, I know I have to not be as loud. But if I'm just generally like we on this panel or I'm around my family and friends, I can get loud. It's just the nature of my voice and the, how it goes up and down and my passion and whatever it is I'm saying. And if I'm a little loud, I don't mind saying, Patrice, turn it down. Like now I'm speaking closely in the microphone of my phone. So if I'm a little loud, just say, Patrice, you're a little loud. I don't mind that. Yeah, but to try to try to use it to demeanor or devalue you or to shut you up, that part right there, I ain't G'ing for that at all. Not at all.
Yeah,
But you
so
know,
I
oh,
think
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sheree.
I was gonna say I think what she may be, and she can correct me if I'm wrong. And she could come up if she wants to and elaborate in her words what she really meant.
Yeah, because I will say that Candid and I
um
will wait a minute, Sheree. I will say that Candid and have one of the softest, smoothest voice. Like her voice is velvet on like butter melted, like for real, for real. So I can see maybe for her, you know what I'm saying? Because she has a perfect radio voice. Like she could be on like Midnight Love, you know, like
Put your red
butter.
tuning in to Whispers in the Dark.
But I was going to say real quick though, I don't tell no one I can turn it down because I can't. It's like this is naturally how I talk, because the moment I say I'm going to turn it down, I'm going to get so facetious with it. I'm going to get so condescending because that's the way I'm reminding myself to turn it down. And then your feelings might get hurt. So you want me just to stay loud. But I can't remember to turn it down. Anyway, okay, so what she say? Hold on, let me get my mic ready. And what was you about to say, Sheree?
What I was saying, I think because of the fact that she highlighted very loud, I think what she meant by that is, okay, you know, the people that go into places or areas, right? And they just do not know how to act. And they do not know how to speak. Because like OG Patrice just said, right? She said that if someone taps on the shoulder and say you're a little loud, she's gonna lower her voice. And some people you can say, oh, you're a little loud, and they pushback is gonna go, I can get loud if I want to. And those kind of people,
okay,
you don't want to hang out with. Now, I'm curious if that's what she meant, because I think there's a difference between speaking loudly and just being loud. In my opinion,
yes,
there's
yes,
a personality to it. Sometimes there's a personality to being a loud person. You get what I'm saying? So, I know my cousin. He talks about me and my family that we are loud, but when he says it, he's saying in the sense where we speak loudly. You get what I'm saying? Because if we're in public, we know how to act.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I think that's necessarily the difference, in my opinion, because the fact that she capitalized the word very loud, and that's what I'm getting from it. So she can correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know.
So
I mean, like, just the other night, Big Bad Bull in your chat, Kaya told me, tell Patrice to turn her mic down because she's too loud. And I know that probably was true because I'm speaking very closely in the mic of my phone. So I didn't get offended when Big Bad Bull wrote that in the chat. I didn't.
Yeah, but you cussed them out. I'm joking.
Loud. Right.
Hi, Candid Ann. How are you?
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
I can. Yes.
See, did I tell y'all? Look at that voice. Look at that voice.
Thank you so much for joining us on the platform.
Of course.
And that just kind of threw all of us a little bit. And while you were micing up, Sheree was offering what she thought you were speaking.
Which is partially correct. Which is partially correct. You know, I always feel like an outsider whenever I don't know. I'm gonna have to make a video on this a bit later, because there's so many instances in which people that look like me, and I feel like an outsider oftentimes. And so at any rate, you know, my mom, if you guys don't know me very well, my mom is from the Caribbean. And historically, I think a lot of times Caribbean people have like this very boisterous, you know, accent. What are you going on? And like they're just loud and stuff like that. And here my ass comes all quiet, not loud, you know. And it really isn't. I mean, yes, my mom's voice, and that's not the only reason why. That's just a portion of the reason why her and I have issues. It certainly is not the only reason. It is mostly as it pertains to being loud, just to talk about that little portion. It's really about the aggressive, and like if I tell you something bothers me and you're not listening and you're still being loud, if I tell you a secret and you're sharing it with everyone else, you're being loud, if nothing can stay between you and I, you're being loud, if I tell you like, why do you have to talk so loud? And if you're not being sensitive to the fact that I'm not saying that I'm walking around, I'm this like little soft shell and you have to cater to me. I'm certainly not. But between mother and daughter, there's no one else in the world whom I can share certain things with, or at least I thought that as it pertains to mother and daughter, that I can share certain things with. So if I come to you with certain things that I only want to be shared between you and I'm hoping for a little bit of a different aspect. Like if I talk to a friend on the street and they can have enough decorum or respect or like, what are you talking about, girl? Come on, let's talk about that. And you can't do it, then that's making me not want to talk to you. You know, it's so my mom is who she is. I love the fact that she's very outgoing. I'm not an outgoing person. I'm an introvert. But my mom is really outgoing and I love that aspect of her. But as it pertains to her and I having a relationship, sometimes like Patrice said, when I need that to tone down, I need that mother and daughter guidance, that mentorship. I don't need all of that loud stuff right now because the person that I am, the candid and the Andrea, your daughter, I'm not this outgoing, boisterous person. I need you to tone it down and talk to me. So that's all I'm saying as it pertains to being loud. But I love my mom's extroverted character and her, you know, I love that about her. She's just an adventurous person, you know, so I'm not really talking about her changing who she is. I'm just talking about as it pertains to a mother and daughter conversation. You're stuck with this unfortunate introverted child. It doesn't help me any.
So because of that, that's why you guys don't get along, basically because of the way she expressed herself, and she's sharing some things that were between both of you guys, and speaking of that as well.
Yes, like I can't try like I don't know, I feel like I've never like if it comes to mother and daughter, I feel like that should be a very special relationship and there should be things that if I tell her that it should only be between her and I. And you're talking to other people about the things that I shared with you. Now I'm feeling betrayed. Now, why do you have to talk about that? Why? And then if I talk to you about it, no accountability. I'm your mother. That's not helping me, you know. So, I mean, that was just talking about that a little bit.
So do you choose now, I would assume probably not to share personal things with her.
Oh, I
I would,
absolutely will not. If I don't want the world to know it, if like, if I don't tell it on the internet, you know, she's the internet for me. Like if I'm not willing to talk about it, anything that I share on the internet, I'm okay with sharing to the world. I treat her the same way. If I'm
yeah.
willing to share it with her, then I have to assume that I'm going to share it with the world because I have no trust that anything that I say to her is going to be respected because I'm her daughter. I don't believe that like she understands that this is my daughter and it's just going to be between her and I. Like, there's just no, she's just going to talk and be loud and just talk. And so whatever, if that's the way that you can, and I've expressed this to her. I've specifically said, if that's the way that you are, that's fine. But when you hear me on, because sometimes she watches my videos and she's like, why did you say that? You and I don't get along. She'll approach me about it. And so when a situation arises, I'll tell her, and this is the reason why you and I don't get along. So when you're watching my videos and you're hearing me talk about why you and I don't get along, this situation right here is the reason why you and I don't get along. So you don't have to keep asking me all the time. Because keep in mind, even though uh, I'm not what you call an extrovert, I'm very direct. I'm not shy. I don't run away from a conversation. We can have the conversation, but I'm just not naturally loud. You know, but I can get loud if motherfucker want to get loud. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just not naturally loud. Like I just rather have a conversation with you. So I'm not like someone that shies away from a conversation or from conflict. We can talk it out. I really believe that we can talk it out. But if you're gonna be like loud and not listening, then I don't feel the need to like exert myself. It's not necessary. So that's the part of the reason why it's a lot of that unaccountability. Like I'll give you a small story. before I became a nurse, I applied to medical school and I got into medical school. And to make a long story extreme, to give you the cliff notes, because I know it's like super early in the morning and it's Christmas and people got things to do and family and stuff like that. So I'll make this as close as I'll try to cut out as much as I can as possible. But long story short, I got into medical school and I was accepted, like I said, and so I wanted to go. And so I was, medical school is expensive, and I was thinking like, how am I going to afford this? Blah blah blah. I'm married. I have a house. This isn't something that I did young. This is something that I did as a change of career. And so I told my mom about this, and I told her, please don't tell anybody. I'm trying to figure out, like, is this the right decision for me? Should I do this? Should I take out this crazy loan and do all this stuff? And I was just trying to get some help, like as a married woman, an older married woman, can I do this? Is this something feasible? And I told her, please don't tell anyone. I'm trying to figure it out. So long story short, to push things forward, I decided to become a nurse. I'm a registered nurse, as you know, Kaya. I decided to become a nurse instead. But in between making that decision, I remember sitting here at the very computer that I'm talking to you right now with tears, hot tears flowing down my face and saying, you know what, I don't think that medical school is going to be for me. And I felt sad and I felt upset about it. So I went to my mom's house, just, she's in the Bronx. I drive to her house, I think to do some chores or to help her out, braid her hair. I don't know what I was doing over there. And as soon as I opened the door, a family friend opens the door and is like, well, what are you doing here? I thought you'd be in medical school by now. And I was like, what are you talking about? He goes, I thought you'd be in school by now. So I walked right past him and I went to my mom and I'm like, why did such and such say that I was going to be in medical school? My mom starts screaming, he talks too much. He like a woman. He just talk too blast and much, and starts talking really, really loud, taking no accountability for the fact that you betrayed what I asked you not to talk about. It's incredibly emotional and sad for me to talk about why I didn't go to medical school, or the decision that it was hard for me. I'm happy that I became a nurse and I'm thankful that I still found my way, but I wasn't there yet. I was still trying to find out like where to go. And when I asked you about it and I told you about it, she started going all into this whole bullshit about, I'm proud of my children. I would scream from the mountain top about my children and started crying and talking about, I'd go from the mountain top and I'm proud of my child. If I talk too loud, it was just like, this is not helping me right now. Like all I asked you to do was to keep this between you and I. So now I have to explain to not only you, but family and friends and things that what did you say? How many people do I got to explain this to now? And I'm not even at the point where I'm prepared to apply to nursing school. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with my life right now. Right. So when I talk about being loud, it just bothers me when people, I don't know, this is my experience as it pertains to my mom. When I try to explain to you why your loudness bothers me, if you can't tone it down and understand why it bothers me, just as a daughter to my, I'm not talking about your job, your career. People do what you want to do. I'm just talking about between me and my mom. Why? So I'm just explaining that that's one scenario in which I'm trying to explain like how her loudness and unaccountability for like the fact that I told you something. You spoke about what I told you about. Now I have to be the one to explain to friends and family and whoever else you decide to share what I told you about. And when I talk to you about it, you're screaming about you. It's just a mess. Just a mess. So that's why her and I don't get along. The loudness, unaccountability for like we can't share things together. Yeah, it's why we don't get along.
It seemed like it's more of the accountability.
Oh yes, that too.
The loudness of it. Even though I know with her being loud, she also is exposing or sharing, the things that were shared between you two. But it seems more so it's the accountability.
Yes, absolutely. Both of them.
Your confidence and
absolutely.
Things like that.
I totally agree. Absolutely.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Did anybody, Patrice or anybody, want to say anything? 84?
I want to say something. Candid Ann, thank you for sharing your story. And thank you for being vulnerable. I definitely can relate because I have major issues with both my parents, but I love them though. Love you, mom, dad.
I love my parents. Yeah.
But yeah, that being said, thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for being vulnerable. I think it's great to hear that. And I think sometimes parents need to know the impact that they have on children. Even as we are adults, they still have an impact, and maybe they don't realize that, but they do. And I just like to subscribe to your channel. I hit all notifications so I can get the get the notification when they come in. I'm a content creator myself. My channel is Knowledge and Relationships. So definitely, we would love to have you on our platform. We'd love to interview you. You know, what I mean, I done interviewed already 2 people on here already. You know what I mean? Yes, I'm friends on Instagram too. I hit the follow on
Thank you,
Instagram
Miss
as well.
Shrebi. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrebi Chicago. And definitely like to subscribe to Shrebi Chicago too. You know what I mean? And y'all definitely should already be like to subscribe to Just Kaya. Y'all been watching this whole time. Y'all been she done put on a 5-hour show for y'all. You ain't like to subscribe yet. And please like and subscribe now and hit that bell. But yes, definitely, we'll definitely connect more behind the scenes on Candid Ann, and I'll definitely, reach out to you and see, if we can do something, on our network as well. So,
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of requests. I've been as Miss Kaya I've been on Miss Kaya's, oh my throat. I've been talking a little bit on these platforms just to get some practice. But I've been working, I think this week I did 60 hours at the hospital, and it's been really busy with the situation. I won't mention it because I don't want her to get demonetized, but you guys know the world situation.
I ain't monetized yet, girl.
Oh, okay. So I can say what I want, girl. But it's been really busy. I've been putting in hours on top of hours. So I would love to be on you guys' channel, but I'm just gonna say that when I've noticed that whenever I've taken the time to be on other person's channel, I don't have time to contribute to my own channel, which is why I haven't made a video in I think in a month, because I've been doing so many hours at the hospital. And I would love to be on your channels and stuff like that, but I think I'm gonna have to try to make a little bit. I have to get this thing together. I got to figure out a scheduling for myself, because I'm somehow not figuring it out where I don't have, if I go to your channel, that I'm done for the week. I can't, I don't have any time to even do anything on my own
You
channel.
tell me you can come tomorrow.
yeah, we can definitely work on the logistics system. I'm here.
Yeah. So I just want to give you that. I just want to figure that, because even tomorrow I have to be at the, what's today? Today's Christmas. I'm off today. I'm at the COVID testing site tomorrow, so and Monday, and then I'm back to work. So it's like, but I'm not trying to give you guys an excuse. I want to be on your channels and stuff like that. I think sometimes popping up on the panels, like I work overnight, which is why I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 5-6 o'clock in the morning. But so I just don't want to give you guys an excuse as to if I don't show up. The reason why I'm an overnight nurse, a graveyard shift nurse, and I'm trying to get my own channel together as well. But I will be showing up on your channels and popping up and contributing whenever I can. So, but I would love to. I'm thankful for the gracious invitation, and I will definitely try to make it in the future. But I'm a little sketchy back here because my timing is all messed up.
Definitely.
I want to say,
thank you for being available. I appreciate it.
Of course,
And we'll definitely work with you and work with your schedule and different things, and we'll definitely support you as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
As well.
and I want to say real quick, I absolutely understand where she is coming from. If you notice the pattern on my channel, it will be a week full of videos, then 1 week none, then another week full and another week none. And it's like, it's because you're trying to find this this rhythm. And then I think at the same time I was trying to find other ways that I can express myself. And then on top of that, having everyday life. Oh yeah. It's it's that balance. And then like she said, I noticed since she said it, I now can pinpoint it. When I do the week that I am not posting many videos, I am on other people. This whole week I did not post any videos. My first video was the live I did right before I came on here. And I did it because it was a whole week that I did not post a video. So I get exactly what she's saying. Exactly what she's saying. Sis, take your time.
Yeah, thank you. I just don't want people to feel like, I'm not showing up to their panels because I'm ungrateful. I'm thankful. I'm very, very thankful. But then again, I'm like, there's just so many hours in a day. And if I don't contribute to my own channel, I'm going to be lost. So I will try to find a way. It'll just probably be a little bit in the future. But I am part of my goal in 2022 would be to try to get this scheduling. Maybe I fall back a little bit on this overtime. But the overtime money is sweet. This hospital money right now is, oh God, man. This money
Don't fall back on the overtime money. Overtime money,
they have the incentive.
nice.
It's not just the overtime, but they also have like these. It's not just overtime, but on top of the overtime, they also have this incentive pay per hour. So on top of your regular pay,
we don't get that.
$50 extra on top of an hour, $50 an hour on top of the overtime.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah, so that's why I'm like, I gotta buy a roof. You guys don't know my life or whatever, but my dad came up on the roof and he fixed the leak, and that's like 14,000 something dollars. I got a quote. So I'm trying to, me and my husband over here trying to get this roof. I'm not over here trying to like make excuses or whatever, but I gotta get a roof. You know what I'm saying? So
Amen.
that's the only reason. So I mean, I'm trying to put all too much out there, but like I want to come on the channels. I'll probably be popping up on the panels and stuff like that. But just give me a little grace as I try to figure this scheduling stuff out. Yeah. And get my roof too,
With
Girl.
Big Bad Bull is one of the reasons why I started dedicating more time to my channel, because which is true, I was out there supporting everyone else, and really what I thought I was doing, I was trying to figure out how to talk and what I'm gonna say and how am I presenting myself and stuff. But in the end, for me, it was like, I'm me, I'm gonna be me. And I really just kind of just jumped in, because before I was just recording things and putting it up and, trying to structure it and do all these things. But as you get out there, you notice that you need to just go on and just hop on live, because the structure ones, they're great. And I ain't never edited a video because I don't know how, but they're great. But I notice when you come on and do these lives, for one, of course, you have a focus point, but it tends to take on a life of its own, which I totally love, for one. And then you can bring it back and pop these little things in. But that is what is getting, unless you have something precise, but that's what is really getting me, I'm speaking for me, getting the way you talk, the way I articulate myself, hone in on being more precise with my speech, and then the community, I get my people here, and we're on the same page as what we want to venture into, but we don't all agree, and it's just really a beautiful thing. I'm glad that I took a chance on doing lives, which is I think it's better. But don't get me wrong, I am going to do some recordings as well, because I do want to get Pacific things out there, even though they don't get as much attention. But it's all good. I say all of that to say this, and when you hop in there and do it, you just keep going, and you realize, like, you did so much, but it's almost like Sheree with put a week and then a week nothing, and then a week. But it is that consistency, and that's why I like the lives, because you can just hop on. We've been on here going on 6 hours now, talking, and getting it done and stuff. And I'm not sure what your show is going to be about per se, but that's one way to get yourself disciplined. And I put a time up here, and I was on Sheree's show, and I was like, oh, I'm supposed to be live. I made a commitment. I said, I gotta go. And then she came here with me. But it's good. It's addicting too. I love it. I love seeing, like, I can't wait until tomorrow to see Sheree again, because I know she's gonna come back again tomorrow. I'm joking, but I'm not.
Oh, and just to answer Miss Carrington's question, if I'm from Trinity, no, my family is from Barbados. And so I guess I have a little bit of an accent or something, but I was born in New York City, and I was raised in the Bronx, and I live in Connecticut for the last 14, maybe even 16 or so years. But my family is from Barbados. I is a Bajan.
So anybody else have anything else to say? Miss Sheree, Queen in the house, Patrice, 84.
I just want to say, streaming is really draining. I'm just messing.
I know you are, because you've been here 2 nights in a row with me.
Hey, look, I'm not starting my own channel. I'm on Instagram. I just like hopping in and meeting new people, making jokes, and popping out. So, hand in hand. I'll be on your channel too. I don't care what you need help with. I'll see if
Oh,
I can
thank
help
you.
you and keep it pushing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and the same for me, Candy. You know, I met you. I think I don't know if it was Miss B Finesse or Uncle Stu's, one of they
Yeah.
platforms, but I'm already subscribed to you, so you know I'll
Thank
definitely
you.
continue to support you. And I do understand what you're saying about your mom. I knew that it had to be other things that factor in to that, right? Like I think we all got things that we probably can say that, you know, we've had issues with our parents or not getting along with our parents regarding something, whatever it is, right? Um, but the part about her being very loud, and I think it's the also that, like you said, the part that, you know, you trusted her to you know, to keep your conversation private. And when somebody violates that, that's like the most, that's a form of betrayal, right? So we look at that different than, you know, you just you know, tattletale something because it's just your mom, and it's a sense of betrayal of a privacy that you asked her to keep a conversation between the two of you. And when your mother of all people does it, it kind of stings differently, right? It's a
Oh, yes,
different
and I have an
form.
entire video in which I talk about, like, just forgiving your parents because even though I divulged that, I don't think that our parents are perfect or have to be perfect. They're growing, they're learning. You know, my mom had me when she was 24, 25 years old. Yeah, it's called Forgiving. There you go. I love her. Thank you. You're so
I
supportive.
know, I
Thank
love
you.
Sherelle. She dropping the receipt.
Thank you. Yeah. You know, I talk about forgiving our parents. My father, keep in mind, I'm very, 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 very close to my father. If I called my father right now, like right now, he'd be like, "Oh, I was about to call you." Like him and I are like somehow like synced in with one another. But I have to say that our temperament and the way that we speak to one another, we could be angry, something could be upsetting to us. Honestly, when there was someone that made a comment about the approach, it's all about the approach for me. You can tell me you really upset me, you said something that pissed me off, and I would 100% take it in. But if you come at me screaming, yelling, and hollering, it's almost like I'm in defense mechanism. Like I'm just ready to fight back because all I see is the aggression. Like you're almost so loud that I can't hear you. All I see is the aggression, and I'm ready to
Right,
come back. The New York City in me is ready to cut. The Bronx is ready to do that aggression thing
right.
right back at you. But if you talk to me, if you just come to me and approach me and tell me the same exact thing, we can have a conversation. I'll apologize. I'll get a better understanding of why what I said upset you and try to clarify. But if you come at me with aggression, it's just never, it never, never works with me.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, I like I said, when someone tell me that, I try not to be dismissive of how someone tells you you made them feel. That's a form of like you know, you're just not caring about that person's feelings at all. And if you're really trying to listen or make a difference or resolve the issue, then I think, yeah, like Queen said, you owe it to that person, you know, based off of that to try to work it out. So I agree. I agree absolutely with what you're saying. But when it's taken out of content and when the person is trying to silence you, you know, by spitting the vitriol towards you, when listen, I'm saying this is the way I talk. It's okay to tell me, Patrice, you're a little bit too loud. Can you tone it down? I had no problem with that. But don't try to like flip it on me to make it look like it's a thing now. You know what I mean? So in which way you're trying to demeanor it or demean me or devalue me, I'm not going to buy into that as well either. Because yes, I can tone it down. We can have a conversation. And for some reason, because you up here, Candace, talking to me, you see how I'm talking to you now.
Yeah, you know the funny
Right.
th- yeah, the funny
You
thing
see what
is
I'm
that
saying?
oftentimes when I
Exactly.
have a conversation with people, people tell me that I'm easy to talk to, and I don't really have this like if we other than my mom, people usually tell me like, you know, it's just relaxing and I could share so much with you, and I get this response a lot, and I maybe I feel like I don't know if it's true or not, has to do with my approach. Because I'm not really trying to like, I honestly am the most I don't when I say I don't like, let me back up. When I go to the dentist, right? And they're like, "Oh, how are you doing? What's your day like? Where do you work?" Well, I'm not here for the conversation. I picked you because I respect your expertise. I don't want to know about your mother, your daughter, your cousin, your dog, nothing. I'm not saying that. I'm gonna get to the point. I know I'm being a little bit long-winded. I'm not saying that because I'm a rude person. I'm just very innocent and I just want to get my job done. I want you to do your job, fix my teeth, fix my foot, whatever I came to the hospital, doctor, whatever for. And I'm not trying to use information against you. I'm not trying to know about your personal life. You know, if I'm genuinely interested in how you're doing, then I will ask you, how are you, Miss Patrice? Because I want to know. I'm not having these loose conversations because I'm trying to at the back end, well, Miss Patrice, she be doing this, and the reason why she can't do that is because her husband because I'm not going to be asking you about that if I don't really care. So if I come to you, if you are like my doctor and you're asking me how's my husband, fine. I could have just had a huge argument with my husband and he maybe kicked me out the house, which will never happen because it's my house, but whatever. But the answer will always be fine because none of your fucking business. The answer will always be fine, right? So I'm saying all that to say that if I take time to have a conversation with people, it's because I genuinely care. I'm not trying to just gather information to use it against you in the past. And another thing is like if I have a disagreement with somebody, that can sit where it's at. I don't have to like have a conversation. Like if I had a friend where, and maybe you guys have had this too, where you no longer are friends with someone that you were really close to, that I don't even talk about that person at all on the internet, even though I was really close to them. I know their secrets and stuff like that. I don't come out here and talk about all their secrets and that was between her and I. The friendship is no longer what it is, and I leave it where it's at. So I'm one of these most I'm a very like honest and authentic person. If I'm having a conversation with Miss Patrice and I want to know how you're doing and you tell me this is what's going on in your life, that's between you and I, and that's
Right.
it.
Mm-hmm. I
But
know.
people,
I
I get
get.
that response a lot. People like have like they feel comfortable talking to me, and I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. But like, hey, like I'm not for everybody. That's fine. I'm not like some
Your
amazing
voice is
person. I'm just a
soothing.
person.
Everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, but know that you're in a space now where I agree. If you can say less, because but you're in a space now where people will take anything you say and use it against you.
Yeah,
Like
I'm learning.
we
Yeah.
we see these wars that's going on right now on in these spaces. So just yeah, absolutely. And Kai, I want to say to you, I'm so glad to see that you are taking the time to build your own channel up, because honey, you was on somebody else's panel like it was your home, and I I was like, don't she got a
Wait, you know what? And that's another thing with me. If I give you my word and I say I'm going to be there and I'm saying I'll support you, I really need to know when, to step back a little bit in that, I just always just feel like dedicated. I said this and then I just feel so dedicated. And yeah, I had to pull myself away and something I had to pull myself away and spend more time and put it on to put it in myself and take a chance on me. Absolutely. And I thank you, I thank Bull and everything, because he in a certain way mentioned it to me as well, saying, hey, you got something here, go, you got people that want to hear you and stuff, so go do your thing.
well, that sounds like somebody that really cares. And I know Big Bad Bull is so cool and so genuine
Yeah.
with doing that, because he does that for Miss B Finesse. And he
Yeah.
did it for you. So yeah, shout out to him for that. But yeah, pour into self, because that's what I see a lot of people doing in these spaces, is that they get on other people's platforms to shine, and they have their own channels. It's like pour into your own. You know what I mean? So I'm glad to see you doing this.
Thank you. I appreciate your support with this since day one too.
Yeah,
So I
that's
really,
right.
I really do. Go ahead, Queen.
That's right. Pour into yours, and I'll be right here drinking with you. Okay, I got
Amen. Amen, girl. Me and you together, we gonna be a tag team.
because I ain't doing my own channel, so I'm gonna pour into every one of y'all. I'm
Amen.
gonna be up
And
in
that's what
I'm
I
gonna be
do.
up
I
in the
like
backstage.
I move on everybody little channel and
Oh,
try to pour into them because I don't have a channel. So but I love the fact that, when I see you guys on and in your space, I go on knowledge, channel. I have not been on Sheree's her live. I haven't caught you live yet, but I have watched your videos as I have Candid Ann. So you guys got to go live, okay?
Ray was live today.
I was.
I'm
And
gonna
then
make an attempt to go to. I'm working on a schedule. I'm gonna make an attempt. The funny thing is, I'm trying to find my voice. Also, when I say my voice, I'm talking about my actual voice. I'm talking about like, what do I want to say
yeah.
when I'm
But see,
on here?
and that was my problem because that's what I was battling with. What do I want to say? And with that little rant I went on, that's kind of what I was trying to say, like with going live. Instead of trying to be structured and map it out, I found for me, what worked for me is just to go on live, have an ideal of it, but it's going to take a whole course and a whole direction on its own because I was the same way. I would lie in the bed like, well, what am I going to talk about? Like, well, that's not interesting. That's interesting to me. And I was battling with that. That's why I went on to say, I'm sure I will record things, but going live, it really worked for me in a way. I'm still getting my ideas across. I'm still getting Kaya out there and what I envision. But, I'm just jumping in there doing it. And I think going live is the best way. In my opinion, it works for me.
So it's
Okay.
been like 2 months since I've been live. And so, yeah, I know, right? And tonight was my first time going live. It was really a spur of the moment. It was an idea that came from What the Funk. And we decided to go ahead and do it. And I'm going to do it with What the Funk, but it's going to be more planned. So I have to agree to a degree about the live thing. However, I do understand, and I also appreciate the people that just create it content and put it together. Because what I did learn, when you're growing your channel, if you do not have enough visibility, just doing edited videos, I through my experience, I saw that I got more interaction with edited videos than I did with live recordings. So I think it depends on where you are. Cannon, you got almost 20,000 subscribers. You can go
Oh,
live.
okay, so let me
So
explain that. I've been on YouTube for
way
like,
more than that.
yeah, the thing is, that's kind of like hard because the thing about that is I've been on YouTube for 10 years. And to be honest with you, I've deleted a lot. I've deleted a lot of my videos. I used to have this, you'll see videos, I think even, let me look on my own channel because I don't even know. I've had videos on there in which I talk about being childless. I talk about why is a good marriage difficult, and those are old videos. This is like having, okay, that's 4 years ago. Happiness despite no children. That was 4 years ago. Why are good marriages so much work? That was also 4 years ago. I'm only mentioning that to say that these conversations, having these candid conversations, these hard conversations, this is not new to me. This is something that I did before StreamYard was even available. I was doing them as edited videos, trying to have these kind of hardcore conversations years ago. And then I went to nursing school and I felt like, oh, let me fall back a little bit because my language, the cursing and all that kind of stuff, I was like scared to, I didn't know how it was going to go over and trying to find a job as a nurse and stuff like that. So now I'm trying to revamp my channel. I've deleted a lot of videos. I've deleted so many videos. So the ones that are on there, they're innocent enough, and they are like, they're just super old videos. I talk about like having a myomectomy and recovering from having surgery from fibroids, things that people like don't really talk about as often. And so, and I started off on here as a natural hair vlogger when the natural hair community was all into, like, trying to learn about how to comb your natural hair and take care of your natural hair. And so, so my videos are super, super, super old, and that's the reason why I have such a big following. But I stopped making videos as a huge, in addition to me not making videos, and the fact that I deleted a lot of videos, there's a huge gap. So I feel like I'm starting all over again. So even though you'll see 20,000 subscribers, a lot of those people probably, like if I started over right now, a lot of those people probably don't even subscribe to YouTube anymore. It's not like a really accurate depiction of the activity that's on there. So I'm looking at myself like a new person all over again.
I wanted to ask, so does that essentially help you or hurt you to have those subscribers versus
It probably
just
hurts me. I don't
whole
know.
channel? Huh?
It probably hurts me because back in the day, my videos were about natural hair. Then I also have like a photography series, like how to, because I'm into photography. I used to be a wedding photographer, and you'll see videos on there like there's a photography 101 series on how to use a camera. Has nothing to do with natural hair. Photography and natural hair, nothing to do with, and then these candid conversations, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's probably hurting me because at this point, back in the day, it didn't matter, but at this point, YouTube has changed so much that they really want you to niche down into like a particular subject matter. And I'm not willing to delete all those videos that I spent so much time doing. And I still get views and a little bit of monetization on those videos because if you want to do well, how-to videos and that evergreen stuff, like there's a video that I have on how to do an at-home foot spa that still gets views. Just how to do anything really gets views. But like I'm not a how-to channel. I just share. I'm just sharing what I know. I'm sharing what I've learned. So it's a whole mess. I gotta fix that thing up. I don't even know where I'm gonna start. It's a mess.
I'm just curious. So you're monetized, right?
Yes, I've been monetized for years.
Okay, so at this point where you're at then, if you just start putting up content and people just start watching it, you're already monetized. So you're still going to reap revenue from, okay. Well, no, then it is, shoot, girl, then it is good to have
I know, but that overtime money though.
But that what?
But that overtime and that incentive money though, it's just.
No, I'm talking about when I was asking, was it hurting you to have those subscribers? It ain't hurting you.
Well, the thing is, when I say it's not hurting me, I feel like when you watch videos from other people who are all about the numbers, when you look at someone that has 20,000 subscribers and how many people watch their videos, the numbers are a little bit more higher. So I'll make a video and only a few hundred people will watch my videos. That's because it's been years. It's because the audience is so segregated in terms of natural hair, photography, candid conversations. And so I'll make a video and only maybe I'll get a few hundred views. When you're thinking about someone that has 20,000 subscribers, it doesn't make any sense. I know why it's like that, and I'm going to work on changing it, but it doesn't look like it goes together. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm working on it. I'm going to, I think I'm just going to stick to candid conversations. And there'll be some videos like the lady from Chicago. She said, I'm going to do a variety of pre-made videos because I'm up in the middle of the night. Like I'm bright-eyed. I'm ready to go to work right now. Because I work the overnight shift. So it's easier for me to get on here, make a pre-recorded video. That way I have something in the backlog to upload on the time when I have like a bunch of overtime and I'm not working, I'll have at least something to post. So I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, even though they won't get as much views, at least the algorithm will know that I'm still here, I'm still being active. And it'll still, have a little bit of engagement in it. No matter whether it's a live stream is probably best, but even the pre-recorded videos that I upload, is still something as opposed to not having any content whatsoever.
Well, yeah, because the whole purpose I was really even saying the live stream is to get to the point to get those watch hours and to get some notification or some visualization or whatever.
Yeah.
But I do thank you. That's why I'm up late like this, because my whole career I work nights. I can stream all night, every night. And And I like it, and I really was comfortable with doing it as well, because I'm like, it ain't that many people up that late, so I can get started and get more comfortable here. But no, I like the night streaming, and I really think with, I probably can build something here, because it's not so much competition too, with the night streaming, and
I
get
didn't
my
even think
little
about that. You're right about that. I didn't even think about that. That's a great way to think about it. I never even thought about it. I was over here trying to wake up at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the middle of my sleep, trying to
no.
be there where most people are awake. But that's a good thought.
Yeah, like this is like my fourth stream, and I don't know how it worked. I've been looking at the numbers. I don't know how particularly it worked, but I live streamed yesterday and I already got 80 views. I don't know, that's good to me. It's only been 24 hours, I'm like, yay, that's just as many subscribers as I have, and that's been consistent, and this is just the fourth night that I have done that and figuring out my niche. So I'm enjoying it. I like this space. I'm most awake and alert at night. So
Miss Chicago, are you also working? How are you doing the schedule? How are you figuring out the schedule thing?
So I figured out what I did was like I do the kind of the late night recordings and I edit those and I put them in the so when you go in your studio on your YouTube studio, yeah, I was at one point because of the scheduling, I would have 3 videos pending in the YouTube studio because I recorded so many and edited so many, and I have them dropping on specific days and specific times. So that way I don't even have to worry about whether or not content is actually going out there. As long as I'm constantly recording and editing and putting it together, it's going to get dropped because I'm going to be able to put it on YouTube studio and then allow it to drop on its own. So I love that they have that option as well, where you can go on there and just say, okay, Monday on the 3rd, because I think Monday is the 3rd. But anyway, but Monday on the 3rd, at 2 p.m. at local time, I'm going to drop this, and you get to have your thumbnail already up there. You have to, you already got your description, everything, and you just put in that time, and it's gone.
There you go. Okay, great.
Yeah,
I have to work on that.
Yeah, that is one reason why, because I have put up the I'm going back to the live stream, and I put up the time, and it was like, I have to think of myself very popular. Someone could have been up there waiting for me. Not that anybody has ever waited for me before, but this could have been the one time that they were waiting for me. So I had to get to my live stream, and look who came with me.
I have a question for Miss OG Patrice. Are you still there, ma'am?
Just give her a minute. She's there. It's a little delay, I think.
My question, if she's able to hear me, is like when I log on, I'm part of TLA's, the lead attorneys, his Patreon, and one of the things that I learned, which I'm trying to figure out if it's good or not, I'll go to YouTube and I'll look at all the people that are live streaming right now. And one thing that I've noticed is that, like, when I come onto your channel, it's mostly Black people. If I go to Anton's channel, it's mostly Black people. And if you look at the live stream, if you go to like another channel, it's mostly all white men or all white women. And it's just it's funny how it's all segregated. And the 2 questions that I want to know from Miss OG Patrice, has she ever, like, I've seen her on a lot of different channels. Have you ever gone to one of these predominantly white spaces to, discuss whatever the topic is at hand? I mean, we're just talking about topics and stuff like that. And the other question, I guess, for the panel is, have any of you guys ever joined a panel of people that did not look like you, that were not Black, that were predominantly white women or white men, or just, I don't know, Spanish or whatever else? Because if you go on YouTube right now and you look at who's live streaming, like a bunch of Filipinos are on a channel together, a bunch of white men are on a panel together, and I'm like, why are we so segregated? Like, like, what is that all about? So those are 2 questions that I have. Just a question.
Well, I'll give I don't know if Patrice is I don't know. But
Mhm.
I'll give my perspective on the last part that you just said. And I'll speak for me personally. The reason why I feel comfortable, I can relate to these to Black women. I can relate and have a conversation and understand for the most part what they're saying and what I'm conveying. And then my stream 2 nights ago was whose responsibility is it to fix the hood? So that was something we were talking about in light of, other things that were discussed. So for me, I'll speak for me. I just don't think I can relate for the most part. I don't think I don't want to say struggle, but my plight or my fight or my purpose, I wouldn't know, I wouldn't be able to feed into them, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that might sound limited or narrow, but I truly feel that way, and I relay that back to working, in the trauma nursing for over 20 years, and not working around Black people and hanging out. It was like, it was just different for me. It was like, okay, yeah, it was cool. We can have conversation, but I don't feel like, I know I wasn't feeding them in them. And I know for damn sure they weren't feeding into me on a personal level, on the evolving and have that same sense of what I need or might need or want to accomplish. So I think it's the familiarity, the commonness of we're in this together. That's just how I feel about it. And I would think with the other groups, I would just assume it's because you relate to each other, you understand each other. And that's just, what I think about that.
I think in terms of why you think it's segregated, I think because a lot of times in a lot of places are segregated. I know specifically here in Chicago, we're one of the most segregated cities, period. So I think your channel may reflect your personal surroundings, period. So if your personal surroundings are segregated or your personal surroundings are predominantly Black, then maybe your channel is going to be predominantly Black, or the YouTube is going to reflect the segregation. To another point, if you ask it if I've ever been on somebody else's panel who is not Black, no, I haven't. I've thought about it in a sense of how would I even reach those spaces. I did think, like, how do I reach other spaces outside of the space that I'm in? And I mean that in the sense of the manosphere, because I've kind of started on the YouTube space by entering the manosphere space, and my channel isn't even about like it's the stuff like that. Like I talk about relationships to a degree because my channel was about the community and how we could build the community and make it better and highlight the people who are. However, I dip and dabble into the relationships only because relationships and family make the community. So that's why I still touch it. I think what I do think about though, what I do think about is how I'm gonna do it when it comes to reaching other spaces that may be more similar to my particular space. And I love that you said if you go and see who's actually live, like, how do you do that? Because now I may just steal that girl and go ahead and get into these other spaces.
That's what I'm
Because
about to do. I'm telling you, because I feel like so what I do basically is when I go to, and I only been doing this recently. I'm not like some pro. I'm learning, right? So don't mind them 20,000 things subscribers. Don't mind that at all. I go to YouTube, and at the top where it says, like, for me it says perfume because I'm a perfume addict, and it'll say like other things. One of the top things it says on there is live, and that separates all of the it just gives you everyone that's going live. And so Just Kaya is first because I'm subscribed to her, as well as the fact that she's live. So those people that I'm subscribed to that are live will be first, and then other channels that are live that I'm not even subscribed to, they'll also be on there. So I'll look and see about the topic, and I'll see what they're talking about. And I'll like before I came on here, I saw a bunch of white men talking about not wanting to get, I'll just say the jab, and all their reasonings why they don't want to get the jab. And so I'm just listening. I'm just listening, wondering, will I insert myself? Will I talk? But I'm just listening. And so I'm just interested because for me, this is about talking to everyone. And as much as I love talking to my Black women and men and stuff like that, and I'm here, like I said, I came on here through natural hair, and I found a community through natural hair, but I also have a lot of different interests, and I'm just curious. I'm just curious. And like Miss Kaya said, being a nurse, you take care of a wide variety of people. And I was tempted to go onto those white men's channel, and they're talking about, not getting the jab. And I as a registered nurse, I just wanted to hear what they have to say. I'm not here to argue. We can have a discussion about it, but I was just curious. I'm about to infiltrate.
Yeah, I truly think that would be a great thing if that's something you're interested in. And I respect it. And I would think it would be if you're received well, I think that would be an awesome opportunity.
I think a lot of us should, though. I mean, I'm probably going to, but I feel like
Yeah.
we are Black women, so smart, so intelligent. We have so much to offer that I would like to see us contributing to everything. I don't know. White people they have no problems coming into our communities, not just white people, Asian people, whatever, selling us this, selling us that, taking our money for a variety of services, selling Black hair products to us and slapping our faces on it, but they're the ones that actually own the company, and so I just my mind, I don't know, I'm at the point where I'm starting to think like, you know what, I'm going to start infiltrating your spaces also, and just to have a conversation, just to get, just like you guys do with us, and come into our communities and grow your business. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like we should go into their communities on YouTube as well and just have a conversation.
Yeah.
I was just curious on how anyone else thought about that.
Go.
Oh, real quick. For me, with my passion, like I was saying, my passion is to feed into my Black young women, and to to inspire and encourage and be there for my community, and to share what I've been through, and to empower my young Black women that are coming up behind me, to share my life experience. I truly believe that's what my purpose is for me, and that's what I get joy out of sharing that. I don't have any desire to, and just me personally, and I don't
Fair
know
enough.
whatever, but I have no desire to go on a platform and have a conversation back and forth with any, I'll say, non-melanin people. Yeah,
Fair enough. That's fair.
Is we have so much here, and it's already spreading that we're not unified, that it's hard for us to talk to each other. So I really, me personally, want to cultivate that. I want to learn and be able to continue these conversations like with Sheree and Queen and everything, and show that us as Black women, we can, and not that, I want to say we do have something to prove. We're not what they say we are. And I want to feed into that. I want that demonstrated as far as I'm concerned. I don't know about the other ladies, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm very happy with the opportunity here to feed into my beautiful Black women and look at my beautiful Black men's and all this. I just love the Blackness all around, 100%. Just me.
I will say this. Hold on, Queen. I will say this. On my channel, we're open to all communities. We accept all communities. Hey, all right. We accept all. Sheree doing a promotion hard. I see you, Sheree. Right. We have to bring over the non-relation so you can promo for us, girl. We have to bring you over. You know what I mean? We make you part of the promo team. You feel me? You know what I mean? But yeah, with that being said, I think because we're open to all communities. In fact, we have a show on our channel with a white HBCU professor. Hey, there you go. Thank you. With a white HBCU professor. And she basically, and before, we let her on and do her show, I definitely talked to her and asked her, why she wanted to be a part of the Black experience, why was she an HBCU professor, just to make sure that, she wasn't on some like white savior type mode. And she wasn't. She actually checked out and she was great. Shout out to Jessica and her panel, the social network. I mean, it's the social stream, because she does a stream about social issues. So she's very aware, very, very cognitive of everything, and she's definitely someone who definitely is inspired to do her best to be just a great person. Overall. So and I would love, we love to have all communities, and we would love to be a part of all communities. But I think the problem is that sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes those communities don't want us to be a part of their community. And I think that's the problem that we run into, because, a lot of times, like I'll go to a supermarket, I'm in a good mood, I'm in a nice neighborhood. I go in there and I'm shopping, I'm doing my thing, and this happened to me recently when I went to this restaurant to get some food. I go in a restaurant, I'm happy, I'm in a good mood, I'm just trying to grab my food, and it ain't too many of my African descent people, and not too many of us are in there. And I go in there and I'm just getting stared at. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Then it hit me. I'm like, oh, so they're staring at me because of that. Okay. You know what I mean? It's
Because of that, define that, please.
Oh, my color of my skin.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I've been through it often. So I know the tone, I know the look, I know the the body language. I've been through it. I've seen it. I've even had racist things said to me at different work environments. So I'm and being out here, because I'm from New York as well, just like you, Candid Ann. I'm from Brooklyn.
Oh, what part of Brooklyn? My husband's from Brooklyn.
I was born in Fort Greene, Brooklyn Hospital, and then I also grew up in Brownsville.
Okay, my husband's from Crown Heights.
Ah, yeah, so he's my neighbor. I know him.
Yeah.
I roots in Crown Heights. I roots in Bed-Stuy, Sunset Park, all over. So I know about Bronx too. I know about the South Bronx. I know about Stadium. You know what I mean? I know about all that. You know what I'm saying? Cortland Ave. I know about all that.
There you go. Yeah, I graduated from Diva Clinton High School.
Queens in the house.
Oh, I'm going to be in Queens for Christmas. I'm going to be in Queens later on today. Hollis, Queens for Christmas.
Go Queens.
Yeah, I'll be in Hollis, Queens later on today for Christmas.
Hey, okay. Yeah, she's from Jamaica, Queens, South Jamaica, Queens. Queens. You know what I mean?
Well, for me, just to get back to my question, for me, I feel like I don't know. For some strange reason, I've often felt like I don't always fit in.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for instance, I'm married, right? And let the Black manosphere tell it. I'm an anomaly because I'm a Black woman that's married, which I don't feel like that's an anomaly, but let them tell it I'm an anomaly simply because apparently Black women don't get married as often. And I've been married for 16 years. I've been with my husband for 24 years. So that's one thing. But in addition to the fact that I'm married, we don't have any children. Like, you married and you don't have children. You didn't give that man a child. You from the Caribbean, you didn't give that man a child. So I want to talk about topics that are not necessarily Black related. They're about this human experience. And so when I talk about wanting to, jokingly, I said infiltrate, but it's not really about infiltrating. It's really about finding your community, no matter what the people look like. It's about, what other people are out there that are married and don't have kids. How are you interacting around the holidays with your family? I'm about to go to, this is not now because I'm a little bit older, but later on, like early in my life, you go to events, you go to the birthday shower. When are you going to have a baby? When are you going to have a child? But, how do you deal with those sort of things? And to be honest with you, Black women have been the ones that are harassing me most about when you're going to have a child, when you and your husband going to have a kid. And so that's why I'm kind of just interested in finding people like me, no matter what they look like. that understand that. And it's not just about that, it's about other topics as well. There are things that I want to talk about. Like, for instance, when I go to my doctor's office and he's just infatuated with the fact that every time I come there, my hair is different. And he wants to talk to me about people in his family. He's in his honest, I saw Kaya's face. Yeah, he's just infatuated. No, no, no. It's honest. I love it. He is just infatuated with the fact that every time I come there, my hair is completely different, and he wants to. He's telling me about members of his family that married a Black woman, and he's pulling out books about some. I just came here to get my checkup. I just came here to get my checkup. I ain't interested in your cousin who married a Black woman. I don't give a shit. But I know that I am in a neighborhood that's 90, I don't know, 6, 5, 2, whatever % white people. And so he probably doesn't have this interaction with a Black person that often. And so it's inside of him and he wants to talk about it a whole lot. But I just came there to get my checkup. And I want white people to know that when you are in a certain setting, I'm not being aggressive or angry with you. I just don't want to be represented. I just don't want to be the Black person representation all the time. I'm just coming to get my damn checkup. And so when you ask me how's this and how's that about my hair, it's starting to piss me off. It's not because I have an attitude, which you're going to subscribe it to the fact that Black women are angry, but I don't want to do all of this right now. So I feel the need to go into that space and explain to them, when you're talking to a Black woman, when you are the doctor, when you are my dentist, when you are blah, 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 and you're asking me these personal questions, sometimes it's none of your business. Sometimes I just came there because I respect your expertise, but I don't want to have to explain all these different things to you. And secondly, it really is none of your business.
Miss Candid, if I may
Yes, girl.
interject, I think that these will make good conversations, right? For topics,
Yeah.
your experiences that you're having, because I'm noticing too in these spaces that even on YouTube that we're pretty segregated on YouTube as
Yeah.
well. Like it's a segregate. I'm noticing the separation on in these spaces. So someone that wants to have a more open platform, where they welcome, people of all races. I don't know where that is because mostly, for the most part, the panels I've been on has been, we're pretty segregated, even on YouTube, as I'm coming to see. But I think these topics are good to have, like what you explaining about. I think these are good open conversations that need to be had as well.
But what I don't understand. Oh, sorry, Candid Ann.
Oh no, I was just saying I hope to spend a little bit more time and sit down and put it together, but I haven't. Bad.
But my question would be, and I just think, like, the examples that you gave, do you think that they will even care? For one, with I guess
Like a doctor that was asking about my hair.
Educate, yeah, because those you talking about the doctors and those professional people maybe getting those type of subscribers to your platform to educate them, like this is not,
No,
maybe
okay, great, perfect. Okay, so I wasn't really talking about getting doctors to subscribe to my channel. I was just talking about the experience of being a minority in a predominantly white space in which white people are curious about you.
Just
Right.
share your
Yeah. And so just to have the conversation of like, listen, here I am, a Black woman. I'm willing to tell you that when a Black woman comes into your office for legal advice, for whatever, however you approach us, wherever you see us, there's some things to know about us. Like, for instance, yes, our hair changes. And if you like it, just say you like it, but don't ask me if it's real. Some things that I find disrespectful. Like if I find the lady from Chicago, you have a gorgeous smile. I love it when you smile. You have a beautiful, beautiful smile. I would not ask you if your teeth are real. That sounds ridiculous, right? That sounds ridiculous. Why ask me if my hair is real? It's just I don't. Just some things I want white people to know, that like if
That
you
happens.
interact with a Black woman,
I'm sorry, but that happens a lot with
it does.
with their
Yeah.
race. But
Well,
like I said, I really think it's good conversation to have, because I think even within our own race of people, we interact, and we have people of other races that are in our families now. You know what I mean? I have biracial grandchildren, so I think it's people that marry to other people of other races. So I think that these conversations will be good conversation to have and open that dialogue up for better communication, because I don't know what it is about the other race that they have this fantasy or this fascination with our hair, even our different skin tones or things like that. But I find them to be interesting conversations to be had.
Right. So
But
that's where I was coming from in terms of just opening up the conversation to not just Black people, but just to everybody. Just have a conversation between different people.
But I just find it funny that I know for Knowledge and Relationships platform, yes, our panel is mostly Black, but the people who have been coming to our channel, even popping up on the stream, have been from all walks of life. We had a young guy on there in college talking about his dating, white guy, and another guy I think he was from Brazil, talking about something else. So, I think it's good I think it's because we have been consistent with streaming. So we have been attracting a lot more. And then we have Mr. 84 over here, who's everywhere. So he actually brings a lot of traffic to the channel. But yeah, I think it's also important to have those conversations. I think even with us being Black, having that same conversation with us, because we have our own issues with
Absolutely.
like,
Absolutely.
I mean,
Mhm.
I have very silky curly hair, to the point where people think I straw set my hair. I had a roommate who was white, who worked in a very uppity white salon. She needed a hair model. I went to her salon, and first of all, they didn't have a smock for me to fit in because they only have size 2. So that was a whole nother experience. But when she was doing my hair, everyone in the salon came over and was touching my hair.
Mm.
Touching.
Oh my gosh. You don't have a process in this? This is natural? This is your natural grade? Oh my gosh. Your hair is gorgeous. This is your natural hair? And I started to put out a tip jar and say every touch $5, because I would have got paid. But
You undersold yourself, sis. You undersold yourself, but I get the point.
You know what I'm saying? But it was interesting. And then my roommate, she was like, yeah, her hair is gorgeous, blah blah blah. Black people got nice hair. What's wrong with y'all? Like, that was her mindset. That was how she was coming across. But it was just crazy, because it was like, even the owner of the salon, who barely is there, walked over and was like, I mean, they were asking me, can I touch your hair? And I was like, sure. He was like, oh my gosh, you have gorgeous hair. Like, and I was like, yeah, okay. What do you mix with? I was like, Native American, probably some Spanish. I don't know. But when you look at me, what you see? I'm Black. So there you go. But it's just even the ignorance, even within our own culture too. Like, I've had Black people tell me, oh, your hair is not real, or you got this. And I'm like, what growing up. So, I think even us needing to be schooled even in our own culture, and how we have so many biases and
Yes,
stereotypes that we need to unlock for ourselves.
absolutely.
I also think I think when it comes to the them I can't remember exactly who mentioned it, but I think someone mentioned how they invade our spaces, but we don't necessarily invade theirs. I think one of those things is like, it's almost part of it is because we have to get taught about them opposed to them learning about us. It's like it's almost like, I like to say that we always remember how slavery taught us and how the consciousness of us and how it affected us. We sometimes forget to remember how it affected them. So one of the ways that it affected them is Black people are an artifact. We're not human. We're special, different. We're you know, there was zoos created to showcase Black people. You know what I mean? To give more of where I'm coming from with this, right? So it's like a Black person with your hair, trying to understand the hair. They don't get it, because I remember my mom actually telling me, like, yeah, white people have to wash their hair every day, because if they don't, it would get really messy, and predominantly white people get lice predominantly. Now, I was told that. Didn't have to meet not one white person in my life. I wonder how many times they get accurate information about a Black person before they even get the chance to meet one.
Right.
And we're not considered just a I think I'm trying to say artifact or artifice.
Right.
The word I know. Like a just some foreign weird thing or something like
Yes.
that. Like we're human, just like you. We bleed the same way. It's just you know, backgrounds just cause people to look different, and that just is what it is.
Right.
You know, so they don't really see it that way. Sometimes we're very different to them, and it's it can get annoying. Yeah.
And that's more of the reason why I want to have more conversations with people that don't look like me, so that we can kind of understand that we're just really the same. Sure, our phenotype might look a little different, but we're the same. We have different cultures, we have different backgrounds, but even within our own experience as Black people, I'm from the Caribbean, you got American Blacks, Jamaican Blacks, and even within the Black experience, we still have cultural differences. And I'm sure within the white experience, there's still cultural differences. But at the end of it all, I mean, take all that stuff away, we're just people. We're just people.
Yeah, that will be actually a really interesting conversation to have with someone of a Caucasian race, Asian race, Hispanic race, just difference, you know, just to have the dialogue and the honest conversation about misconceptions of each other's race. And, you know, because everybody is not the same, right? Like, and I don't think that Caucasian people think that all of us are the same in some forms, but there is some misconceptions that they have about our race that I think open and honest conversation need to be had, just to kind of, you know, clear those misconceptions up, even about each other as well. So even us about them,
Yes.
you know, because I don't believe that, you know, all Caucasian people are racist people, because racist is something that you're taught to be. You're not born that way.
Right.
I think that
the media also perpetuates this.
Oh yeah, I think that the thing is that I think a lot of times within those communities, I think some of them do want to learn about who we are as a people, and some of them they probably want to learn things about themselves as well. And you know, they're actually, you know, trying to, you know, some of them are trying to discover themselves as well, but also in that there's some who think that people who are ethnic are beneath them, and you know, because they think that we're beneath them, they don't want to have these conversations because they don't think that we're on the same level. And I think that we have to have that realization as well. And it's not that we don't keep striving to have conversation with those people who are accepting of all cultures and all people, no matter what race they are, no matter what gender they are, that they're accepting of all people. We want to strive to have that with everybody that's on that level. But I think also, unfortunately, a reality is that there's some people who don't see things that way. And I think also, like, I seen this Instagram post. Thank you, OG Patrice. I appreciate you. I think that I seen this on a post. I seen this on an Instagram post. It was a lady, and she was like, she was like, okay, how was my? She did this Instagram show where she like her experience. I think she went to Japan or China or some Asian country, and she went there, and the people were all over her like she was a celebrity. Yeah. This is a regular woman taking pictures of her. They wanted to touch her hair.
Yep.
I mean, everything. They were just they treated her like she was a goddess. Like they were all over. You know what I mean? And I think that at times, you know, we got to understand that people, you know, and this is what I started to understand that some of these cultures, some of these people, they know things about us that we don't know. You know what I mean? And so they may ask questions or they may treat us a certain way because they may know things about us that we are not aware of. And we're starting to learn more about our history and learn about more how we are. But I think that at times, you know, the only race that really exists is the human race. As you were saying, sister, that's the most important thing. The only thing that's important
correct.
is we're humans, and that we all gonna live, we all gonna transcend, and you know, and that's the most important thing. I think the biggest thing with that is even amongst each other. I think to stop all the infighting, we got to see that we are one. And I think other cultures are able to get that, even if they have a system where it's like a caste system or a system that separates them based on religion or based on economic status. They still have guidelines and rules. And I think that even within the YouTube streets, I see with our people, we have a hard time understanding guidelines, rules, respect, love, and parameters. We have a hard time understanding that, which is why in the YouTube streets just so much dysfunction. You know what I mean? It just basically parallels, you know, what really goes on between people of color in the real world. You know, why we have so many disagreements, why we can't have a disagreement without it becoming violent or people wanting to threaten people or when people want to get too personal, is that we do this in the real world. This is how we interact in the real world. So, you know, it just shows the level of where we're at and as far as where we at with our moral standards and values and how that needs to change.
Okay, well, for me, I when it comes to like learning about other cultures and stuff like that, I don't approach it that they think less of me. I'm more just thinking that, you know, I might be able to teach you something and you might be able to teach me something. I get along really, really, really well with people that are from other places, whether you're, because I'm a first generation kid. And so I tend to, I don't know, I somehow just cleave to people that are also first generation kids. And you could be from Vietnam, you could be from Russia, you could be from anywhere because they understand the duality of being an American, but then still having a lot of culture from your family and that weird dynamic of feeling like you're not part of either space. And so, you know, just to, you know, share with you, like my thing is that I feel like even with like I've had a coworker who is from Malaysia and him and I get along so well. And the exchange that we have in terms of teaching each other different things has been so helpful to my life. Like, I remember one time I was talking about making smoothies and him and I were talking about like, you know, being healthy and, you know, so I made this like ginger and carrot smoothie and I brought it to work and I shared it with him. I made enough for him and I bought him a bottle and we drank it for breakfast. And then when after he cleaned out his smoothie bottle, he put, I think it was, I forgot what it was an orange or something inside the container and gave it back to me. And I'm like, why would you put like a fruit inside the container? He goes, because in Asian culture, when somebody gives something to you, you give them the container with something filled up back and return it, even if it's something small, even if it's some rice, even if it's some sugar, even if it's anything at all. You don't return, if someone gave you something food wise, you don't return an empty container back to them. You fill it with something to show your gratitude. And I was like, wow, I love that. And I started doing it. And I'm just talking about these small cultural things that we can learn to just be better people, just to acclimate ourselves to something different, something new. You know, that's just a one small story that I can share about like the awesome positive things about like learning about other cultures and not being afraid, because I don't always think that, I mean, granted, you are right, some people do think of us as less than, but I don't always approach it that way. Sometimes people are just curious and they don't know any better, you know?
Yeah, I don't approach it that way either. I'm just saying that I have a wide perception. I just understand that sometimes can be the case, and that sometimes it is, unfortunately, at times, not all the time, that at times is a reality. And some
Yeah.
people are aware. Some people, like I was saying, that's why I shared my story about the woman who went to a different country in Asia, how she was treated with such high esteem, and how they basically was worshiping this woman. I mean, they were taking pictures, they were like offering her stuff, like they treated her so well, and you would think, oh, these other countries look at us like we're animals.
Yeah.
That's not true. That's
Awesome.
not true. That's not true at all. That's what maybe media sometimes portrays, certain media outlets portray, but that's not true at all.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's not what the funk. I see your comment. Isn't it awesome that little move? Like, just if somebody gives you some food or something, you return the container, even if it's with an apple, like just something to say, I appreciate it. Here's something in return. That's awesome. I started doing that. I think it's awesome. But there's just so many little things that we
Yeah,
can
there
learn about
really
each
is.
other.
I like learning from different cultures too. And you're right, knowledge and relationship. My brother said the same thing happened to him when he went over to Mexico. He said they thought he was a NBA player. Like they wanted to take pictures with him, and like they thought he was somebody. I was like, wow, really? He was like, he was like, yeah. He was like, they was like, oh, you play for the NBA? Can I take a picture with you? Da, 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 da. He said, I didn't even get a chance to like hardly like, no, I'm not, I'm not a professional sports player at all. But that is a lot of the perception. A lot of times, if you go over in other cultures, they see and appreciate the difference in you. I see even in spaces. I know my first experience dating interracial, I had to have some serious conversations with my ex, and I was glad because I was able to learn from him, and he asked me like some really, really deep questions that I knew a lot of times people from his community, from the Caucasian perspective, wanted to know about Black people, like the stereotypes and things like, and I had to like break that down and tell him like where that come from and how that came about, and and just the serious questions he would ask about certain things that happen within our community. I had to like just be raw and honest with him, and he learned so much. And I think if we have those open dialogues, and now that I have biracial grandchildren. I have my cousins that are, married and, to someone of a different race. If you're not having these conversations, it's almost like the elephant in the room to me. You know what I mean? It's like how could you not? I don't understand how people can be married to somebody from another race and like not have conversations about race. Like, are you just gonna be married to that person and like not even, acknowledge that different things, culturally, goes on within your different racial divides? But apparently, I guess it's people choose not to, or maybe they haven't privately. I don't know. But I just find it like I know I couldn't be in that type of relationship and not have the conversation.
I would say that my experience moving from the East Coast to the West Coast in college and having roommates, I feel like I was blessed to live with a plethora of races. I had Vietnamese, Laotian, Ethiopian, Eritrean, someone from Congo, someone from Malaysia, and I felt like I was introduced to a lot of cultures that I would normally not experience or have that intimate connection with, even to the point where me and the young lady who was Vietnamese, I would go with her to her family's house every Sunday. And it was funny because they just speak in their language, and her mom would sit next to me and she would translate. She was like, "Oh, she's talking about this, or they're talking about this," and then she would stop the conversation, and she was like, at one point, and go, "Hey, we have a guest. Don't be rude," and then everyone would just start speaking in English around me, So it really helped me to understand, and even, I used to babysit some Tongan kids, and they were huge. And when I graduated college, the grandmother gave me, like, she wrapped me in this Tongan garb and gave me jewelry, and they were saying that that was part of her welcoming me into the family, or accepting me. So, it's been, I think it's really good to learn from different cultures and have that experience, because I would have never had that experience growing up in Queens, having that intimacy with these cultures.
Yeah. What's funny about this conversation is, please, Miss Kaya, tell me to shut up if I'm
No,
talking
go
too
for
much or taking over. Have you recently watched El Guapo's latest video about Black women? Something about like you're losing or your hair or something like that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I got up on the panel and talked about that. I talked
I
about
was
that deeply rooted issue with Black women and the whole hair thing. Yeah, so I know the one you talked about.
So I was, like I told you, I work Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And each one of my shifts are 10 to 12 hours long. So like I just caught the like very tail end of it, and I had to watch the replay. So I might be incorrectly quoting some of his stuff here. So I'm hoping that some of you guys will please correct me if I'm wrong. But it seems to me that when we're talking about like other races being curious about us and touching our hair, it seems to be like I don't know, it seems to be like just curiosity or whatever. But when it comes to Black men, I'm not saying all. My experience, I have 4C hair. You can go on my channel and see my nappy hair. It's not curly at all. It's kinky. It's 4C, the no curl, just straight naps. Okay, I don't know if that's the right word, but and my experience has been that most Black men do not like my hair, and that's okay. My husband loves my hair, and I'm okay. But when men in the manosphere have conversations about Black women wearing wigs and weaves and all kinds of crazy hair, the examples that Mr. El Guapo, whom I love his channel, keep in mind that just because I might disagree with one small aspect of someone's
Right.
belief system
Oh
does
yeah.
not mean that I don't love his channel, that I don't agree with him, that I don't like. I
Right.
love his channel. I'm a subscriber, and I will be a subscriber. This is just one little issue.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay. Just leaving that where that's at. So the examples that I saw on the replay were horrible, like just outlandish examples of women wearing like rainbow hair and just ridiculousness. And it really wasn't a good representation of a woman just perhaps wearing a wig, wearing a weave. And I know a lot of Black men will say, like, just wear your natural hair. And I can tell you that oftentimes, and I've heard with my own 2 ears from Black men, the comment that I heard with my own 2 ears is men talking about if they look at the back of our necks and they see naps, they don't want us. Right? And Black men,
That's
yeah.
not true.
I haven't heard that in so long.
But I've heard, even my godson, I was on WhatsApp with my godson. And when you're on WhatsApp, those are your family and your friends. These are people that actually know you. So I'm not cammed up. My godson, who is 20 years old, was talking about my edges ain't done. My edges aren't done. He's a Black man. Where does he
I was
get
going
that
to say it's
from?
got to be a younger generation, because I know in this space, I've been hearing a lot more, from the men, in this space, saying that, they say that to their women or their wives, that they love their hair and their natural hair. I've
That's
said
what
on
they
the panel.
say. That's what they say when it's curly and silky and it has a curl pattern and stuff like that.
That's
But
not everybody's Black experience. I don't even know how in the world they could even
exactly.
think that, because they know that our hair is kinky.
Exactly. And so oftentimes when women are wearing wigs and weaves and stuff like that, I'm not saying they don't. He made this comment about we're wearing these things because we don't love ourselves, and I think that's kind of far reaching. And I kind of
Well,
get a
I
little.
know from a panel I sat on before, And I did go up there and say that I think it is a kind of deeply rooted thing with some women, not all, that because the stigma that comes with our hair and the history of our hair,
Exactly.
the labeling of our hair,
Yes.
you know, it's the same with the colorism, that there is something deeply rooted with a lot of Black women why they won't embrace their own natural hair.
Exactly.
I truly know that and believe that.
You
And
can
then
go on news
and then
articles.
I would hear some men say, you know, I tell them all the time, we love them natural, we want their natural hair, this and that and the other. And then I heard someone, a woman in a space say, well, I prefer this. And to me, that's a problem as a Black woman, to say if you prefer someone else's hair on your head other than your hair. To me, that is something deeply rooted wrong. Like if you prefer a whole race of another person's hair on your head than your own hair. So I spoke on that part, but I think it is overly done in our culture with the nails, with the bad claw eyelashes. I do. I agree that it is, because I see some of the, you know, the younger women in the younger generation that's rocking the rainbow hair, rocking. And I'm not saying, I don't mean it in the sense of like everything, you know, all the time is that way, but a lot of it that I see, especially like in the urban neighborhoods on like Facebook or Twitter, or some may come up, you know, in the stroll. It's just like, that is so far left from what we were taught to love ourselves and in our natural state and in our natural culture as a people. And now I see us taking on a whole another perception, even our body images. It's like we're not appreciating our natural selves as women a lot in these spaces. And I see it from the younger generation more so than the older generation. And I think I think it has a lot to do with media, you know, entertainment, reality TV. I think we like to mimic what we see other people do in spaces. I really think that there is not a lot of self-love when it comes to your natural state as a Black woman. I think that we have diminished that so much, in my humble opinion, when I see so much of that being perpetuated now. That's just my opinion.
We
But
only,
I would say,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would say that as a Black man, you know, and after this I have to go, ladies. But just Kai, thanks for having me on. OG Patrice, much love. Candid and definitely great having you on, Sister and Queen. Much love to you as well. I would just say that as a man's perspective, at least I love natural hair. You know what I mean, of all forms. You know what I'm saying? Just when the sisters start doing the Crayola box hair colors, I think that's when it becomes a problem. When you putting red, blue, purple, green, yellow, and all that in your hair, like that's when it becomes a problem for me. But rather than that,
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing them say too.
yeah, I'm cool with the natural hair. I love the natural hair. The more natural, the better. But
yeah,
that's
but
just
not all wigs and weaves look like that. Like some of them just look like regular, like permed hair. So
yeah.
why do we have
I just don't like the Crayola color thing. That's the thing that gets to me.
right? So that's the thing. So when El Guapo was making his point about like how Black women need to love themselves and they need to have natural hair, he brought on these people that had wigs and weaves that were like just completely outlandish, that were not like it didn't look like regular, you know, pressed or permed hair. It didn't look like the average wig that you normally see. It was almost like the complete most outlandish, crazy ass thing that you can look at, you know. And, you know, you can look up articles about Black women talking about them not being afraid of getting jobs because of how their boss might look at them. Is it unfair? Yes. Should it be this way? No. But it is what it is, right? So you'll see a lot of Black women talking about, and this has become a bit better recently, but in the past,
Didn't they pass a bill or some type of thing discrimination
Yes.
law against that.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it had and so we had to get to the point where we had to pass freaking
Yeah.
legislation for us to wear our natural hair because we were
Yeah,
being
that's
discriminated against.
crazy.
This is the reason why we're, you
No,
know,
that is
they
crazy.
act like we
Yeah.
don't love ourselves. It's not that we don't love ourselves. We're out here just trying to get life done, and we don't want our hair to be at some time. I'm not saying always. You know, I'm someone that wears wigs. I don't wear weaves, but you'll see lots of videos with my natural hair there. Aww. You'll see lots of videos with my natural hair. So, you know, when Black men make this comment that we don't love ourselves, I feel like it undermines our experience, the things that we go through, just trying to live and work. And the things that we have to do in order just to get along is a choice that we want to always have to make. No, we don't always want to have to make these choices. But when it comes between, like, listen, I gotta do this to get along so I can feed my kids, so I can feed my family, so I can pay this mortgage, this rent, or whatever, we do what we have to do. It has something to do with loving ourselves. And I'm not talking about these outlandish gray, what you call it, like rainbow colored hair. I'm talking about a regular wig that just looks like regular natural permed hair. You know, this idea that we don't love ourselves is just a bit much. It just kind of bothers me when Black men think that we don't love ourselves because we wear wigs, because we wear weaves. It's
That's extreme. I don't think that at all. But
Well,
with
I
that
think
system,
I think that part is a bit extreme too. Yeah,
I
but
think
One moment, guys. One moment, guys. 84 is trying to get out of here, and I just want to say to him real quick, thank you again so much. I appreciate you for hanging out with us. I did have a question for a long time ago about, because I went on knowledge and relationships in Candid Ann. I think they mentioned that earlier. That's his platform, his YouTube channel. But when I go on there, I only see M3, which I thought was you at first, but I don't know how to find those other I don't know, not platforms or the other shows or content that you're talking about when I go to your channel.
Oh, if you go on Knowledge and Relationships on YouTube, if you go into videos, you just scroll down, you see the other ones. They're there.
Oh, and then it'll show me the other content creators down there.
Yeah, but you'll see the other videos that we do as well. You'll see like the names of it. You want to say Ladies Night. You'll see the thumbnails and the banners as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll dig more. But like I said, thank you so much. I appreciate you every time for hanging out with us.
Definitely. Thank you everybody for having me on. Have a great day for y'all who don't celebrate the holidays. Happy holidays for those who do. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, all that for everybody else to do. Happy Kwanzaa too. Definitely happy Kwanzaa too.
There you go.
There you go.
take care, Knowledge and Relationships. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry for cutting you guys off. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think when we embrace like our hair and all of that, sometimes it's not accepted until we had this conversation on a ladies' night one night, and we were talking about like culture vultures and about how it's only deemed beautiful when another race does it, like Bo Derek with the braids and Kim Kardashian with the cornrows, and and how it's only accepted when another race embraces it. Now you have other races trying to make their hair quote unquote nappier. So you see it in some Asian cultures, some Asian people. I've seen it out here in the West Coast where they have afros, and I'm like, I know that's not your hair texture. So
yeah, they show that they roll it up or tie it up with those straws.
and then they mat it like a bird's nest.
Yeah, but I wanted to for Bull here. I'm a person, as you can say, I love my wigs. I love my braids. My natural hair is okay. I just never been one to wear it, but I'm home and my husband, hey, whatever. But my question here is,
Kaya, can you read it? Can you read it? Because I can't see it.
Oh,
Bull's
yes.
question.
Okay, yes. Its fact is, regardless Okay, most Black men do not prefer our women chopping off or braiding back their hair just to slap on an excessive wig. Having our women be as close to their authentic selves is much preferred. So I see what he's saying about much preferred and what men. But my question is, and I've asked this before on a platform. For one, I don't get the insults that, you know, men be trying to call out women. That's your hair and wig and all that. Okay, that aside, but truly, it is. I think if this is how I feel, my self-esteem, I feel comfortable, I feel sexy, I am presenting what I like, what I look like, and I'm exuding the confidence or whatever it may be. If this is really me, why is that overlooked and then just going straight to my hair? Oh, that's not the natural hair, that's not the hair she was born with. Just like with Queen was saying about her natural texture of her hair. No offense, Queen, but it's like there's only so much you can do with our hair, for one, and what Candid Ann would before we got the knowledge of how to really take care of our hair. And I'm speaking of my generation. We didn't have these products. I didn't have the knowledge to truly know how to take care of my natural hair in any sense of the way that back then was acceptable. And with that said, I do love my wigs. It is easier. It's hair protection. It's all these great things. But the bottom line is I like the look. For me, I like the way it makes me feel. And I do love my natural hair as well, but this is what I prefer. So why would that bother a man just by my hair? I'm written off just by my hair.
Exactly.
And authentically me, because this is authentically me. You know what?
Right, so it seems like they have a problem with the fact that why would you, and I don't agree with this, I'm just, reiterating what it seems to be the point. Why would you feel comfortable with another woman's hair on your head? Why would you not feel comfortable with your natural hair? Obviously, you don't love yourself because you're not comfortable with your natural self. That's and I don't.
Yeah,
I think that's a bit, like pushing overboard with it, but I do get the perspective.
Isn't that what
Because I just heard Kaya say the same thing. I heard another woman say, she said she preferred that look. So I think the perception is you prefer a whole nother race of person's hair on your head than you do your own hair. So I used to be the wig weaving queen. And I kept hearing my guy say, every time I'm around the house and I be in my natural hair, he like, I love your natural hair. Why don't you wear your natural hair more? I love it. I love it. I love it. And but I used to think that more for myself, that's what I needed for me to look a certain way. Right. And so one day I just took the wig off, didn't do the weave anymore. I cut all my hair off really, really low. And I wear it that way moving forward from now on is the most freeing, exhilarating, liberating thing I could have ever done, because it's literally low maintenance now. Only time I wear wigs and weaves is when I'm performing and I'm doing something on stage and I need it for a particular thing. And I'm not knocking no woman, because I get it. But I had to dig deep within myself too, and say to myself, like, did I really love those wigs and that look and that long hair, that European look, better than I did my own self and my own hair and my own culture? Like, I did that deep, and I know that it was deeply rooted from the perception of, what was embedded in us all the way back from slavery up until generations in our family, that whole nappy hair thing, like that literally was a thing and still is a thing in our culture. And I think it's subconsciously a lot of times that Black women don't realize that it is a thing. Our hair is a thing for us, just like the colorism is a thing for us in our community. And I think only until we have the conversations and be honest and talk about it, because I used to feel a way, growing up in high school. I'm a darker complected woman, and I know that in our own community, dark-skinned women got ridiculed back then. That made me feel a way for a long time till I really peeled back those layers and dealt with that, just like I had to do about all the times from generation to generation. Girl, come here, let me comb your nappy hair. Girl, let me put a straightening comb to that nappy hair. Like that's deeply rooted in us subconsciously. So I know for me, I had to take that journey and deal with that as a Black woman. And then hearing my guys say, your natural hair is beautiful. I really wish you wear it more often. And then becoming creative with how I can wear my own hair and embracing that and loving that. And for me, that was the best thing I could ever do. For me, it's so liberating for me
Yeah,
now.
no, I hear
So
you.
I think that's conversation women need to have, because to say you prefer somebody else's whole culture of hair on your head, I'm telling you, it's something deeper there. That's in my humble opinion.
I hear you, but I mean, of course, I don't agree. I just, it's just something for me. So what about when you with the women that get the afro, but it's still a wig, and it's the texture of hair. So is it the same premise? Is it the same? There's something going on with that person as well.
Well, the afros, of course, is our culture, but of course, it's the issue with the wig. Period. You know
It's
what I
the
mean?
issue.
Yeah. I think it's the issue with the wig. And I understand, like, everybody's afro don't grow big. Like a person may have wanted. Like I went to my girlfriend's birthday party. She threw a '70s party. Of course, back then the big in, and that's what I bought. It's close. It's to my culture and it's close, but it still was a wig. You know what I mean? So I think that it's accepted more in that way, but it's still a wig. Now I got a cousin that hair is to die for, and she wear her natural hair as an afro, and people still have a problem believing it's her hair. So I really do think that these are conversations that need to be had within our own culture to deal with that stereotype of that, as well as the whole colorism thing, because it's a real thing and it's still perpetuated, and it's still a problem in our own community.
Yeah, I don't know. I just have I'm intensely listening. Because I'm a wiggy, I'm a wig person. I just don't get the issue behind it. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't get it. That's just like with braids. When you wear braids and you put the synthetic hair in as well, is that the same kind of concept?
And no, that's what I'm saying.
I
It's
don't
not,
think
because
so.
it's our culture. It's the afros and the cornrows and the French braids. That's our natural culture. So that's more accepted. I'm talking about the European style, the whole European thing. And even like what Big Bull was saying, like the thick, long lashes and the long, extensive nails and the heavy makeup. Like it's become I think we think that and I'm gonna say this, I think women do it more to compete with other women than they do really to impress the man, because the man is saying they don't really care for it, but the women continuously do it. I think it's a competition with the women to watch on each other. I really do.
Especially with the weaves, and it's down to the ground like a jacket or a shawl or a pair of pants. I just think I mean, I walked into work and I saw a coworker, and her lashes was so thick I couldn't even see her eyes. It looked like two bushes, just two hair bundles just on her eyes, and I don't understand that.
But is
My
that
husband,
European
my
culture
husband,
there?
my
That's
husband told me very early on, I hate weaves. I hate wigs. He met me and then I had braids, and he's like, I like braids, but then sometimes he's like, hey, I want to see your natural hair. I don't want you to braid your hair. I'm like, okay, I'll figure it out. And then I'll say, hey, it's getting cold. I'm working all these doubles. And he said, okay, you gonna braid it up? You gonna go get some hair? Yep, I'm going to get some hair. So, I think it's just you. I mean, I don't particularly care for, I had a perm growing up. I had the style, and but then learning more about, like, I think the natural hair wave has been a huge help for me, just realizing what we are actually putting on our head and what it's actually doing to our body. Like, how many Black women are having fertility issues because of the chemicals that's going through your scalp? Like, we're killing ourselves with the poison, a lot of it, with these chemicals that we don't even know about. So I make my own flaxseed gel. I do the aloe vera, I do the rose water, I do mousse. So I'm even really trying to be conscious in even the kind of products I use in my hair, because it's so they just dump anything into it, and we don't even know what we're putting on our scalps.
I
So,
mean, look how deep it is now, Queen. Even in the motherland, the African women are bleaching their skin to be
I
lighter.
don't
That's
even.
how that's how deeply rooted it's a problem with
It's it's
colorism.
it, it's so. I used to hate. I wanted a perm growing up because I hated my hair. I wanted the thick hair. I got jealous of the women, the young girls who had the thick hair and the braids, and they did the twist, and I was like, this is so cool. My hair won't stay twisted. Like, why won't my hair? So even in that, like, even in someone deeming my hair good hair, quote unquote, I didn't like it. I wanted the 4C hair. I wanted the whatever 4B. I don't know how high it goes, but I wanted
I
that
just
thick
think none of us are happy with
coil.
what we got.
I wanted the thick coiled, like, my roommate was from Nigeria. I love twisting her hair. And then she liked twisting my hair. I was like, why do you like my hair? My hair just never stays twisted. Yours, I twisted, I put a little goop on it, and you good. You good for a week. I do my hair unravels. Like, why
It's
would you want this? It's just funny.
Um, Patrice, I know you can't see the comments. I was just gonna read. So Bull he's sharing. He says, "My daughter, 29, wears the wigs and lashes. I can't stand. I can't stand. She is gorgeous without it, and would be equally gorgeous with a bald head. Not to expose her, but I do feel she has esteem issues.
I
So,
mean,
so
listen, I would attend to. I'm telling you, I would attend to agree. I think it's a. I listen. I say I have conversations with my nieces, and some cousins, and they're the same way. And I get it. I mean, I understand the younger generation got this fad thing too, but I'm telling you, it is a deeply rooted issue in our community of conversations that we're not having to feel like you have to wear lashes that long.
well,
and
let's
and I
just
and honestly, I do think women, the women are competing with each other because
yeah.
they competing with each other. I'm just, yeah,
But
they are.
are we saying here where my pushback is coming? Are we saying just because a woman wears wig, lashes, maybe a little extreme or whatever, just because of that she has esteem issues? Is that what we're saying?
I don't think so. I
I'm
really
not
think
saying it in the
No,
sense of generalizing it, right? But I'm saying that there is an issue.
but
That's what I'm saying. There is an issue.
only
I
because of
I
those
do
things
believe
being observed. Okay, one. I just want to make sure I'm just understanding. So just from those observing those things, you would, and not, attacking. I hope I'm not coming across that way. I'm just really just trying to understand. Just from observing those two things, you would assume that chances are this person has an issue, esteem issue.
No, not generally, no. But I think in a lot of spaces, excessively, when I see it excessively from Black women, I think that it may be something there deeply rooted that they and it may be subconsciously, I'm telling you, because I
Yeah.
had to dig deep for myself. And I didn't, not realizing that I still had issues with the whole thing with me with the colorism issue. I experienced that in high school, and I still experienced it, sometimes even in the entertainment industry when I would go up for parts. And I know for sure that that was the case. It was an issue when I would see that a person that didn't look like me. And I don't necessarily mean a dark-skinned woman. It could be a light-skinned Black woman. But I know that it happens in these spaces for real, for real. And I had to deal with that and know that this still goes on and it's still being perpetuated in our own community. You know what I mean? And without having these conversations, you can't get to the root of it. And I think for me, I had to deal with my issue and realizing that it was an issue for me that was still there. You know what I mean? I'm good now, but I recognize it when I see it, because when I sit on judging panels for like talent contests and things like that for the younger generation, I see how a darker skinned woman gets perpetuated differently. If y'all pay attention in movies, the darker skinned woman a lot of times always get the roles of she is a prostitute or a drug addict, or she is that single mom. It's a label that they get. And the lighter skinned girls, even there was a big thing right up in on social media on some platform when the Compton movie came out. What's the one about NAA? What's the name of it?
Straight Outta
Straight Outta
Compton.
Compton.
Straight Outta
When they was
Compton.
doing sizes and
Yes,
certain
when
looks
when
and-
they yes, like people complain because they literally had the lighter fair skin you were, the more you were considered the A women. And then it kept going down, the darker the skin tone, and the roles changed from the light skinned girl that played the pretty this, that, and the darker skinned girl, give her the role of, the hood chick, the this, the that. It is real. It's a real thing. And it definitely, makes women, feel some type of way. And I know being a darker skinned woman and being discriminated against in that way, I had to deal with my feelings in that, just like I did about my hair. Because let's be real, as little girls with kinky hair, it started, even though it started from way back with the slave masters calling our hair nappy, we perpetuated that generation in our own families. I remember, being a little girl and saying, "Come on, girl, let me straighten your nappy hair." They only didn't know what they know. They did it out of ignorance, but it was still perpetuating that problem. Your hair nappy. Look at them BBDs in the back of your head. Look at them naps and all of that. It's a real thing. And I think, like I said, subconsciously or consciously, we don't realize it until these issues continue to perpetuate our communities.
Candy, and I'm just gonna read this Mills comment for Patrice, and then I know you had something to say, and then Queen, you can go right after that. I didn't want you guys to think I forgot about you. But M Mills says, I resist going natural for years because of working in corporate office. It came down to hair health and natural hair. Wait, it came down to hair health and natural hair became popular. So I just wanted to share that. So go ahead, Candy. And what were you about to
I
say?
forgot. I got lost so much on what Miss Patrice was saying. It was so good. I
I'm
really did
sorry.
forgot what I was going to say. But I do vaguely remember wanting to talk to Mr. Big Bad Bull, wondering
Oh,
why does he think that his daughter has self-esteem issues? I
good
was
one.
just curious if he's able to pull up or talk a little bit about
Oh,
that
he'll put it in the text. He
in the
won't come out.
text.
He put this in, and then Queen, you can go after this. And then
Mhm.
here is Patrice's next comment is it's mostly like OG Patrice state that it's women competing other women. Y'all may not want to say it's low self-esteem, and that's fine, but clearly in order to compete, they are not feeling they are naturally. Wait, in order to compete, they are not feeling they can naturally. I might.
So I think basically what he's saying is
Okay,
that
thank you.
when they compete with other women, they're not feeling confident in themselves naturally. So
Naturally.
they have to do all this stuff to compete with the next girl.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Exactly. Yep.
And then one more thing, Patrice. He says, yes, OG Patrice is touching all of the potential points stemming from a girl's upbringing. Okay, Queen, go ahead and say, and then Big Bad Bull, I don't know if you would like to answer Candid Ann about why do you feel your daughter has low self-esteem or esteem issues, I should say. Okay, Queen.
Um, I never was big in makeup or anything like that because my mother didn't wear a lot of makeup. My sisters didn't wear a lot of makeup. So, I mean, I remember my mom going out with my dad and I would see her put on lipstick and she used the lipstick on her cheeks as blush. She maybe put on a little mascara and a little eyeshadow and she was out, you know. Um, and I remember my dad always saying, "Ah, you look so beautiful. You look so beautiful." So I never thought to, makeup wasn't really anything I ever did. Um, Even my wedding, my makeup was very light. I remember having pictures and I remember showing them to my husband and he was like, "Please don't come in. Please don't show up looking like a clown. Like I really don't want to see you looking like a clown." And I was like, "What do you mean?" He was like, "You don't have to do it." He said, "All you need is you don't even need any lipstick. Just come. Just come in your dress." And I'm like, "I'm not doing that, but I hear you." So, um yes, I think some women do have self-esteem issues and they hide, and I don't know if you guys have watched any of the videos where there are women who look completely different. Like they're putting tape on their necks and under their eyes. And when they take off their makeup, they look like a completely different person.
That is true. I have
Yep.
seen some of
I've
that's
It's,
seen.
crazy.
it's so scary. And we had a conversation this on our ladies' night. And they were like, "Well, what do you think about women wearing girdles?" And I was like, "Look," I said, "y'all tripping." I said, "There's no way in hell a girdle's going to take me from a size 20 to a size 2. There's no way in hell. I want to
Yes, I'm
give me that
realistic.
girdle. Give me that girdle." I said, if I have on a girdle and I'm a size 20, I'm still a big girl. It will only suck you in, but so much.
I feel like it
I
make you
said,
big.
yeah, I said, I said it's nothing wrong with enhancing yourself, but when you start looking completely different, like that's crazy to me. And so I think a lot of times it can be a self-esteem issue. I'm not saying it's always is, but I think girls are trying to compete, not just with girls, they're trying to compete with, like I said before, Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion. They're
Yeah.
trying to be with them. They
Keep
forget
up with
their
them.
peers.
Yeah.
They're
Hmm.
trying to take themselves on a whole different level. And I'm like, girl, stop. You can't compete. I don't care what they do. You can't be them. They got money. They got access to things you can't even pronounce.
Yeah,
Stop, you know, like
and listen, and I think you know, a lot of times growing up, we didn't, you know, we rarely heard you're beautiful as little girls sometimes, you know, from people in our families. Like we didn't hear that. I remember seeing this video that went viral. You know, this little dark skinned beautiful girl. She was crying because she thought she was ugly. Like this is what
Oh
we
yeah, I remember
yeah, I
that
like.
remember
one.
You
that.
remember? And the lady was saying, "Why you cry?" Like, and let's be real about the whole doll experience with the black
Mm.
girl. When she's choosing dolls, she chooses the lighter, she chooses the white doll over her own complexion of a doll. Let's be real about it's deeply rooted. That's why I said it in these conversations has to be had. And then there was another test where had the young black girl that had the black doll with short hair, kinky hair that looked like hers, and then they put the Barbie doll there with the long flowy hair, and she chose that doll. So it's like it's almost like an identity crisis.
Mm.
Subconsciously or consciously, we just don't view ourselves in that way, and it starts from little. So not telling that little black girl that she's beautiful as she's gorgeous, she's, you know, and even sometimes they hear it and they still, I'm telling y'all because I had to deal with it within my own self. And that's the hardest thing that I think a lot of times that some black women don't want to deal with that reality of that. And when men are telling you this, and I genuinely think that this is genuine coming from men, they are telling you that they like your natural state and we're not listening. I think that's a problem. Like you said, Queen, your husband was like, you don't need all that. You know, don't come with all that. Don't come looking like a clown.
And I told him, I was like, I showed him this picture and I was like, my hair gonna look like this. It was this long flowy weave. And he said, he said to me, he said, if you show up with that in your hair, you gonna leave it at the altar because I'm gonna snatch it out. I was like, wow. I think you gonna snatch me bald. He was like,
Right.
well, don't wear it.
And listen, and once you become a wife, I mean, who are you keep competing for now? You can't say you compete with your
Hey.
girlfriends now, and your wife is and your husband is telling you, "Baby, I like your natural hair. Let me see your natural hair more often." You know, even if he say, "I don't mind," sometimes you do the wig or your braids or whatever, but just I would just love to see your natural hair more often. I think that it, you know, like if you're trying to please your spouse, that you would try to please your spouse. That's just my humble opinion. I know I listened to my man after he told me that for a whole year because I fought it. I was the wig weaving queen. But when I finally did, I was like, wow, this is liberating. I actually wish I had cut my hair and just wore it short like this and natural. I wish I'd have done it like 10 years ago.
I do like where society is going in this generation because they are embracing, you know, kids, young girls are embracing their ethnicity, their hair. I don't know if you know of that young runway model. I forgot her name. It starts
Yes,
with a C,
yes.
and
I
she
love to
had the
see it. I love it.
afro, and
Yes.
she's like, no, I don't. And then a really dark skinned girl, and she has a brand called Flexin in My Complexion,
Yes,
and
yes. I saw that.
she's embracing her dark skin, And then the dolls. The dolls
Viola
are,
Davis. I mean, she's on the
yeah,
red carpet. Viola Davis
yeah.
rocking her dark skin and her big afro. Like, I love it.
But even the Barbie dolls, they have Barbie dolls now that are heavier. They're not small. They're more proportioned. They're, you know, all skin types. They even have, I think, I don't, the skin disorder. Was it is it alopecia, where the
Oh,
skin's lighter?
alopecia. Alopecia.
Yeah. So they have Barbie dolls that look like that now. So I think young girls have a different representation that former generations didn't have to embrace themselves. Just like that little cartoon that's now a book called My Hair, where the dad's doing the little girl's hair and the, you know, yeah. So I think it's on the right track,
And
you know,
another
as far
like
as these younger
I
generations.
agree.
with the even with Candid Ann was talking about earlier about educating, because I know when I was growing up, we just had that hair food grease, and it really didn't know how to manage or take care of your hair. So I would wear braids, which of course was easy, and it kept my hair healthy and long and growing, and just kept it in that protective style. But when I hear, I still have pushback on and I know we're not seeing everyone, and I think because I'm really taking this in, like, do I got any self-esteem issues? And I'm thinking like, nah, it's like, I like it, and so I know that it's not necessarily for me, but then it makes me think of the other girls. Like, is it real? Maybe is it just education and not understanding? And I'm not talking about the exaggerated ones where are obvious competing with each other, but the other ones, like the knowledge of being able to take care of our natural hair, it's just one of those things. Like, it goes back to education almost with everything with us as a community, and that's because, like, even now I probably, I put my daughter hair in twists because I don't, still don't really know what to do. There's no chemicals or nothing on her hair or anything. So I just twist it up for her. Lack of maybe still education. What is there? What do we do with it? I guess is what I'm asking.
Well,
besides an afro or two French braids or twist,
I have a hairstylist out here, and she is adamant about natural hair care. She even had little pop-ups where she would show you how to do little hair rinses or conditioners out of avocados and stuff like that. But she's very much into education, and it's so much on the internet now that you can find out how to do anything.
Okay,
so
I get that. Now, see, that this is what really gets me now, because with my daughter, like, her hair is very dry no matter what, and then you have like all these natural remedies, and they said this is going to do this and that, and you spend all this money. It's so expensive. Like, this one jar cost me $100, and stuff. And it's the lady, she's doing all the herbs and everything natural. Assure me, because my daughter got dry scalp and her hair is so thick and it stays dry. And so I'm investing in these things, and it's just not working for her. So it comes to a point, like, and I know all these things are on, I'm going broke, just trying to figure out what works for my baby's hair. And so that's what I'm saying, that education thing, and people are just throwing out things there to sell, and it gets a little frustrating, as far as our hair. Huh?
I say, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even spend $100 on some product for my hair. Heck no, I'm cheap. I'm too cheap for that. I'll figure it out on my own. I don't know
because it's natural. It's
Yeah,
natural stuff you can do. I mean,
yeah, like
you can
mayonnaise.
YouTube like natural stuff that's probably already in your pantry or your refrigerator that you
I
can use on your hair for our texture of hair.
I
I don't
tried.
know much about dry. They were saying that sometimes when you have excessively dry scalp or something, that you should see a dermatologist.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah,
That's one thing I haven't
there
tried.
is.
I didn't even think of that.
I'm gonna send you a link. There are two
Okay.
hairdressers. They are black women. They have natural hair, and they have a panel that comes on, and they talk about different things and what you should do, and going making sure, like, that's what I realized. I was like, okay, because I'm having some issues with something, and they were like, you should go to a dermatologist. And I was like, I would never think to go about
Yeah,
to a dermatologist for my
that makes
scalp.
sense.
But
That
yeah,
makes
so
sense.
I would say that. I don't know. I know for me, I do I, but this is for my coil hair. I think my hair is a two something. I don't know what it really is actually, but I do mayonnaise. I buy Hellman's or the cheapest
Yeah,
mayonnaise.
mayonnaise is
I
old
put that
school and
on
it
my hair
works.
with
Hmm.
a
My mother
plastic
used to
bag,
do that. I didn't
and
know it
I
really
leave it in my hair for about 30, 40 minutes, rinse it
worked.
out, and my hair is very silky, very because the oil from the mayonnaise, and my hair feels great for like 2 weeks after that. So, but I know
Wow.
it's
Well, can I just
protein
say
and
this, being that I started off on YouTube on the natural hair community, and even within the natural hair community, I am a minority because my hair is so kinky that it's not norm. Like I don't have that curl pattern that you're talking about. I think Queen is your name.
yes,
I don't have that curl pattern that you're talking about. And so just in terms of Miss Kaya, you finding out information, there's a whole community, just like the Manosphere, over 10 years old, of people from the natural hair community. And if you're trying to, I don't know what the exact answer will be, but if
Mhm.
you're trying to find, I would say try to find people within the natural hair community that have a similar hair texture to your daughters, and finding out what they use, because what works on Miss Queen's hair might not work on mine, even though we both have natural hair. Just because
Mhm.
our hair texture is different, it might not work on me. I'm not saying it will or won't. I'm just saying it might not. So when you do take time to research women in the natural hair community that have a similar hair texture, like mine is the very last one, 4C, like the absolute most kinky, coily, nappy, whatever you want to call it, dry, whatever people want to label it as. That's
Mhm.
my hair. And I had to, what worked well for me was finding other natural YouTubers within that community that had similar hair texture, and finding out what their regimen was, and then trying it. You will waste some money.
Oh, I
You're gonna
know.
but you don't have to buy things that cost $100.
Yeah.
And I'm not all into the natural avocado. I mean, I do things that are natural, don't get me wrong, but I don't mind buying a jar of conditioning cream or something. Like everything that I do doesn't have to be like completely natural. I do a mixture. And so,
Mhm.
when you get when you get chance, just, find out this. Oh, I think Kimatube,
Wait a minute.
KIMAY tube. Her hair isn't similar to mine, but she literally goes into like the scientific. She breaks it down so well, like diagrams, and and her hair is down to her back, but her hair is more like, I would say, I don't know what her hair is. It's not curly. It can be, but she just really breaks down. And this is her videos. This is like years, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 11 years, 11 years ago, when she spoke about her hair and how to wash it and how to like just care for it. And she really talks a lot about that, and it's helped me tremendously. So
Oh,
we just
thank you
have
for
to,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
just look up. There's a lot of information there, and I think and there's women that have come out with products that are in Target today from the natural hair community.
Oh, yeah,
That's
I
how,
know.
yes, amazing, really amazing. And so just find, you're gonna waste some money though. It's
Yeah.
gonna be a little shot in the dark.
you.
Yeah, but yeah, my like even my son, they love their natural hair and the afro. My daughter wants, she likes her afro, and we figure out the twist and stuff. But it's just that dryness that really is just getting to her. But I'm for sure going to try that dermatologist because I think and hope that that would help. And the mayonnaise, my mother used to put that on my hair. I can remember that, putting that on my hair for
I might
years.
try that. See what
Yeah,
I
I
do.
remember
There's
do
I know
mayonnaise
that I
sticks
know
and
people were saying something about like the protein and
yeah.
sometimes that you can't have too much protein in your hair, but I don't do it very often. I usually do it after I take out my braids. So
Mm.
after I take out my braids, because I usually leave them in for a month or
Yeah.
two, because I do my own braids. So
Mhm.
um, yeah,
Yeah, but that
I
mayonnaise
do
is
it.
very old school. And I knew a
Yeah.
lady when I was coming up as a kid, she used to buy vitamin E pills, the gels, and she used to crack them and she used
Hmm.
to oil her scalp with them. Vitamin E is very good for the hair.
But does your hair smell with the mayonnaise? How does it smell
Yes,
Oh
afterwards?
well, I use it. It does. My husband laughs at me because it's like dripping oil down my neck. But I use a conditioner afterwards. I forgot what, and I don't know. And you know what's crazy is that my hairstylist, she told me, she said you don't have to buy those expensive conditioners. She was like, you can buy like the little cheap one as long as it's, I forgot what she said, but I usually just use like a little conditioner and stuff like that, and then it's usually, it don't smell after that. But then I also use a rose water and argan oil mousse from
I tried
African
that
Tide.
argan oil. My daughter's hair can't stand. I tried to do that and then they was recommended don't buy shampoo with sulfa. Make sure it's sulfa
Yeah.
free. Oh, that was just like the worst thing on her hair, and I just couldn't imagine
Yeah.
why. Because they said that that should really work, and it just went the opposite way, like and stuff. So I did try that. Both of
Like
those.
even for me, I like swimming. I'm always swimming. And so they told, my hairstylist told me, she said, "You've been swimming, huh?" And I said, "How do you know?" And she was like, "Your hair." And so she was like, "Do you wet your hair before you go in the water?" I said, "Why would I?" And she was like, "You need to, because the chlorine is breaking your hair." And I
Yeah.
Mhm.
said, "Oh." She said,
Mm-hmm.
"Yeah, so just wet your hair before you go in and get in the water." And I'm like, you would
Wow.
never think to do that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Anyway, so I'm always learning different things.
I have a question for the women that have a man in their life that some of you guys have said that your spouse will tell you like I don't want this hair on you or please don't show up like that. Do you guys also ask your husband to do certain things with his beard or show up with his haircut a certain way? Because I'm not taking any requests from nobody about
I,
my hair,
I,
and I've been married for a
Oh,
long time.
absolutely.
oh,
Okay.
Absolutely. Without a
I have
doubt.
a,
Like
I
that.
have a funny story. When my husband is younger than me, I'm not gonna say how much,
I
but
want to know. No, kidding.
he's 10 years, and sometimes 11 years, depending on where
Ooh.
I
what time of
love
year.
that. That's what's been hitting on me. I've been reluctant. You might just gave me hope. Okay, go ahead.
So so when I met him, we met through a mutual friend, and I was like, he looks like a baby. Like
Mm.
he has, I mean, he was just bald faced it, like just booty bald face. You know what I mean? And I was just like, so, I came to New York and I was visiting, and I was like, so we knew we liked each other, whatever. Were we dating at the time? No, no, we weren't dating at the time. And he was just coming out here to visit me, and I was going out there visit family and him. And then I said, you know, the sexiest thing about a black brother from New York is the goatee and the beard and how it's all lined up is so sexy. Then when I saw him a few months later, he had a goatee and a beard.
I would have to 100% agree with you. When I was married to my husband, listen, and the same thing, because I love that salt and pepper goatee, beard, mustache game. If if he got it well groomed, and my husband was, how men start to ball. He was starting to ball in the top, and I said, look, being bald is sexy on a lot of black men. I said, look, do the whole mustache, goatee, salt and pepper look with the bald head. Man, let me tell you, he did it literally the next week, and he's been wearing it like that ever since. Because they listen to us. When we tell them what we like, they for the most part they give you what you like. If you say, babe, I like you better bald, or I like you better with a mustache, or I like this better or that better. I honestly, it's been my experience that men comply with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand reciprocating that, especially if it's your spouse, or your man, that's telling you that they really like something on you, or they think it's sexy, or they think it's attractive, or it makes you look very distinguished, or whatever. Like my ex-husband used to have a problem with wearing his glasses, and I was like, no, babe, it makes you look, so smart, and you look so, intelligent that way, and then made him wear his glasses more. So I think it's reciprocated. I think they listen as well.
Yeah, I think I never really had any issues or quests with my wigs, because when I'm home, or even if I'm just going about my day or whatever, I've always worn my natural hair. It's just, I like my natural hair, but you get tired of just the ball on top, and just, for me, no, I'm lying right there. I like my wig. When I'm out and about, it's not that I get tired. I just like,
you just gonna keep it a bean. Just keep it a bean.
Yeah,
you like your wig, girl.
really.
Just keep it a bean.
I do. I just like it. But when I'm home, and then my ex-husband he did like my natural, or he does like my natural hair. So I've always been one, okay, fly it off, and then it's just my natural hair. But yeah, I'm popping my wig on. I like it. I go out there and I just have a whole new look, and I got multiple different styles, and I can be someone new, but it still look naturally like me. And I'm just kidding about being someone new, but I do like it. But I am in the habit in both my marriages. I'm always natural, for the most part at home and not going out. But when I go to work, when I was working, I go to work, or if I show up on here, put my wig on. Amen. Mm-hmm.
For me,
You are too
I
funny,
vary. Sometimes I wear my natural hair, sometimes I wear a wig, but I've never asked my husband what does he prefer. I've just never asked him what does he prefer.
Well, you don't gotta ask these men. They they just tell you.
I didn't ask him either.
Well, if he's not saying anything, he probably don't care really. But would you ask him, Candace,
No.
just to see what his
No.
answer would be?
No.
Oh, you wouldn't. Okay.
No.
Okay.
The reason why is because I feel like our I know it sounds really harsh, but let me just explain that I personally feel like our love, our relationship has transcended what the hell is on top of my head. We've gone through
Well,
ups
I
and
mean,
downs.
you really didn't have to
saying?
explain it. I mean,
Yeah,
I
no, just for the
you
sake of
said no. That's all I
conversation.
needed. I'm good with your answer.
Just for the sake of conversation. Just for the sake of conversation. I'm just saying, not that you needed it or anything, because I feel like you kind of get it and stuff. But for the
Oh
sake of
yeah, I do.
conversation,
I
I
do.
feel like,
Especially when
when we're in this life
you guys have
together
been married forever. So like
forever,
I
we've
get it.
gone through
Right.
so many things together. We're here for each other. What's on top of my head is completely irrelevant. I'm well put together. But I am well put together. I work hard. He works hard. When we go outside, whether I wear a wig, it's well put together. If I wear my natural hair, it's clean and well put together. No matter what it is, it's well put together. So whatever I choose, however I choose to express myself, like he loves me. And so I don't ask him. I might ask him how you think I look. I'm talking head to toe, and how do I smell? You like this fragrance today, baby? But it's nothing to do with like, I'm not asking for any approval on like how you think I look or anything like that. I've never have at all. But it's really just about like, you think this looks nice, like my whole outfit, my whole look, what I'm smelling like, my makeup, everything when we're going out, you like it, it's look
I
good.
saw that
I'm
look.
always trying
I
to
saw
outdo him. I'm always trying to make sure that I look better than him.
I
But
saw
that's
that
just
little
me.
sneak. Right. I saw that little sneak. You hurried up and put it down, Kaya. I saw that. I agree with Big Bad Bull. You snuck that.
I thought you couldn't see the comments.
No, I saw it. I got up out of my bed. I'm watching it on the TV, so I see it. Big Bad Bull. I agree. She tried to be somebody new every time.
Hey, that's cool. Listen,
I
I'm
used to
with
do.
it.
I would get like, if I go down like this one right here, and I'll never forget this picture. That's me, like bringing
I
on
love it.
someone new, and I would take pictures. And if he was out and about or doing whatever, I'm sending these pictures, and yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, I love that. I think that looks
I
great. The
do.
curly hair looks
I know.
great.
I was keeping it real, but I didn't want to go back and reiterate that again. I just kind of left that hanging. But it's true. It's true. I love it.
It's so funny. I was like,
But
yeah,
that
Big
was
Bad Bull. I caught it. I got you right. You right.
He
that
wasn't
was
letting nothing slip. He was like, I
Hey,
caught that.
you see that? I'm trying to sneak it in there. Patrice talking about she can't even see the comments and stuff. The lies up in here.
No, that's because I got up and I'm watching it on the big screen now, so I can see it plain and clear. And I saw it come up there, and you hurried up and put it down. I'm like,
I did. And you see, I didn't read it or nothing. I just put it down and snuck a
But
comment.
Big Bad Bull, don't you guys like that? Having a little different look? You don't appreciate a woman with a little different look from time to time? Come on, talk about it. You guys don't appreciate
listen,
that?
when I used to wear them, Candace, I swear I did too. I get it. So that's why I was laughing at Kai, because that used to be me when I would look long, short, different colors, asymmetric, curly, straight, bang, no bang.
And then we go out to Vegas or something. He's like, and I do whatever. My ex-husband, he's like, okay, enough of that. And then he just flip it off and throw it across the room. And he's like, okay, enough, and you just have fun with it.
All right, it's all good.
Now don't mess up that hair is expensive now. Come on.
That's not my husband. My husband doesn't. He's like, no. He said, I think your curly hair is beautiful, and I don't want you to get braids. Can you not get braids right now? I really like your hair. And I'm like, okay, well, you want to pay for me to go get it done? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to the hair shop. So, but
I tell you, thank God there's so many different varieties of people.
Yeah.
We had the conversation about stuff even before we dated, because the group of friends that we had, and he was like, I forgot what he was talking about. He was like, yeah, I was talking to so and so, and I just don't understand why she spent all this money on that weave. It don't make her look no better, and she's a beautiful girl. She got nice hair. Why y'all women do that? And then so that's how the conversation started, with a group of guys and girls, and all the guys were like, man, he's like, they all said, I think it was like 5 of them, they all said, we want to see your natural hair. We want you to be natural. We don't want all this weave, and we know it ain't yours, and you just spend all this money for nothing. I
just understand but I know I'm gonna get pulled back from Bull especially, but I just don't get all the talk for men about women's hair as far as the weave and how much money is spent. Well, I guess if they're spending the money, I'll take that back. But I just don't get like all the talk, in especially if they met you that way. If they came up and talked to you and you didn't have this wig, weave, lashes, whatever it may be, if they talk to you initially like that, I'm like, well, wait, hold up. That's why I don't get all the talk. Why even talk
But
to that?
that's what they were saying. They said that they won't talk to those women. They won't approach them.
Okay,
They
then so
won't.
why is there an issue?
Yeah.
Why are they even talking about it then? Is my
Because I
next
think they were
Because
talking
they're
about it
saying
because of
women
the
are not
women,
listening.
the women that they were talking to, meaning that me and my
Right. They
husband,
weren't
we
listening.
were talking because we were kind of like filling each other out, like whether we wanted to date or whatever else. And so he was just trying to get to know me because I didn't live in the same state as him. I live in the West Coast. He was in the East Coast.
Okay.
So I was visiting. So he was like, blah, we're just having casual conversation about it. I forgot how we started about it, but yeah. And then they were, it was like, he was just talking about his mother and how she didn't wear a lot of makeup. And I think she's a beautiful woman. I said, yeah, my mom didn't either. And he was like, I think women are beautiful in their natural state. And I think they have to embrace that. And then we started talking about, why do women think that they have to wear all this makeup? Why do they think I said, I don't know. I don't think I need to. So it was more like a curiosity conversation that it started off as, but I knew from the beginning, and he told me later on, he was like, remember that conversation? He was like, I was just trying to figure out, because I'm not around you 24/7. I live on different coasts. I was just trying to figure out where your head was at, because those things I'm not interested in. And so I was just trying to figure out whether that's what you did, because he said, I approached you because of what you looked like when I met you. And that's what I wanted to see when I started dating you. So, yeah. So that was why the conversation was happening.
Especially if he meets you at the grocery store and you don't have no makeup on, you ain't got that wig on that day, and he like how you look like that. So when you put all the other stuff on, he gonna be like, whoa, like, okay, who is that? Because that's not who I met at the grocery store. and I agree with Big Bad Bull's comments. I really do. I believe that men's opinion that's in your life should be valued. And
I have a little
yeah,
pushback.
that if they're in your life, but then that's my question. If he met you that way and you came that way, that was my only kind of not even pushback, but just curiosity of it all.
I have a little pushback.
He may have met you that way, but he know you not that way. For real.
No. He met me this way. He better know I'm this way for real. Because he only fooling himself if he think things are gonna be different. If anything, instead of spending my own money, I won't spend your money on all my hair. Go ahead, Dan.
I have a little pushback, and it's actually not a major pushback, Mr. Big Bad Bull. I believe that your opinion, as if you were my spouse, your opinion 100% matters. However, as it pertains to my body, I make my choices. That's where I will think about your choice, your thoughts and stuff like that. But when it comes to my body from head to toe, I make the ultimate decision on what goes on with my body. So yes, your opinion absolutely does matter if you are my spouse. I 100% agree. But when it comes to my body, I make the choices there.
That sounds like a little bit, just to give my opinion, that sounds like almost like you saying like you make the decision. That sounds like something deeper to me. It sounds like almost like saying like I can make this decision whether I like keep my child or not. Like that's deep for me. Like
okay. Well, I don't have kids. I'm talking about here. I don't have.
Yeah,
so no,
I get it, but I'm saying it. But
I
the way
hear
you
you.
said it, it can't.
Right,
It can't.
yes.
It's like it's real. That's real deep. I
Right.
mean,
The way that I said it, I was just talking about here when it comes to child, that's a whole different conversation. I'm just talking about like the way I put myself together in terms of presentation, hair, outfit, fragrance, and all that kind of stuff. When it comes to life, that's a whole different discussion altogether. But you're right. The way that I said it, probably I could have said it a little bit better just to make it like more clear. But I'm only specifically talking about like when it comes to presentation. Like I'm a small stature woman. I have small breasts. I'm a small skinny woman, you know, and men like women with full figured. I'm not putting in fake tits because men like it. You're gonna rock with these little ones. More than a mouthful is a wasteful, as far as I'm concerned. You're gonna have to deal with whatever I got. I'm not changing.
And I agree with that.
Right. So that I'm only talking about presentation, my hair, my look. I'm not talking about like child and life or anything. So what I say just was only about, you know, my hair, my
Okay.
makeup
Yeah.
and stuff like that. But you're right. The way
Okay.
that I said it, it seems like it was like disregarding men's opinion altogether. And I do feel that men's opinions do matter, especially as it pertains to life.
Okay, and so with his comment up here, it's all of it's coming off, you know, when you head to a bedroom.
Yeah.
Well, of course it is, with no problem. And on the way there, you can leave a trail so you can find your way. However, like Miss Kid said, when we out and about with my self-esteem, I'm putting my hair back on.
Wait, but if you got weave, you don't need to put it on because you're gonna put that bonnet on in the on your head and get in the bed.
And they ain't gonna think twice about it no more, because you know we know how to take their mind off of period, point blank. Done with that part. But, let's see what he's all in it. He won't key him up or anything. So he says, OG Patrice, thank you. You feeling what I am feeling with the way Candid is articulating her control over her experience. I think I'm gonna let you speak for yourself, Candid. Go for it.
No, I agree. I 100% agree that Miss OG Patrice reeled me back in. Mr. Bidbackbull is agreeing with that. The way that I articulated that, it was only regarding my hair and my presentation. It is not, that's about that particular topic. When we're talking about other topics, I might feel differently. I might tell you that something completely different. And keep in mind, you can change my mind. You can, Miss OG, you know, Mr. Big Bag, but you can talk to me and make me see something different and change my mind and open up my mind. I'm not one of these people that I feel like I know everything in the world and you can't change my mind. But when it comes to, I feel like I'm beautiful. I'm not the most beautiful and I'm not ugly. I'm just who I am. And I accept me for all facets with my kinky hair, whether I decide to wear a wig or weave, my small breasts, my small waist, my thick hips, whatever it is, I accept me for who I am. I can't change it. And so I've gotten to a place where, like, regardless of what any man thinks, I love me for who I am, and that's not changing. So if I choose to, and I'm always well presented, I'm never one of these people that come out of my house with like rainbow colored hair and weave down to my ankles and hair braids all down to my toes and stuff like that. I'm from a Caribbean culture. If you know anything about Barbados, you know we're very snobby anyhow. Right? You know, of all the Caribbean cultures, we get made fun of for being very snobbish.
Well, you sound like you talk like it, so you
But
no,
we get made fun of for being very snobbish, right?
Yes,
So,
Lord.
and that's okay. I'm just saying I'm just saying that, like, I come out of my house well presented. I'm not coming out of my house an embarrassment to my husband. But if I choose to wear a wig, that's my business. I'm not asking him about it. If I choose to wear my natural hair, then that's my business. He loves me no matter what. Yeah, he loves me no matter what, and that's all that matters. Exactly. So, you know, and to be honest, after so many years of living with somebody, like, what goes on top of your head is such a small detail
Yes.
to the nuances of loving someone and caring for someone and being supportive of someone and backing someone and lifting someone up through their low parts in life. What I choose to wear on my head is a small detail compared to all the things that you go through as a married couple. So I'll do what I want, you know, like, and I guess maybe he trusts me because I've never left my house looking crazy. So.
Well, I have maybe once or twice, maybe 4 or 5 times, but you know, I I mean,
Kaya
My
is
father is
crazy.
calling me, guys. Hold on a minute. My father is calling me. I'm just gonna mute myself for a minute while I talk to my daddy, because you know I love my daddy. Did I tell you that my father calls me? Like, I know his blood pressure readings for this morning. Like, I know what his blood sugar was. I gotta talk to my dad. So
well, don't
I'm
keep him
gonna mute
waiting. Go
myself for a
ahead.
minute and I'll be back, okay?
Okay, amen. We'll be here.
And no,
So,
actually, I agree with Big Bad Bull. I mean, she got her husband, so she already good, and so I agree with that statement totally as well. But yeah, Big Bad Bull, I definitely feel you. I'm with you on we eye to eye on this. Okay, I got you. You got me. I got you.
But you
well,
gotta keep
the
them.
only pushback I had on what she said, I do think I am the prettiest, because if I don't, ain't nobody else do. I'm up there with Beyonce, and I'll tell anybody, because I've been told that a few times. Okay, I might be lying right now, but that's okay. That's what I was told in my dreams. Go ahead, Queen.
You are crazy.
I'm serious. If I don't think it, nobody else is gonna think it.
That's
All
right. That's right. That's right, Kaya. That's right. You are beautiful.
Beautiful girl. Can't nobody tell me any different.
Okay, that's real talk.
You a lie. I said,
But on a serious note, I think it is very important for us, parents or aunts, cousins or older, to tell the young ones, especially the girls and boys in our community, that they are beautiful. Tell the girls that they're beautiful while they're young, so they can have that instilled in them, and they not have this perception of just because their skin is dark, they're not attractive, or just because their hair is coarse, they're not attractive or whatever. I think that need to be perpetuated more in the Black community, just the same way the opposite was, perpetuated. I think we need to leave. Yeah, drive it home every chance you get.
Every chance. I said, girl, do you know how beautiful you are? And I said, if you don't, you better, because I'm looking at my face and I know my face is beautiful and you got my face. So don't you let anybody don't tell you you're not beautiful. And it is true, and then even with I see some, like we were talking about dark skin or all of this, I think it's more beautiful. But just because someone don't look a certain way, I truly don't believe that makes a person ugly. I think it's that personality that comes out and all those other different things that makes a person
Yes.
I truly do believe that.
I was kind of interested in this one guy, and he just had an amazing heart. And I just was like starstruck with him. And my roommates were evil. They were like, girl, I'm gonna take a picture of him so you can stop being starstruck. He ain't nothing to gaze at. And I was like, stop it. But he's so sweet. He has a great heart, blah, blah, blah. And they was like, well, I don't know what you looking at. You must got cataract because you tripping.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Listen.
No. But then his true self started coming out, and I was like, dude, you look like a mud duck.
Yeah, he was
like,
an ugly person.
He looked like a mud puppy. Look up a mud puppy.
Oh my God.
I'm about to look it up. You know I am.
Look up a mud puppy. That's what he looked like. And cross-eyed.
Yeah, I just don't want self-image of our young men and women, but especially the girls to end up like the little Kims of the world, right? Because so many people told her, she was too dark, her nose was too wide, she was too this, she was too that, and look what that turned into for her.
Who is she now?
Huh?
I said, who is she now? You don't even recognize her.
Yeah, exactly. But she said it stemmed from guys that she was going with that was telling her she was too dark, she was too ugly, her nose was too wide, it was this, that, and the other, and you get this self-image, and for her it turned into, I forgot what they call it, people that become addicted to plastic surgery. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
it's just a disorder. I forget the name of it, but I just don't want to see our young Black girls turn into that.
That's not even a dog. That's like a lizard or a reptile.
Mud puppy.
Oh my God.
Mud puppy, right?
Yeah.
It's a reptile.
I know. But
Oh!
I
I thought I was gonna see some type of dog or something.
No, it's a mud puppy.
They're pretty. Look at that. I think they got a wonderful personality. Right?
Lord.
My mom used to say to me when I was younger, she's like, you bring home the ugliest men. She's like, you just want me to have ugly grandkids and stuff. She's like,
she told me that.
my mama used to tell me that. She's like, can you at least get somebody I can see in the dark? I can't even see these guys. I was like, dang.
Oh, see, that was that whole colorism thing.
Oh yeah, Mom, I could. She's like, I swear, you just go find whoever you can't see in the dark and bring them home. I just love the dark, and I just thought, I still think it's very beautiful. I think that's the most beautiful. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Y'all got me at work.
Right now,
we've been on here for 8 hours. This is like a shift.
We sure have. Yes, that's it, Simon. Thank you, Simon. Body dysmorphic.
Yeah,
Morphic.
yes.
Mm-hmm. Look at Kaya. She done got me again. Kaya, you done got me again. But I'm not gonna lie. At some point, I did go to sleep on y'all. At some point, and I woke back up.
Ann had a question for you, so we knew you was asleep. So we just kept on going. But the crazy thing of it is, we kept talking and it kind of veered off. But when you woke back up, you was right on the question she had actually asked.
Oh, for real?
And you jumped right on in there.
But you got me again, Kaya. You got me again.
Thank you so much. This is fun.
You're gonna be on tomorrow. Today.
Yes. Because the Funk WTP, he gave me a challenge, and I got homework to do. I was supposed to do it yesterday. Gave me a challenge to get a goal to get 100 subscribers before the end of the year. So I don't know how many I have now. I think I gained 1 or 2 more tonight, but he has this want me to do this reaction video. So I'm going to do that probably today, but I am going to go back live. I miss you guys if I don't, I'm an only child, no friends. I look forward to
I don't celebrate holidays and I ain't got no family or friends around me, so I'm good.
What time are you going live again?
Oh Lord, you asked me the time. Okay, so that's what I have a struggle with, because once I give the time, I want to keep it, but
okay. I'll look for you.
I put a notice up an hour before though too, so
okay,
it'll be about 6, 7, 8, 9, round up in there.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Well, I ain't gonna be on all night because I got a double on Sunday.
I love it when you say that, because OG been saying that for 4 days now, and she's here every night, and she says that every night. She's like, I'm not coming back up there.
I ain't coming. I'm not coming. I'll pop in for a little bit, but I do supposed to get out tonight. Look, I got to get out and do something before I start work again on Monday. So look, I'm going to enjoy at least one day. I suppose to go see Corey Holcomb. He's here at the Comedy Club. So, so I'm going to go see him.
Hilarious.
Wow. Yeah. Hey, M. Mills, how are you? Beautiful. Yeah, but I enjoy jumping on your panel, Kaya. I love seeing you being on your own platform, because your platform can grow. And I love that you're starting to really invest in your own platform. Yeah, that's important. So and as long as you do that, we'll support you.
I appreciate it. Oh, I'm here. Absolutely.
All right, ladies. Well, I got this deep conditioner in my hair.
You got that mayonnaise?
No, I'm not doing the mayonnaise today. I just got a deep conditioner. I got
Okay.
I've been sitting in here like, okay, I'm about to leave. Then y'all start talking about something different.
I
Then I'm
know,
like,
right?
okay, I'm about to leave. Okay, Queen, what you think? Okay, I'm back. Okay. So, you know, I'm about to dip out for real because I got things to do.
Well, have a
Okay,
wonderful.
cool.
Me too. I got some things to do as well, so I'm gonna get
I
off here.
appreciate you
I
both.
think
I'm
I
gonna
think
hang
8
around and
hours
wait
is a
for
good
Candid
show.
Ann. But I appreciate both of you. I thank you, and I will see you both tonight. And
All
I'm
right.
gonna try
Maybe,
to come up with a.
maybe,
I'm gonna really try to come up with a real good, enticing title, and get under Patrice's skin, and she's just gonna have to come
maybe, maybe. We'll see. Maybe I might not come. I might take a peek and see you on. Be like, I ain't studying Kaya today.
I know, but I
All
thank you
right,
both.
ladies, you have a good morning.
All right, you too. Have a good one. All right, Kaya. I see you. Tell Candid Ann I said bye-bye. But see you later,
I will.
Queen.
Oh,
All
she
right.
gone.
She gone with the wind.
Gone.
Shout out to the chat. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right, you guys. In Mills, you don't come up on the platform, huh? I got to wash my hair today too. I have to do my daughter's hair. So I'm gonna try to find I hope I can get that stuff off of Amazon. What is it? Cura Care natural hair. I need to watch that thick. So, oh my gosh. And it is it's an adventure to get through her hair and stuff. But I do want to take this opportunity while we're waiting for Candid.
I'm
And
back, and so yeah, I see that everyone dropped off, but I spoke to my dad. Sorry, I had to, I'm a daddy's girl.
no, it's fine. But hey, I'm still here. I'm wide awake, and I know you wide awake. We work those night shifts.
Mhm.
Is there anything else you wanted to talk about
No,
or
that's
share?
about it. I appreciate you having me on here, and you reignited the fact that I need to really just get a schedule together and start bringing up some more of these topics and working on my channel and stuff like that. And I thank everyone for being nice to me and gracious to me, Mr. Big Bad Bull and OG Patrice. And I appreciate the conversation. Even though we don't always agree, you guys certainly open my mind to speaking differently and making myself clear about what I'm saying. And I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that, because sometimes, like, in your own mind, I've struggled with this. You in your own mind, you have what you want to say, but as you try to find the right words and convey the right thing, it doesn't always come out the way that you intended to, you know. And so I appreciate you guys telling me how it's coming out and pushing back and making me think differently. So yeah,
Well,
thank you for being here.
before you came on, we were doing these questions from the book. I don't know if you caught any of that. The 12 Rules for Life by Jordan Peterson. And one of the questions that we did go over was be precise. Be precise in your speech. And I actually was sharing that I know I have a problem with that. I'm very worthy. I can go on and on and on and ramble and talk because I'm trying to get that visual that I have in my head to give a complete picture, because that's how I like stories and things told to me. I like to have, I'm a detailed person to get that visual, but it's not, a good thing, especially on platforms like this.
But
And
why? Why is be precise? Why do we have to be precise in our speech? Why?
well, okay, so so one of the things, I think it was Patrice that expressed, oh no, or 84 that expressed, when you're worthy, you tend to maybe express things you didn't want to. You say things that you didn't intended. It could be perceived a different way. But my whole pushback was that the time attention span, for the most part, when you're on platforms like this, you lose people attention.
Oh,
Yeah,
good
their
point.
attention. But my thing is, like, and I know it would be hard for me because I am that type of person that I need that picture. And when I'm telling or describing like an event or something I've been through in my life, I want to paint the picture. I want you to see this and almost like you're there experiencing it with me. That's how I like to be
Yeah, me too.
told stories and things like that. So
Me too. Even though I understand probably the importance of being precise, I don't think I love telling stories. I
mhm.
love explaining why I think the way that I think, or why what my experiences have been. And so sometimes I do see value in being precise, but I don't know if it'll always apply for me. I feel like
Yeah.
sometimes I need to explain.
Yeah, I
Otherwise,
always
I
need to
risk being misunderstood.
Good. Right. Yeah, because I
Yeah.
want you to understand me and see where I'm coming from. And
Yeah.
then if you give me feedback and it doesn't correlate to what I'm saying, I'm like, wait, hold on. You're not understanding.
Understanding,
So I'm
right.
gonna come try to give it to you again. And then another thing that I really have noticed, especially having these great conversations and talking to different people, once you express yourself, whether you're precise or not, especially when I share my faith, this is especially then that even though you be clear, it seems as though people come back because they're trying to change your mind, trying to change my perception, or trying to change what I believe. And I always say, I'm not trying to change anyone's mind or tell you what to believe. I'm just sharing what I believe. I don't want to try to convince you or have a debate about it. And I don't want you to try to convince me and have a debate about it. But we can share what each of us feel, think, or in that faith. And that's the only thing that I give pushback on. Don't try to change my mind about my faith when I'm telling you, this is what I believe. And then, well, you're wrong. Well, no, I can't be wrong. This is what I believe, and stuff. And baby, you're wrong. But I don't say that because it's not up for a debate. I'm 100% sold out on my faith and what I believe. So that's the only time I give pushback on when people give me feedback and trying to change my mind about my
Right.
faith.
I hear you. I'm the opposite.
Mhm.
I'm actually the opposite. I 100% respect that you are grounded in your belief system, but I kind of feel like for me, I operate under, okay, tell me what your criticism is because you might change my mind. I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong and that you can change my mind, but you gotta come with it. You can't just give me some okey doke nonsense.
Yeah,
That's
I
just,
hear you.
you gotta like explain to me why you're thinking what you're thinking, what the facts are. Cause I said this on Uncle Stu's channel. We were talking about, I don't even know what subject it was, and somebody started interjecting about the Bible and stuff like that. And I told them specifically, listen, I'm gonna kindly exit out of the conversation, just because I love God, but I don't really like church people too much. Right? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to church people, but the institution of church, I feel like it's often used to manipulate someone else as opposed to people using the Bible for self-edification. People want to like point the fingers and tell you like what you're doing wrong and how you're a sinner and how you're going to hell, and just, condemning you, as opposed to them looking at the Bible and figuring out how they can change themselves. And so
Right.
oftentimes, even in the manosphere, and I'm just making a little point. This is not a big deal.
Oh, go for
They'll
it.
tell you that women are supposed to submit. It's in the Bible. You're supposed to submit. But then when they talk about men have choices, they don't talk about fornication. They don't talk about how that's, so they'll use the Bible to suit their choices and tell you, oh, well, black woman, the Bible says you're supposed to submit. Okay, fine and dandy. But what does the Bible say about you and your fornication? Right. But you'll tell the men to go out there and like sow your oats and do this and do that. Oftentimes it's just used so much to manipulate people. And so I'm just open to the possibility of learning, like, and I'm open to learn. You can change my mind. I respect the fact that if you, like, my mom is a Christian and I'm a Christian, you can't tell me that's fine. It's totally fine. I'm just the person that's like, you know what? If you can teach me something, a Buddhist thing, if you can teach me something from the Quran, if you can teach me something from the Muslim community, I'm open to learning because I just want to learn about you. I want to be a better person. I'm just open. You can teach me. I'm just open.
Yeah, the only thing I will say 100%, and for me in my life, the one thing I'm not open about, I'll hear a person, I'll listen to your perspective and hear what you have to say, but it is about who died on that cross for me and my faith and my salvation. That's the only thing. I can have the conversation, I can listen to you, but that would be the only thing for 100% sure that I cannot be detour in my faith. Now, when it comes to other things, I don't know the totality of the Bible. I don't know all 66 books and different things like that. Now, if we're talking about certain things, as long as people are using it in the context of that message or whatever we're talking about, I'm fine with listening to that. The thing that I really do not like is when you're having a conversation and you're just sharing back and forth, where you can tell certain people have their go-to scriptures, and they have only about three or four of them, and they put them in there, and they're totally using them out of context. They only, in my opinion, know about that scripture, and and that's their main talking point and stuff. That's the only thing I don't have respect for, because if you're going to come with that, you should know the context of it and what it's used for, and be more, do I want to say more broad, or have more talking points than just throwing that scripture down my throat or whoever's throat. And then to touch on that thing with the church and with Christianity, it hurts my heart that Christianity is tied with that. And it is what it is as far as the history and things that have been displayed, that is all the awful things in the name of the Lord that has been put out there in the church. And then what I would say about that is, when we do get in the word, the church, if we're going to say that, and the church is a building, that's just where you go to worship, but the temple and Christianity is the person. And so, with that being said, with that person that's doing, I'm going to say that corruption, because that is corrupt, a lot of things that go in that church building, which is very sad. But you always have to look back at the person. And just like we say, you can't take this group of people and all of them are like that, or even like Christians, all of them are like that. But don't get me wrong, I know it's a lot. My mother had bad experiences in the church and in the building. She, after, I think most of her adult life, she would never even step foot in a church building because of what she experienced. And even like the pastors and stuff. And I just have to tell myself, they're human. You can't worship them. Once they're not given a word, you got to move on, but that you have to have that discernment. But it's sad that to say that word Christian,
but it's not just Christians. It's a lot of religions,
Well, yeah,
a lot of religions. I feel like we're killing people, we're bombing, we're doing all this kind of crazy stuff in the name of God, in the name of religion. And I'm like, what peace, what social issue has any religion ever solved? None. All the religion, all the freaking holiness and all this other crap, where do we have peace? We're still fighting over land, we're still fighting over this and that and condemn. Where is peace? That's a frustrating part for me. It's so frustrating.
It's not going to happen
here.
Yeah,
all in the name of God. This is
all in the name of free will. All in the name of that we have free will, and by the grace of God, thank Him for it. We have free will to do and make decision and say yes and no to things. So it's all in the power of that free will. That's what it boils down to. But then that's why it comes to that accountability, and it's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be harmonious where we all going to get along, kumbaya. It's just never going to happen. And that's why when we were talking earlier, you brought out that you want to venture out and spread your wings as far as not being so segregated, which I applaud that. And then that's what is it, like your purpose. I don't want to say purpose, I'm trying to think of a less word, but that's your desire.
Yeah.
And then like with me, my desire is these, young Black girls and Black women and feeding and sharing my plight with it. I think that's how we make a small impression. You go and infiltrate where your desire is. I go and infiltrate where my desire is.
Yes.
And you just make that one little impression at a time. I just think we're trying to think too big sometimes. It's those one steps, those one impression, that one purpose, that one homeless person you get off the street. And then as you do it and more people see you doing that, and hopefully they will gravitate to it and find whatever their desire is and go at it that way. So I wanted to bring that up because I didn't want you to think like, well, don't go over there with those white folks. That might be my thinking. It might be, but I'm applaud you for going over there, and something. I really do think it's a good thing. That's why I'm so grateful that we're not all alike. We're not all robots. We're not all regurgitating the same speech.
Right. Yeah, and it's not just about the white folks or anything. It's just basically finding my community and whatever their background might be. And I think for me, it's mostly first generation people that come from a wide variety of backgrounds, because that's been my experience as a first generation kid. So, and then as a nurse, I have my own perspective about certain things, as you probably do. I don't know how you survived in the ED. I swear to God, I could never survive in the ED. That's just madness to me. I fear they're going to float me to the ED. I'm like,
everywhere else is too slow. I'm like,
I feel the need to, for me, I feel the need to have some of these difficult conversations that are pertinent to my community as a Black woman, but also as a Black woman to allow other people to have a conversation with us and let them know why you might experience certain things when you're interacting with a Black person, why we don't always want our hair touched. We don't want to be fetishized, why just certain little things so they can kind of have a better interaction with us. Because I don't know, for me, I don't feel like when I go out, I feel more comfortable in a predominantly Black neighborhood because everyone looks like me, you guys talk like me, your hair is like mine, we understand certain things. I don't have to explain certain things. But because I do live for a good part of my life with a white I'm a minority. Most of us are. We're here in America, we're minorities. And, I want to go to the doctor and feel like I can explain what my needs are without you worrying about my damn hair. As you already know, as a nurse, you know that a lot of us, our pain isn't being addressed. There's a lot of big conversations. There's a lot of very big, hardcore conversations that I want to have. And I don't know if staying within the Black community, those conversations we're gonna reach who we need to reach if we're not talking to some of these people, So I'm not gonna belabor this because we've been on here for a long time. But
wait. No. You're not leaving me hanging right there. I got a question.
Okay.
One quick question though. Do you truly believe that they don't already know? Because it's been said, it's been done. Do you truly believe
about our pain? About pain?
No. About going back to your hair, touching our hair, doing these things that are not appropriate, that are not respectful, that is invading our personal space. Do you truly believe that they don't already know?
I can speak about the interaction that I had with my doctor when he spent so much time, and he even pulled out a book and he was talking to me about his family, about, I can't even remember. He was an author. I wish I remembered the conversation. I truly feel like the majority of his patients do not look like me.
Yeah, I get that.
And so,
but I'm talking about, like, in general, though. In general, do you think that white folks know? I mean, that's almost like, it's like,
I think they have a different culture. For me, it's
hard for me. We know not to do certain things to them, especially if we don't
know. Yeah. I
just
think they
saying.
have a different culture. And like for me, when I wake up in the morning, I say good morning to my husband. When I go to see someone, like if you go to Barbados, it's typical to say good morning to somebody. Like if you don't say good morning, it's considered rude. It's
Mhm.
considered disrespectful and rude. I have gone, and maybe you can attest to this also. I'm not sure which hospital system that you worked in or what neighborhood you worked in. I would be in the break room. It would be me and one other white person, and I would say good morning, and they would not respond to me.
Mhm.
Have you had that experience?
Girl, I don't
Where
think
you are, it's just you and I said good morning, and you did not respond to me?
you
Have you had
know,
that experience with a white person?
yeah, I've been called girl. Yes, amen.
Okay. And
Mhm.
I don't think they think that's rude. I think they don't feel the need to say good morning.
Yeah, because they don't care.
C
They don't
So,
care.
but to me, you
It's
need to
not a
understand.
miseducation. It's they don't care. They don't want to acknowledge you, especially if they see that big old RN on there. Ugh, who does she think she is? She's not. Who invited her into our community and thinks she's an RN? We supposed to be CNAs, not RNs. Supposed to
Mm.
be NAs.
Well,
So
it's
yeah.
similar. I'm making that little point about the good morning, but it's also about like reaching into my space and not saying excuse me. It's a lot of different little things that they do that I find, and I'm not saying everybody, we're not doing the all police thing here, but a good majority, in my experience, reaching into my space without saying excuse me, not saying good morning, but then later on down the line, you asking me to switch my schedule with you. Then you wanna know why I don't wanna talk about it, then you wanna know why I got a little attitude, then you're gonna assume that I'm being, what you call it, aggressive and all this other crap. You gotta understand how Black people, how we operate. We operate on, not all of us, but there's some
They know.
baseline level of respect that we want to have. And if you can't even open your mouth, like what do you have to lose if we're in a room together by just responding to me and saying, excuse me, good morning, or whatever it is? I mean, I opened it up by saying good morning to you. What do you have to lose by responding good morning back to me?
Acknowledgement.
So then later on, you're going to ask me to switch schedules? Fuck, I'm not switching shit. Uh,
Hell no, girl.
you know, so there's just, you know,
I
I just
truly
want
believe
to
they
open up this
already
whole
know.
thing that like then you're gonna ask me to touch my hair. I remember one time I feel like, and this might be maybe I don't understand, but a white guy whom I have like, it's weird because white men, I've gotten along really well with white men. They just, there's no issue. I remember one white guy just out of nowhere, he was sitting down there and he was like, Andrea, you have like really nice skin. Like your skin is so, like you have really nice skin. It's really smooth. And I felt like another girl, a white girl, got offended by that. And I didn't pick up on it. I was like, what the hell is the problem? Like you beautiful too, honey. Like, what's the issue? Just because he paid me a compliment doesn't take anything away from you. And where I come from in the Caribbean, like someone paying you a compliment does not take anything away from you. But and I'm wondering if in other communities, if two women are sitting together and a guy pays a compliment to one girl, does that take away something from the other girl in other communities? Because in my community, it doesn't. It doesn't. Like, you're still gorgeous. Like, because I have natural hair, you wig it out, and a guy's like, "Oh, Ange, I love your natural hair." Doesn't mean that your wigged out hair ain't gorgeous. He's just
But
making. He's just
with
giving you a
that,
compliment.
and I mean, I probably would joke it away, but I would feel a certain way if I'm sitting there with another woman. I don't care, you white, black, Asian, whatever, and they give that other person whatever compliment, don't give me one. I know I'll be like, well, shoot, find something to say about me
I
too.
don't feel that way, really.
I won't acknowledge me. That's just a point of acknowledge me too, because I ain't sitting up here, but they're ugly, So if you
So are
took
you
the
gonna treat me a different way because he gave me
oh
a
no,
compliment?
no, I'm gonna tease you. No, tease you,
But you
of
ain't gonna
course.
be rude to me or nothing like that.
But no. But I did want to share this, and then I know you want to go. I'm gonna let you go. You had mentioned that you're where you live, and I purposely in the heart of how much money you can make and how comfortable we can live as a nurse. So I was living in a community where me and my kids we were the only black family. And I just started paying attention to things, and I just really didn't like it. I didn't like it, and it could have been me, and it could have been maybe it was just me reading too much into things. I don't think so, but I am going to take that. It could have been, you know.
You didn't like what?
I didn't like the looks, the assumptions of like if there is, I'm trying to think of something. Like really the looks, and then if I'm out like in the yard or with my kids or something, oh, you live there? Yeah, you done seen me 4 days in a row. I live here. And then if I'm at because you know the community parks where you at, and you have your dog, and I can remember we have a little multi-poo, and you know the dog's supposed to be on the leash, and I was like, yeah. Then I'm looking around. Ain't no dog been on a leash since we've, you know, been in and out. And so it's just little things like that, you know, are, I don't know. And then even nonverbal things, you know, you can kind of tell, but because, and mainly it does thrive from my work environment, working around predominantly white people, and seeing how they treat me and see how they treat Black patients or non-white patients and different things I've been exposed to. I purposely, after my lease was up, I purposely took my family and moved. I don't want to say to the hood, but to the hood, not to the hood to where we're, you know, like project hood, don't get me wrong, but to where it was more diversity purposely. You know, even the house we moved from, yeah, it was gorgeous, more comfortable or whatever. And the neighborhood was a little bit more organized, clean. But I purposely did that because I wanted my kids not to just grow up around little white kids. I wanted them to have the Mexicans, the Blacks, you know, just a little bit of everything. And I purposely seek that out for them. And it took me to a longer commute to get to work. But like even now, I purposely moved to a place when I downside after getting my divorce, to a place to where they can, you know, have more diversity. You know, this is what I want to say. Did I wake you up, daughter?
Well, I'm here in Connecticut, and I'm sitting on 3 acres of land, and I ain't moving for nothing. I don't give a hell. The next door neighbor is a cardiologist that I worked at the cardiothoracic ICU. He's a cardiologist, and I'm not moving. He wants to move, he can move. I'm not moving, as far as I'm concerned. I pay my
I live in
taxes.
3 acres. Ooh,
Yeah, I mean, most of it is just woods. You know, most of it is like just woods and stuff like that. So don't think that I have like the sprawling
no, but that's
property.
still a form of privacy, you know, even with the
Yes.
woods and
Yes.
you know, and you're not like right next to,
No.
and, you know, so
No.
yeah,
Yeah, I
no.
wanted to be away from most people. I wanted to like come home, and if you're on my property, why are you on my property? You shouldn't be on my car. You can get
That part.
no, I don't want to say car, but you could get you can, you know, there's
Right.
no
That's
reason
what
for you to
I
be
thought.
on here on my property. But I'm not, you know, I respect a lot of what you feel, because you want to be comfortable.
Yeah,
You want to be
absolutely.
comfortable and not have to explain yourself. You're working 12 hours, 12 and a half hours. They say 12-hour shifts, but they don't pay us for lunch. They don't account for the fact that if somebody codes, you're there hours after your shift. They're long. And then you still got to get back to work the next night for that shift. So you're getting less sleep. It's the emotional toil. It's just a lot. And so
I
I
had
feel
shared
like,
this. Real quick, I had shared that this is the first time since college that my blood pressure has ever been
wow.
normal. Yeah,
Wow.
even on medication. But go ahead. I'm sorry for cutting you
Yeah,
off.
I can imagine it. I want to, there's so many topics that I want to talk about. I'm scared, Kaya, to talk about nursing because I'm still a nurse. And there's things I want people to know. But I'm still a nurse, so I'm kind of afraid to talk about some of the things
Talk
that I
through.
feel like people should know.
I'll tell it. Just be like, I want to get this support. I'm asking you this question. But no, I do feel you, and I do.
And as it
My
pertains to white
passion
and
is
Black
not
people.
there, but we need to educate our Black people
Yes.
community about this, because it's just not fair. It really.
Yes. Yes, as it pertains to blood pressure medication, erectile dysfunction with these goddamn medications, people talking to you
Yeah.
about like not taking your medication, just doing flaxseed oil instead of taking your medication, and all
Right.
these different things that like are perpetuated within the Black community. And listen, I'm not saying that some of those things might not be helpful. I'm
Mhm.
just telling you that as a nurse that has worked with people that have had fresh off the table with heart transplants, if you do not show that you are going to comply with the regimen, and this is
Oh,
not just today, I'm talking about a history of non-compliance. When you, certain things are not going to be available to you because they have a record of the fact that you are non-compliant. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say anything more because I want to go to work tomorrow.
yeah, but it's even amazing that you even got a heart transplant and you have that history of non-compliance
You
in
you
any type
won't.
of way, because you won't even get a heart in the
You will
first.
not. That's exactly what I'm saying. You will not.
Oh
You
yeah,
sitting
no,
around here wondering why can't I get a heart transplant? It's because I
yeah,
have a
you won't.
history that you're non-compliant.
And then even if you are compliant to a certain degree, it is put in there your, your ethnicity and all these other things. But no, I hear you.
There's a lot of rough things that I want our community to know, but I'm
Yeah,
scared to talk
and
about it.
there's
And it's
just some
difficult
things
because
that they
like,
need to say.
hmm?
And sometimes once you educate, it's just certain things you need to say to let that practitioner know. Okay, I know a little something. There's keywords you can say that get them moving.
Hmm.
But we're gonna let all that
Yeah. So yeah, but so I skirt around the nursing thing a little bit on my channel, but I try to stay away from it, and I just talk about social issues and my experience as a Black woman, as a Black married woman, as a childless Black woman, as a blah blah blah. I just skirt around it a little bit. But right now with the situation, especially when I told you I was on a panel, well, I wasn't on a panel, I was just watching these white people talk about like them refusing the jab,
Yeah.
and then I got to go to work in a couple days with people that are diagnosed with not taking a jab, and I'll ask them like, "Did you get the vaccine?" And they're like, "No." I won't say anything else, but I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna
Well,
ask.
I didn't. I don't believe it. And my kids ain't got it. They ain't getting it. My kids, and you gonna hate you. You gonna be like, Kai, what's wrong with you too? My kids didn't even get vaccinated. I don't believe in all of that. And
Okay, that's fine. So let me ask you then, Kaya, if you do get COVID-19 and you're struggling, are you gonna go to the hospital?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It depends on what symptoms I have. And, well, I ain't even claiming it for one,
Hello, don't
beautiful.
claim it.
And,
Do not.
but no, I'm not going. Okay, I'll even tell you this. In my whole career, I might have had the influenza vaccine maybe once. I don't. Our body is so magnificent. It fixes, repairs, build the antibodies, it builds all these things, and it takes care of itself for the most part. Don't get me wrong. And this is not for everybody. And I am not giving nobody no medical advice.
And
I
this
ain't
is not
telling
medical
nobody
advice.
what to do, what not to do. I'm saying me. For me, and I see a lot. I've seen too much, and I just don't believe in it. I don't believe we need to put all this stuff in our body. Our bodies are so smart. And then another thing, once that you expose yourself, your body, I've been around someone with it that didn't had it, and I got just enough to build those antibodies in me that I need. And that's all my body needed to do what she needs to do. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we are made. That's my belief. But I ain't telling nobody what to do. You go research and do what you're going to do and do what you want to do. But it's just not for me and my kids. And then just like my daughter, the one who just came in here, she was a micro preemie. She was 2 pounds when she was born, came at 28 weeks. I didn't even get her. I only let them give her vaccination just to get her out of that hospital. And I told them, I said, oh no, I don't, it's not going to happen, and she hasn't had anything else. And by the grace of God, my daughter hasn't even had a common cold. Neither one of my kids. And I hear people, oh, my kids are sick. I hear that so much. I'm like, dang, your kids are sick again? I never had that problem. Not once have my kids been sick.
Did you
Not once.
breastfeed your children?
I breastfed my son for about 13, 14 months. My daughter, I couldn't. I pumped as long as I could and gave her the breast milk. And I think she got it maybe maybe a good 6-7 months of her early life. And I would come home from work in the ER, how people change in the garage. Nope, I go right on in and kiss or pick up my babies, do whatever. I just think people are over cautious, like all this. They're always what is that, hand sanitizer, and they always scrub and doing. They're killing their natural defense, a lot of times, what I think. But everybody, I'm gonna say it one more time. That's only me. That's only Crazy Kaya thinks that. A lot of people don't believe what I believe and do what I do.
I agree with you to a certain extent.
Yeah.
I don't have kids, so I won't speak about that. I know that they often say, from what I've read, that people that breastfeed their children are often healthier because they get the natural immunities that you have in your body is automatically passed along to your children. However, for me, I feel like if someone, like I've watched, I haven't always, clicked the link, but I do watch these panels, and I've seen people like vehemently against getting what they call the jab. And my question to them would be, okay, fine. I respect that. If you don't want to get vaccinated, I 100% respect that. However, if you were to get sick, are you going to stay home? Because if you don't want Western medication, right? If you're against Western medicine, what do you think you're going to get at the hospital once you're sick? Western medicine is what you're going to get. So I just feel like if people are so against it, then I'm wondering, how do you balance the logic between, well, now I'm sick, so now I'm going to go to the hospital?
Well, you go to the hospital just to treat the symptoms. I'm not going there to get
What do you think we're treating the symptoms with? Western medicine.
Well, it's not the Western medicine I have a problem with. I just have a problem with this specifically, these vaccinations and all these things that you want to inject in the body. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. But as far as giving me some Tylenol because I have a fever, I can go for that. And I might be, even if you say well, you're not supposed to do a cold bath or anything like that because you'll drop too quick. But, I'm talking about some Tylenol. And most likely I would stay home if the symptoms are, I haven't even been around anyone with, I haven't experienced it at all, but basically you treat the symptoms,
right, but I can tell you that as someone that's taking care of these patients that have not gotten vaccinated, no, you do not. The hospitals are on the hook. Is it Brianna? Is that how I say that? Brianna? I like that name, Brianna.
So yeah, Brianna.
Yeah, you do not need the job to get care. Yes, that is true. But my question is, like, if these people are so adamantly against the jab because they don't believe in it, when you come to the hospital, we're treating you with antiviral medications. We're treating you with Western medicine.
Oh, that was another thing. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm so glad you brought that up, Ed. And like, okay, I haven't worked in this profession for over 2-3 years now, right? So I know for sure, like, you don't, a virus, you don't treat a virus,
we give antivirals to people that have it.
But technically, I hear you.
I know what you're going to say.
Okay, so you hear what I'm saying.
Yeah, because viruses that is bacteria, and so typically they go away, blah, 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 whatever. I get it. Okay. I'm just here to say that I'm 100%. I got it, because I've been a nurse, and I know what you're talking about, right? So, but what I'm saying is, like, the actual factual of what's happening right now in terms of people saying, I'm not getting the vaccine, I don't believe in this, blah, blah, blah. But then when you get sick, you gonna get Western medicine anyhow, boo boo. Like, you come in here, we're gonna still put in your veins an IV with antivirals. We're gonna give you prednisone. We're gonna give you steroids. We're gonna give you this whole concoction that has side effects, right? To try to keep you alive. We're trying here, but so I'm just like, I'm just trying to understand the thinking here.
It's not okay. I hear what you're saying, but it's not the same, because this vaccine is something that they created to prevent, this Rona stuff, right? So so it's not, to me, in the way I think, it's not the same. Like even with the influenza, it's just, I don't know how to explain, I don't know how rightly to articulate my thinking with it, but it's not the same as like you saying, okay, this is what we're going to give you, this is what we're going to treat you with. Absolutely, I get that, but I don't want this, whatever that is, in my body. I don't want to be injected
I
with that.
understand.
That's
Yeah.
not saying that I don't want to come on and still give me my I don't want antiviral either, because I know. But anyway, give me my prednisone, please, and give me my Tylenol, and just roll your eyes and leave me alone.
But are you gonna also take the antivirals that they recommend? Or are you
Well,
not?
I would have to be honest with you, I would have to do research on that, because I graduated a long time ago, and we weren't given antivirals. It wasn't, you
Okay.
just treat the symptom. So when you're saying antiviral,
Yeah,
I wasn't
remdesivir.
even taught that was you know what I'm saying? That's new.
Mhm. They're
That's
giving
new as well.
remdesivir, yeah.
Yeah, and all you do for anything, you just treat the symptoms. So I would actually, because you said that, I didn't know they was giving antiviral, to be honest with
Mhm.
you. I'm
Yeah.
going to look that up, and I'm going to research that, and I'm
I
going to
think they're
look.
trying to figure it out. Keep in mind, I think we're trying to figure this thing out. But let's even take away the I mean, there's a lot of frustration to being a nurse, as you already know. And it's not just about this whole situation. It's about like people just not taking accountability for their health and then expecting hospital staff to fix them. You know, that's part of the frustration.
But why aren't they taking accountability for their health? What do you
Or for
mean?
instance, people with congestive
The
heart failure who like did I tell you this quick little story about this guy who got I worked on a unit. After you get a stent, you come to my unit, and
Okay.
you know, when you have a stent, because you have some kind of, not an occlusion, but you have some kind of restriction in your cardio arteries.
Uh-huh.
And so this man so they give you a cardiac diet, a heart healthy diet. This dude literally, yeah, this is not medical advice. Thank you.
Yeah, we just said it multiple
Hello.
times, Patrice.
Yes,
Believe me,
ma'am.
we saying it.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
thank you very
This
much.
gentleman, and this is more than one gentleman. I can go on and on and on. I could long stroke you like the lead attorney when it comes to these stories. You know, literally got 2 stents placed that morning. And you know, when you call the cafeteria, they have you on a heart healthy diet. So you only have but so much fat that you can eat throughout the day. So when you order your breakfast, if you choose to have bacon and eggs, you know, and then you choose to have like a salami sandwich or whatever they give you, then by dinner time, you better eat a salad, because you've used up all of your fats and stuff like that. You have to have a balanced diet. So he ordered his same, you know, I know, greasy food for breakfast, oily food for lunch. And when it came to dinner, they were like, you can't have this, you can't have that. You have to have a salad. You can't have, you know, this dressing. You got to have vinaigrette. You got to be healthy. He slammed the phone down. He slammed the phone down and called up his son. This is pre-outbreak.
Oh,
Slammed the
okay.
phone down, called his son, and his son came, bought him what he wanted. As soon as I walked into the room, I heard, "Uh-oh, we're gonna get in trouble." And when I looked up, this man had a Big Mac, French fries, and a Coca-Cola. Now you just got a stent. You just got 2 stents, and you already know. Because when
Yep.
you saw me, I didn't have to say a word. You were like, "Uh-oh, the nurse is here. I'm gonna get in trouble." So you already knew what you was doing was wrong, right? So I guess I'll get the old. I was like, you know what? Go ahead and do what you want, because we're trying to help you here. And when you go home, you're gonna do what you want regardless. So I told him there's no point in me arguing with you about it. I guess I'll just be here later on when you get like a complete cabbage. Because I'm trying to help you, I'm trying to educate you, and you're slamming the phone down, you're being angry, you just gotta you have a problem, you know? And it's frustrating. So I mean, I mentioned the jab. I'm talking, this is not just about the jab. It's not just about, it's a slew of people just not taking accountability for their healthcare issues, and then expecting the hospital, well, I'm fixed, right? I got a stent, it's fixed. No, that's just us trying to extend, like it's not a fix. You still have a problem with too much cholesterol in your veins, and you
Well,
know,
you have a
you got to
lifestyle
change your
problem.
diet.
Your diet, right?
At the end
Right.
of the day, you have to change your diet. This McDonald's is not serving you. And this is a white man. This is not even just
Oh,
a
girl, I
white.
already knew that.
Okay.
I did because I knew it. I already
Yeah,
knew
this is a
that.
white man. Just not
Yeah.
taking responsibility. Even this week, another guy, he's calling me every few minutes talking about I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. And he has congestive heart failure. But when I go into the room, the water, the soda, the ice cream, the Gatorade, and all the
The tube pulled down here, not even.
oh, and I'm like, you can't breathe because you have too much fluid. We're giving you Lasix to get the fluid off of your body, but you're drinking it all back in. So why are you calling me? Why are you calling me telling that you can't breathe? I can't fix it unless you adhere to what we're doing here. And I have to explain it. Even though I explain it, you know what he told me? Is this jail? He said, is this jail? What is it? So listen, the choice is you either do what you want and stay home or adhere to the regimen that the doctors are prescribing for you. That way we can help you. Because my hands are locked. You can't like drink all the water and eat the ice cream in the middle of the night and ask for you can ask for soda, and have the Gatorade and all this food. I can see it in all this water and food and all this stuff in the room. And then complain that you can't breathe because you have too much fluid on you. And we're giving you Lasix, which you already know Lasix is hard on your kidneys.
Of course they drill into us. We're patients advocate and we're there for them and stuff. The pushback that I had, especially early in my career was the education part, like for our case managers, the follow-up care and things like that. And it's not for all, but I truly believe if those preventative measures, when they're going to the doctor's office, when they go and that education, that follow-up, that case manager and really educating on the level to where they understand. For the most part, and no, not all, probably not even half, to be honest. But I think once you know better, like once you understand what it's doing and on the level to you figure out what educational level that they can understand it, and I think once if it was more emphasis, that's the only thing I like about Kaiser, and I do not like Kaiser at all. I have no respect, but that is one thing, is that preventative medicine that they really focus on, of course, to save them money because they just want to make more money. That's the only reason. But anyway, and I never worked at Kaiser, and I'm just saying, but I just wish if that was more focused in on, it would be better. But yeah. However, I know too much about the back end. They don't want that because, we're dipping into money and we can't do that. We need these so-called ignorant ones to keep doing what they're doing and keep coming back. So
do you think that really, Kaya? Because to me,
oh, girl, in the ER, if you ever want to know the truth of what's going on in these hospitals, I had a whole, not an in-depth conversation, but see, I can talk freely, and I'm telling you, that's why I don't have love for nursing anymore. I don't have passion or desire for that profession. I barely have respect for it, not because of us, but because of what they have us do for them. They don't, yeah, we learn, give them this education, teach them what not to do, explain this, but they don't really want that. When's the last time you truly, I have to go to the ER. We're supposed to hand out like this information and go over it with us. They make sure you don't have time to do the teaching part. There's no way you can get everything done for one. And that's one thing that lacks. And of course they want that to don't waste the paper, don't do this or whatever. It's just the little things. They're telling you don't do these things, but they're telling you don't do that. Don't give, we need them back. And I just seen too much of the back end in the ER, especially in trauma. You hear all the talk, it's just too much, and it's just not right. It
I
really
have to say at the institution that I work for, they're huge on education. They will give you free scale. They will give you a free glucometer. They'll give you
money. They gonna charge that patient $1,200
as they
for it.
should.
But they only paid 2 for it. So
But
yeah.
as they should. I mean, this is at the end of the day, you could, if you want to, you can buy your own scale, right? You can go to you
Yeah.
can I'm not against hospitals making money, right? I'm not gonna be on here saying that like hospitals shouldn't get reimbursed for their services because they have to pay me, they have to pay the doctors, they have to pay everyone. The machines cost money to purchase, to maintain, all these things cost money. So I'm not on here saying that they shouldn't make money. However, what I am saying is that oftentimes, in my opinion, people are not interested in changing their lifestyle, in my experience, as much as they are than just taking a pill.
Okay.
When you
Amen.
sit there and tell people like, okay, you got to eat better, they're like, is this rabbit food? I'm gonna eat rabbit food. And unfortunately, because of what is that called? The survey that they make us, that the hospitals are sending out to patients,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Patient,
the patient survey. Right.
they're
On that survey, if you've ever seen one of them, they're asking you questions about the food. They're asking you questions about like how I saw one survey that was filled out and returned, and when someone complained about how fresh the strawberries were. And a manager had to call the patient and apologize about the unfreshness of the strawberries. And I'm like, are you serious? But did we save your life? And you're complaining about the strawberries? I just it's frustrating because I feel like people are not interested in taking responsibility. I'm not saying all, of course,
yeah, of
but
course.
oftentimes people are not interested in taking responsibility for their health. And when doctors and nurses are coming on there saying, well, the reason why you have this problem is because you're eating, like the lady said, her ex-husband was the same way. He had a stroke and 2 heart attacks and
Exactly.
still kept eating fried foods. So what was his response if the doctor told him, like, listen, you have to stop eating fried foods? Is he going to want to go back to that doctor? Is he going to want to pay attention to the doctor? No. As opposed to another doctor saying, listen, do what you want. Here's a pill. Here's because you ain't gonna change. So here's a pill. I really feel like it's unfortunate because as nurses, we get stuck in this place where we want to educate our patients, but not all these patients are receptive to making a lifestyle change and doing better. So you get stuck with, well, I guess I got to give you all these pills because you're not going to make a lifestyle change. And at the end of the day, they're going to complain about the hospital. They're going to complain about the pill side effects and all these different things. Well, you don't have to take these pills if you would make a lifetime. Not everybody. Sometimes you don't have to take all of these pills if you can try to make a lifestyle change. Some people, it's not going to happen. Sometimes you're just born with a situation, hereditary wise, means you just have to take a pill, right? You're born with type 1 diabetes. You got to do it. You're born with like, a history of heart problems. You got to take a pill. But sometimes a lot of it is our lifestyle. There's a reason why people in other nations don't have these problems that we have in America, because they don't have the access, they don't eat the same foods that we eat. They don't have the excessive fast foods. And there's a reason why people in Japan are living longer and healthier than the rest of us here, because they have a healthier diet.
Yeah. Mhm.
But I mean, just sorry.
It's just so and I'm, as you can tell, I'm tainted now. I've been behind in it too long. And I will admit that I am tainted. That's why when my cousin was going into nursing school, this was a few years back, I said, don't act. I said, I just really don't want to give any advice or I'll talk to you about school. I love school, but beyond that, because I know, I am tainted. I know I've seen and I've been privy to too much behind the scene information. And and I don't like, and I hate, because as much as I love nursing, as much as I love taking care of patients, as much as I love that bedside care, I just absolutely love it. I used to, and then now I just have no respect for it. So that's why I try to be limited when I do start talking about it, because I know that I'm giving, what is it, like a bias type opinion. I think I'm using that word right. And I don't have respect for it anymore at all. I think I shared that with you before.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then because yeah, it's just a lot. It's just a lot. And I'm happy now, but I'm happy I do have that knowledge. I am happy that I got that experience and everything. And but it is sad that I have all this knowledge and experience. And I tell you, and this is not boasting or anything, or maybe it is, I am an excellent nurse. I am one of the top. I know my skill set is high. I'm very good. I'm quick on my feet with my interventions and teaching and everything. And I just hate that I feel this way because I'm not passing it on, to the younger nurses. I'm not
Would you want to be an educator though?
huh?
Would you think about being an educator?
No, because I'm gonna be telling like this bullshit. I'm surprised like this is it's impossible. You can't do it. They tell you to do it. It's not gonna happen. So no, I'm not the one. And I thought I was gonna go into education. I really did. I was like 8-9 years in, and I was like book smart. I just get it so naturally. I got these scholarships and got all these opportunities, and I thought I was going to go into education eventually, but it's just not it's not in my heart. It's just not in me. And I hate that. I got this way, but I have no love.
It's interesting because I can't speak as freely as you can, being that you're no longer connected to it. And I feel like maybe, and just as an idea, not that you have to do this,
Yeah.
it might be worthwhile for you to like have a segment on yours that really talks about like ask a nurse, ask a retired nurse, or or something along that line where you can say your piece, because people need to know this information. And I can't speak as freely as you can because I still have to go to work. I need a roof. Yeah, I need a roof.
No, I feel you. I totally feel you. Yeah.
So
I
there's
was
things
trying
that
to
like
think of something in that, but what good would it do? I don't want to just do it just because I want to vent and be like, what would be the outcome? What good would it serve?
Okay, so for instance, I had a patient one time, a Black male. I'm not gonna, for HIPAA, as you already know, I'm not gonna say too much, but he was diagnosed with hypertension. Came in there with a blood pressure 200 over and 100 and something or whatever, and he had no idea what a normal blood pressure is. There's so many people that have high blood pressure and they don't even know what a normal blood pressure is. There are so many people that have diabetes, and when you test their blood sugar, it's 300, 200, and like, oh, that's good for me.
Right. That's true. Yeah.
Right. And I stopped cold and I looked them dead in their face and I'm like, that's good for no one.
Yeah.
My words are, there is no human that's walking on this earth in which a 200, in which a 300 blood sugar is good.
Good. Right.
Right. So a little bit of re-education in terms of, okay, you might be used to it, but that doesn't mean it's good. You might be used to someone hitting you upside your head all the time, but that doesn't mean it's good. You might be used to a lot of dysfunction in your family, but that doesn't mean it's good. So I just raised that point to say that just because you're used to these high numbers doesn't mean it's good. So just going back to the Black man, I explained to him what a normal blood pressure was. And I also explained to him, I took time, I sat down and I was like, listen, I got to get back to you. I'm going to pass these meds, but I'm coming back to you. Because I got some things to tell you. And I came back to him and I explained to him that there's a lot of blood pressure medications out there, and we don't have it's not perfect on which one is going to work for you. You're going to feel like these doctors are experimenting on you because they might switch your blood pressure medication from one thing to the next thing to the next thing, and you might feel frustrated. But what I want you to do is I want you to communicate with your doctor and tell them how these blood pressures are making you feel. I want you to tell them about the side effects, and I want you, it's a two-way street here. If you're having issues with erectile dysfunction, because these medications can contribute to that, and you're a young man and you told me that you're in a relationship, and I know a lot of you Black men, if your dick don't work, you feel like life is over. So if that's a side effect that you're having, I need you to be open with your doctor and either find out if that medication can be switched. Don't just not take it anymore because you feel like you're not a man because you having erectile dysfunction. Because I have an ex-boyfriend who that happened to him, and now he's on dialysis for the rest of his life because he refused to take this medication. He got a child. He was able to make a baby afterwards, but now he's on dialysis for the rest of his life because his kidneys were completely destroyed. So I explained to people, the side effects of high blood pressure are stroke, are dialysis. You see DaVita's up on almost every single corner. You're wondering why so many people have this problems with kidney issues because of high blood pressure. Explaining that to people, because I don't think people always know that your kidneys can be affected by high blood pressure. In addition to that, the whole erectile dysfunction thing. There's no man on here that's going to talk about I got ED.
Right.
No, none of them. They're embarrassed about it, but they want to know why. How can I do that? And they need to just have a conversation. They just need to hear, like, listen, it could be your medication. It can be corrected, but you have to talk to your doctor about it. It's a two-way street,
Yeah.
And so these are some of the things that I wish people would know. A normal blood pressure is 120. Okay, if it's 130, don't freak out. Know when to take your blood pressure. Know that, sit down for 15 minutes. Don't have a conversation with your baby mama and be frustrated and then take the blood pressure. You gotta do it when you're sitting down, relax. Just certain things. And then the other thing I talked to him about, and this is the whole conversation I had with him. I sat down and I told him, listen, you're gonna talk to your friends and they're gonna tell you, man, you don't need that blood pressure medication. All you gotta do is just take some Edelberry or I don't know, whatever things. All you need is this berry, this juice, this whatever, man. You don't need that blood pressure. That's the white man time. You know what I'm saying? They can go ahead with that nonsense. And I told him, listen, get your blood pressure under control. And if you can get yourself off of some of these medications through a better diet, through exercise, you definitely might be able to get yourself off of some of these medications. I'm not saying that you're stuck on all these medications forever, right? But it's going to take you changing your diet, exercising, and making a lifestyle change. But you can't just not take this and decide to take, I don't know, whatever nuts and berries and thinking that you're going to be okay.
Thinking you're going to have some nuts
I
and
spoke to him
berries.
the next day and he was like, oh man, I spoke to my friend and exactly what you said. He was on there talking about, man, you don't need to take that medication, and I told him, listen, you can do what you want. This is your life. I'm just your nurse and I'm just telling you what I've seen and what I know. But you have the ultimate control over your body and you can take whatever I say and say that woman is crazy. I'm not listening to her. That is your right.
So true. So
those
true.
are some of the things that I sometimes I feel like I want to talk about, but I don't know. I get frustrated. I get passionate. I get frustrated with people.
But these things that you're saying right now, that's just educational purpose. I mean, and the way you're speaking it with such passion and just sharing and stuff. I mean, you can totally even do that now.
I was thinking about it. I might have I am not your friend, I'm your nurse segment. I'm not here I'm not your friendly nurse. I am your.
Ooh, that'd be good, especially with your tone. You scared me. I was like, damn, let me go for a walk.
Yes. I'm not your friend. I'm your nurse.
Yeah.
The information I'm providing for you is to save your goddamn life. Right. You might not like it, but I swear to God, I'm just trying to save your life. I took out student loans, y'all. I took time out of my life to try to get this education here to educate my community, to educate people that want to know. And it gets frustrating to see people coming back to the hospital time and time again because they don't want to because McDonald's, because of fast food, because of the fried food. And I'm not saying that once in a while that stuff is not okay, but I believe in a balance. Enjoy your family, but eat a balance. If you know that you're gonna see your family for Christmas and you gotta eat all this stuff, then throughout the rest of the week, there's 7 days in the week, eat a healthy meal for the rest of the 6 days.
When we say healthy meal, what does that look like? I'm thinking, the patient or the person is saying, well, what does that look like?
Right.
And then, okay, so say you do describe what it looks like. To eat healthy, to get those vegetables, those produce and things like that, it's more expensive, and it doesn't go as far. It doesn't last as long, in your refrigerator and different things.
Yeah.
Then I don't have the education. How do I prepare this to
Right.
where it's, pleasing to me?
Right.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of other things that goes into that, which is also contribute to the
That's an
problem
excellent.
of changing
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
You're right. You're absolutely
Mhm.
right. But one thing I've said is that people, when they make a choice of something they want to do, they figure it out,
True.
right? So we have
True.
our teenagers that have Jordans. We have
True.
I don't know, all these different damn things that people be wearing and stuff like that. Hundreds of dollars. They're walking around on their feet. I love wigs too, and I know those can cost a grip,
Mhm.
right? The
I'm getting
hair, the nails, the makeup, the lashes, every 2 weeks getting your nails done. Um, you know, I know that the library, even though we don't make it popular, the library is free. You can literally get an audiobook for free from the library. You have Amazon. There's so many. YouTube in
just
itself.
from you just saying that, I didn't know you can do that.
What?
Really didn't.
Yes. Oh my
I
God.
promise you, I didn't
You
know that.
can get audiobooks from the library straight to your phone. I'm gonna make a whole video about that maybe one day. I don't know. Like,
You
yes.
should. I had no clue about that.
Yes. Are you
Absolutely
in New York?
not. Hmm?
Are you in New York?
No, I'm in California.
California? Okay, because one thing I miss about New York City has an amazing library system. One
Mm,
of the best library systems. And thankfully, I'm still a part of it because I have my library card from New York.
mhm,
And you can literally get audiobooks from
mm.
the library, and some of it is connected to Amazon where I forget how it's all set up, but it's literally connected to Amazon and it downloads right to your phone, and you can literally get a free audiobook all the
Mm.
time as much as you want.
Wow.
If you prefer a digital copy to read, you can get that loaded to your Amazon account as well, to your, like, was it Amazon Kindle? You can get library books downloaded to your Amazon Kindle account also. But audiobooks, you can get that directly to your phone. There's so many things. So I'm saying all that to say that, like, I know that when people want to do something, we figure a way out. Yes, it is more expensive. Yes, there is, it's more difficult to preserve fresh food. It is more, we have to learn how to cook it, how to do all these different things. But, if you go on YouTube, there are a lot of people that giving tutorials on how to do all these different things. And I'm not saying you have to do it every single day. I'm just saying try it out. If you have so much to gain by being healthier, like this woman talked about how her husband had a stroke and 2 heart attacks, and you're not willing to at least try to change something, like, I think it's worthwhile to at least make an effort to
Well,
say,
then
I'm
that
not going to eat this
probably
fried food anymore.
can go into. Now I would say, because I never pushed the whole narrative of going for therapy, but I would, encourage therapy at that point, because it's like
Right?
we got to change the mindset
Yes.
a little bit. But then also, because I was thinking, so you mentioned that a couple of times about the lady who expressed her husband had a stroke and 2 heart attacks. He probably feels defeated now, like,
Right.
the point of doing it now? What's the point
Mm.
of trying to change things now? I'm already there. And then even so, you probably say, well, shoot, I didn't survive those 2. I'm a survivor, So then it's like, well, why change things too now? It's almost you're even more embedded in that mindset. Is what I would think, being in that situation, just trying to think of that person and what they might be thinking, because you have to ask yourself, why wouldn't they change? Why wouldn't that be motivation enough for them to do better, to change that diet? And then so I start thinking about it. It'd be like, well, what's the purpose? What's the reason now?
You just blew my mind. You
Yeah.
legit just blew my mind, Kaya, because I'm
Mhm.
thinking about it from a nursing perspective of why wouldn't you want to change? But I didn't think that they already feel defeated.
Right.
You just blew my mind. And so that's another reason why wow, I don't even know what to say.
Well, yeah, I
That's
said something
yeah.
intelligent.
No,
Okay.
that's
But
a really
yeah,
because maybe people just feel like, what's the point? I'm already down. Everything's already messed up. I might as well do what I want. I didn't
right.
even think about that. I
Mm-hmm.
did not even consider that. And so how do we help those people? I don't know because I never thought about
Therapy.
that before.
Therapy, some coaching, talk to other people that has, recovered from it, has step by step change their life, because we can tell them all day long what to eat, what to do, and I'm sure that's not the first time they heard it. So that's when you get their peer in to, share, yeah, I was there, man, and share their journey, share their process. So I guess, what is that? What are those group, like a group,
Yeah.
I don't
A
know,
support
but
group.
yeah, support group. That's what I was trying to think of. Maybe something like that, instead of just telling them the same old thing, because I know that ain't the first time they didn't heard it.
Right.
Need
Yeah,
to hear something a little
that's
bit different.
wow. Yeah, because I swear to God, you really just opened up my mind to thinking differently about it. Because I swear I was only thinking about it like, why wouldn't you change?
Right?
Change, come on. And I really wasn't thinking about it like they might just feel defeated. Like, so
Mhm.
that is just I gotta chew on that a little bit, Kaya. You really just opened up my mind to thinking about something differently that I hadn't thought about before. I swear to God, you really, really did.
Mhm.
And so maybe as I even in my nursing career, change a different approach.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Asking them, do you feel like you can even make this change?
Mhm.
I
And
just
then
think
that,
about
and
it.
maybe no one has never even asked them that before. Maybe they haven't even been able to open up about that. Maybe they didn't even realize they felt that way.
Right.
And just from you saying that, absolutely.
Yeah, and what you said about the time frame is also very true because with so many people this year, so many people have left bedside nursing that we have been short staffed time and time and time again. So I don't have the time always. Sometimes I do have time, and when I do have time, I'm happy to educate and to give back and to tell you about what I know and what I've learned. I don't always have time to sit down there and ask these questions. Unfortunately, there's just not enough time. When I have someone else that is literally, having bright red blood bleeding out of their behind, like literally, and I gotta float them over to the ICU and get them. I don't have the time to talk to you about eating these fried foods when I have someone else that's literally pooping. When I tell you blood, like they were having their period, I'm talking blood, right? And you already know how that is,
No, I hear you.
right?
I
I just
totally
don't have
hear
the
you. Gotta
time.
prioritize. Absolutely.
Yeah. And they can't know, why I have to run around like this. I can't tell them my other patient is in there. Like, you
Right.
know, I can't tell them that. They just know that I'm rushed. And
Mhm.
so, wow. So maybe I will be able to find a way to finagle a little bit of education and a little bit of conversation about healthcare issues. I'm just scared. I'm just scared because I don't want to get into any issue which my job is going to feel like I'm overstepping or anything like that. But I'm going to see if I can find a way just to educate people a little bit about some of the things that they can do for themselves and some of the questions they can ask, even if you're not at the hospital. But maybe you could just ask your doctor when you have in a less stressful environment, just working with your doctor and opening up that conversation.
Yeah, and Mills says consider family
Yes.
history as well. But going back to what you said, that's all under patient advocate, though.
Yes.
You are that patient's advocate, so there's no way that I can see it being an issue for you to, try to help and facilitate the best outcome or route for this patient of yours. So I would say it totally falls into your realm, into your nursing scope of, I almost think it's a duty, you know,
Right.
for that wholeness, because that's another thing. You're supposed to focus on that wholeness, getting that patient back to their wholeness. It doesn't mean
Right.
it's whole for this person and that person, but get them back to their wholeness. And
Yeah, they're holistic care, like the same way that TLA, he approaches topics from the opinion of being a diverse attorney. Sometimes I want to talk about certain topics like, oh my God, Kaya, do you know the CRNA that recently was in the news for murdering his ex-wife and his girlfriend? Did you hear
oh,
about
you
that?
know what? I just found out that they were nurses. I
Did
just
you?
found this out
But
the other
Kaya,
day.
Why was I in it? Why, Kaya, do I know that man?
Nuh-uh.
Not know him personally.
Yeah, yeah.
I would never say no, but I was at
Oh.
a conference in which he was there and he had an outburst. And I'm not going to get into it too much, but
Oh,
I
gotcha,
had to
gotcha.
call my friend up and I was like, yo, that guy that was in the news, is that the guy when we were in the University of Miami and such had an outburst? Was that the same guy in the news? And she was like, oh my God, yes,
You know, it's
yes.
so he had like a medical or a mental outburst type of thing, you're
No,
saying?
he had an outburst. Hold on a second. My husband's rapping. Hold on. Give me one quick second.
No, go for it. Mills, yeah, I really like what you're saying in the comments, in Mills. Are you the one who said you're the hospital administrator? Yes, I really,
Okay.
uh-huh.
Yeah. What was the hospital administrator? What?
That's in Mills. She's the one that I've been putting up her comments. She works in healthcare. Oh, I wasn't reading them. I was just kind of putting them up and hoping you were glancing over
Yeah, yeah.
at them and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, talking about that. But I was just about to say it is from her perspective, because she first started talking about I think the money aspect of things earlier when we were
Mhm.
and getting more into that stuff. But go ahead and finish saying what you were saying.
So yeah, I was just saying I don't know that I haven't made any videos talking about that man because I don't know him very well. I just happened to be an attendee at a conference so he is a CRNA and I
Mhm.
went to a conference. It's CRNAs are that's a terminal degree. Once you become a CRNA, there's no higher degree as a nurse that you can get. You can get a lateral degree, but there's nothing higher than that.
Wait, a CR what? A critical nurse?
CRNA, certified registered nurse anesthetist.
Okay. Really? Okay.
That's what
I
he
didn't know.
was. Yeah.
Yes, okay. I
And
would say I
so
got my CRN, but that was just critical nurse. I'm like, wait, what's the highest anesthetist? Okay, right. Go
yes,
for it.
so after having at least 1 or 2 years as a critical care nurse, only then are you able
Hey.
to apply, because I couldn't even apply to be a CRNA unless I had 2 years of being a critical care nurse,
Mhm.
right? So that is the highest level of nursing that you can achieve, and it's a very rigorous program, and so there's not that many people that are registered CRNAs, and then talk about Black ones at that, and
Mhm.
male Black ones at that. So there's just not that many. And so I went to this conference. Me and one of my nursing friends, we took time out. We went to Miami. We went to this conference, and the conference. You know how like you attend conferences and they give you a discount for being a student nurse?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
yeah. So you could get a discount for being a student nurse or pay full price for being a regular like working nurse.
Mhm.
And so when we registered the conference, it was a weekend conference. It was excellent, incredibly organized, amazing. Like I have nothing bad to say about that conference whatsoever. It was well ran. It was like a military operation. The way that they were so organized, it was just outstanding. And it was basically for minorities that are interested in this field,
Mhm.
right? Interested. So you could be a student, you could be a nurse, you could be whatever. If you were interested, they were introducing you to actual real CRNAs that were talking to you about the field. You can ask them whatever question that you want to ask them. They'll talk to you about the interview process, about the school process, about whatever. They would just, and that man, he was there. He was there on the panel, you know, explaining things. But the outburst that occurred was that I guess when when you become a nurse, you are public, right? Your real first and last name is public information. And
Mhm.
so for those, when I registered for this conference, I registered like well in advance because it was sold out quickly. And so some people registered as a student nurse and some people registered as a regular. I'm honest. So I registered as a nurse because I was right.
Yeah.
But I guess some people like, there's a huge discount. I'm going to just register as a student nurse. Who's going to know? Well, the guy that killed those two people, he knew. What he did was he was the one, he volunteered he volunteered for like a lot of different roles. He was checking people in, he was on the panel, sharing the process, the interview process. He was doing a lot of different things. And one of his roles was after you checked in and everyone was sitting at the panel, sitting in their audience, he took his laptop and he would anyone that registered as a student nurse, he checked out. I'm not lying. He was on top of it. He checked out. I'm not joking. He checked out whether or not you were actually a nurse because it's public
Type A
information.
personality.
He wasn't playing it. So he checked out whether you were a nurse or not, if you were actually a student or if you were actually a nurse. And I guess there were a lot of people that were registered as a student nurse, but they were really nurses because they were trying to get over in terms of the pricing. Miss Kaya, when I tell you, he started screaming. He like the whole audience was quiet. He was like, hold up, hold up. He made like that little T sign, like with your hand and your fingers, like hold up, hold up.
Time out.
Time out. Yeah, yes. Time out. He was like, he was screaming, this is a field of integrity. And I'm so disappointed in some of you guys. You're going to be responsible for people's lives and you guys have to have integrity. And let me tell you, everything that he was saying was actual factual, but the delivery, we talked about that delivery, right?
Yep.
That delivery was out of pocket. Way out of pocket. When I tell you that I clutched my imaginary pearls and I was like, but did I register as a student? I don't even remember. Oh God. I was so nervous because he was like, you better, his exact words were, you better come to this front desk and square up. That was what his was, square up. He didn't mean fight. He meant like pay the difference, but he said square up. He says, whoever you are, if you know who you are, if you did not pay, you out here working and you're receiving your paycheck as a nurse and you're not a student nurse and you registered to this conference, we're out here. He said, I could have made, I forgot whatever thousands of dollars it was because I was a new nurse, just became a new nurse. I could have made, I don't know, 5, 6, 10, I don't know, 12. It was just to me, outrageous amount of money. Right? Yeah. I could have made $12,000 or $5,000 or $2,000, whatever it was. I can't remember this weekend, but I came out here to give into you guys. I came out here to pour into you. And he was going at it. He was hard. You could hear a pin drop. You could hear a pin drop when that guy was talking. Yes, his name was Rajiv Black. And it was like, whoa. And after that whole thing happened and we went back to the conference, there were other older people that were CRNAs and they were saying like, that he's well loved. He was well loved within the community. And they were like, you know what he said was right. He wasn't wrong, but how he said it was way out of pocket.
Wow.
I mean, when I tell you that he was like, he's not a small guy.
Yeah.
He's a cornbread fed thick. You know what I'm saying? He's a big guy, and he was like at the top of his lungs. He was like, I'm so disappointed. I could have made this certain amount of money, but I'm in here giving back, pouring into you guys. You got to be honorable. You have to have integrity. You're going to have people's lives on your hands. And I mean, what he was saying was right, but he was at the top of his lungs, just like, you better come over here and square up. Like, we were like, oh my God. Oh my God. So when I saw his face on the news, I'm like, is that the same guy back in 2000? I forgot what it was, 1918, whatever it was, in Miami? Is that yo? And I went back to my pictures and it was him.
You got a good memory. I wouldn't even have a clue.
Remembering all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I remember. Even one time, my friend was giving like an IV injection, and she did something. I won't say what she did. She did it wrong, and I'm like, you're not supposed to give like more than 1 ml in a deltoid. She was like, oh, how did you remember that? I'm like, I don't know, but somehow this information is just in my head. Nursing. You know how we are.
Yeah.
A-type personalities. Just how we are.
Right. Well, I got and I'm gonna let you go out there. I know you've been trying to go real quick. My very first review as an RN, I went immediately as a new grad. I went straight to cardiothoracic ICU ICU unit. And so I can remember, I think it was the year eval. I'm almost sure my manager called me in to do my eval. And so everything was good. I was, 4 was good. I had some 3s, some 4s, And then and I'm like, shoot, that looked good. And she said, Kaya, I have one problem with you. I'm looking like, okay, what's the problem? She said, I don't know what to do with you. She said, I don't know where to put you. I can't put you in a category. And I'm looking, I'm like, well, what do you mean? She said, you're not a type A personality. And then she goes, and you're not a type B personality. I just don't know where to put you. And to be honest with you, and at the time, I didn't even know what a type A personality or B personality was.
I don't know what B means either.
Yeah, I didn't have a clue. A B is the total opposite, like slacker, don't care, whatever. And then so I'm looking at her and I'm like, shoot, I'm thinking to myself, because I didn't know what an A or B was. I'm thinking, oh, that's good. So when's bad news coming is what I'm thinking. And she said, that's just not how people operate. That's just not how people are. And I'm just looking at her, I'm letting her go because I kind of don't know what she's talking about. So after I left the office, I went and looked it up, of course, and found out what a type A and a type B is. And I'm like, well, gosh, that just seemed like the most amazing balanced thing to me, to be right in the middle, to be balanced. I'm not so much type A to where I'm such a stickler and I'm all like, so anal, but I'm not just a slacker and a person that don't give. I'm right in the middle. And that was really a problem with her. And she let me know on multiple occasions that she needed me to figure out what I was. And I finally just told her, I said, well, I'm quite happy being right there in the middle, and I don't know, what to tell you. I really didn't, and stuff. But going back to the gentleman you mentioned, that is with that type A thing, you can get to a point to where, you're just so anal about things, and this is how it's supposed to be, and you do this before you do this, and then you do that. Don't do that first, and that type of thing, and to explode like that, that's one thing about it. It's just, but they were saying that might have been what they talking about, because I know I kept hearing that, well, he had mental issues. I'm like, well, he didn't look like it on the video. He looked perfectly sane to me, and like
he was mad cool. I had a one-on-one conversation with him after that whole outburst. I remember us walking up these stairs together, and he was right next to me, and I remember having a very specific conversation with him, in which I was like, oh my God, I'm scared of you. And he was just joking around. And he asked me what my name was. I told him what my name was, and he asked if I was enjoying the conference, and I told him absolutely. I feel like even on day 1 I got all of my money's worth, and there's still 2 more days left. And it was a small conversation. It wasn't anything major, just like maybe a 2-minute conversation as we were walking up a flight of stairs. But keep in mind, I don't know that gentleman. I do not know that gentleman whatsoever. I don't know what his day-to-day life was like. I don't know what his struggles are, and as I was talking to the other CRNAs, predominantly Black, and they were mentioning like that outburst, because that was a big like, whoa, moment that happened. They're like, oh, he's just Big Brother. That's how he is. That's just Big Brother. He was well loved. He was well respected and well loved, and people was like, oh, that's just Big Brother. I remember one girl, saying Big Brother, like that's just Raj. That's just Big Brother about him. But like I said, I don't know that man. I was just at a conference one
I
day,
hear you.
and I just remember that outburst. I remember the conversation we had walking up the stairs. I know nothing about if he had a woman or didn't have a woman, if he had children, if he didn't have children, what was going on. I don't know nothing about nothing. But I do remember that event, that outburst, because it was such a moment where everyone was just quiet. Everyone was quiet. The whole auditorium was quiet. And I remember thinking, oh Jesus, I hope that I registered as I hope I registered, because I was like, holy, I don't want to have to go up to this guy. But I did. I registered. I mean, I do the right thing. But the thing about it is, like, you register for these things so far in advance.
That's true.
That I don't know if I was even a student nurse at the time still, or if I had gotten a job yet. So I was wondering, like, when I registered for this, it was like a year ago. Was I even a student? Was I working? When did I start working? I started thinking to myself, like, Lord, when did I start working? I don't remember. You get nervous because of the way that he was so aggressive with the way his tone. Like I said, everything that he said was 100% correct, but it
Right.
was just the way that he delivered it was so intimidating. But yeah, that's about. I'm gonna get ready to go. My husband's wrapping up gifts.
You know what? And I was just like, I've been on here, girl. I can't even believe it. 10
Oh, 9
hours.
hours and 51 minutes. Wow.
Right. But it's been great conversation, and I
It
do.
has
I thank
been.
you
It
for
has
coming
been.
up
It's
at
been
the
wonderful. I'm gonna try to make an effort to do what you guys encouraged me to do and
Yeah.
get my thing going myself. Well, thank
Well,
you for
thank
having
you,
me on your panel
Ann.
once again. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Hopefully, I'll see you again. Well, I
Yes,
know I
ma'am. Yes,
will.
ma'am. Take
All
care.
right.
Good
Take care,
night.
girl. Bye-bye. Good night. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes, yes.
All right.
Happy Christmas.
Same to
Yeah.
you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Take care, everyone.
You too. All right, you guys. M Mills, like I was saying, thank you for sharing those things in the chat. Um, yeah, about your profession and stuff. I am so tired, you guys. I haven't eaten. I'm hungry. My eyes tired. But I want to take this opportunity to thank you for spending this time with me, for supporting me. I really, especially you, M Mills. When you said earlier, I just wanted to bring out when you said stop hanging around those young kids, and it is true. And my heavenly Father, which I say, I have that relationship, so I totally believe that He's speaking to me. It was so, but I felt like obligated, and I know I got to get out of that because I gave my word, and I said, "Oh, I'll be there," I'll be there. But yes, no, I'm totally for the done with that, and I'm gonna feed into my platform here. So I thank you guys for hanging out, for coming in and out, or whatever it may be. I look forward to camming up again tonight, and I'm having some great conversation. Great show, Kai. So proud of you. This is a better platform for me. Amen for you. Amen. Amen. It is. And yeah, it makes more sense to me too, as far as all the regurgitation and the talking and the nonsense. I don't want to say nonsense, but to me, that type of thing. So here's my main man. Vaughn is in the house. I've been here. No, you haven't really. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. And I do truly believe like it has been great conversation. It's been authentic, very transparent, and just some good old conversation, with some substance, and trying and always speaking for a reason, a conclusion, a direction, all these great things. And Vaughn, I was trying to look up today before I came on how to make you a moderator. I have no clue. I've been looking into that. So once again, after I get a little rest, I'm going to look into that some more. But I do appreciate you, Vaughn, my number one main man here, and I just love it, and I thank you. And the whole thing with me is the time. Our time is so valuable. And I know this, and I can't say it enough. I just hope that it's coming across. I am so appreciative. I mean, like our time, and for you guys to come over and spend this time with me. I hope you're enjoying it. I am a little silly. I like being that way. I love to laugh. I love humor. And but in the same sense, I love to get a message out there, and let's talk about some real things, some things that matter. So I appreciate each and every one of you for spending this time with me and coming to hang out. And I look forward to later on today. Ooh, Lord. I can't believe my eyes are not red. But thank you guys. I hope that you subscribe, you hit that like button. And did I cover everything, Vaughn? So subscription, like button, and let's do this again tomorrow. I'm going to try to think of something fun and interesting for us to, to begin the discussion and see where it takes us. Just Kaya, it's me. Just Kaya, Real Talk Daily, and I love keeping it real. What's the song? I'm so glad we had this time together. Bye, guys. Have a great Christmas. I don't celebrate holidays, but I do wish you a merry, a happy, and enjoy your day and enjoy your family. Bye, guys. Bye.